The History of Protestantism. All 24 books by James Aitken Wylie. Book First Progress from the 1st to the 14th century. Table of Contents. Chapter 1. Protestantism. Table of Contents. Protestantism, the seed of arts, letters, free states, etc. Its history, a grand drama. Its origin, outside humanity, a great creative power. Protestantism revived Christianity. The history of Protestantism, which we propose to write, is no mere history of dogmas. The teachings of Christ are the seeds. The modern Christendom, with its new life, is the goodly tree which has sprung from them. We shall speak of the seed and then of the tree, so small at its beginning, but destined one day to cover the earth. How that seed was deposited in the soil. How the tree grew up and flourished despite the furious tempests that warred around it. How, century after century, it lifted its top higher in heaven and spread its boughs wider around, sheltering liberty, nursing letters, fostering art, and gathering a fraternity of prosperous and powerful nations around it. It will be our business in the following pages to show. Meanwhile, we wish it to be noted that this is what we understand by the Protestantism on the history of which we are now entering. Viewed thus, and any narrower view would be untrue alike to philosophy and to fact. The history of Protestantism is the record of one of the grandest dramas of all time. Where there had been a brotherhood, there was now a hierarchy, and from the lofty chair of the patriarch, a gradation of rank and a subordination of authority and office ran down to the lowly state and contracted. Sphere of the presbyter, it was splendor of rank, rather than the fame of learning and the luster of virtue, that henceforward conferred distinction on the ministers of the church. Such an arrangement was not fitted to nourish spirituality of mind, or humility of disposition, or peacefulness of temper. The enmity and violence of the persecutor, the clergy had no longer cause to dread, but the spirit of faction which now took possession of the dignitaries of the church awakened vehement disputes and fierce contentions, which disparaged the authority and sullied the glory of the sacred office. The emperor himself was witness to these unseemly spectacles. "I entreat you," we find him pathetically saying to the fathers of the Council of Nice, "Beloved ministers of God, and servants of our Savior Jesus Christ, take away the cause of our dissension and disagreement. Establish peace among yourselves." While the living oracles were neglected, the zeal of the clergy began to spend itself upon rites and ceremonies borrowed from the pagans. These were multiplied to such a degree that Augustine complained that they were less tolerable than the yoke of the Jews under the law. At this period, the bishops of Rome wore costly attire, gave sumptuous banquets, and when they went abroad were carried in litters. They now began to speak with an authoritative voice and to demand obedience from all the churches. Of this, the dispute between the Eastern and Western churches respecting Easter is an instance in point. The Eastern Church, following the Jews, kept the feast on the 14th day of the month Nisan, the day of the Jewish Passover. The churches of the West, and especially that of Rome, kept Easter on the Sabbath following the 14th day of Nisan. Victor, Bishop of Rome, resolved to put an end to the controversy, and accordingly, sustaining himself sole judge in this weighty point, he commanded all the churches to observe the feast on the same day with himself. The churches of the East, not aware that the Bishop of Rome had authority to command their obedience in this or in any other matter, kept Easter as before, and for this flagrant contempt, as Victor accounted it, of his legitimate authority, he excommunicated them. They refused to obey a human ordinance, and they were shut out from the kingdom of the gospel. This was the first peal of those thunders which were in after times to roll so often and so terribly from the 7 hills. Riches, flattery, deference continued to wait upon the Bishop of Rome. The emperor saluted him as father. Foreign churches sustained him as judge in their disputes. Heresiarchs sometimes fled to him for sanctuary. Those who had favors to beg extolled his piety or affected to follow his customs. And it is not surprising that his pride and ambition, fed by continual incense, continued to grow, till at last the presbyter of Rome, for being a vigilant pastor of a single congregation, before whom he went in and out, teaching them from house to house, preaching to them the word of life, serving the Lord with all humility in many tears and temptations. That befell him, raised his seat above his equals, mounted the throne of the patriarch, and exercised lordship over the heritage of Christ. The gates of the sanctuary once forced, the stream of corruption continued to flow with ever-deepening volume. The declensions in doctrine and worship already introduced had changed the brightness of the church's morning into twilight. The descent of the northern nations, which, beginning in the 5th, continued through several successive centuries, converted that twilight into night. The new tribes had changed their country, but not their superstitions, and, unhappily, there was neither zeal nor vigor in the Christianity of the age to effect their instruction and their genuine conversion. The Bible had been withdrawn. In the pulpit, fable had usurped the place of truth. Holy lives, whose silent eloquence might have won upon the barbarians, were rarely exemplified, and thus, instead of the church dissipating the superstitions that now encompassed her like a cloud, these superstitions all but quenched her own light. She opened her gates to receive the new peoples as they were. She sprinkled them with the baptismal water. She inscribed their names in her registers. She taught them in their invocations to repeat the titles of the Trinity. But the doctrines of the gospel, which alone can enlighten the understanding, purify the heart, and enrich the life with virtue, she was little careful to inculcate upon them. She folded them within her pale, but they were scarcely more Christian than before, while she was greatly less so. From the 6th century downward, Christianity was a mongrel system, made up of pagan rites revived from classic times, of superstitions imported from the forests of northern Germany, and of Christian beliefs and observances which continued to linger in the church from primitive and purer times. The inward power of religion was lost, and it was in vain that men strove to supply its place by the outward form. They nourished their piety not at the living fountains of truth, but with the beggarly elements of ceremonies and relics, of consecrated lights and holy vestments. Nor was it divine knowledge only that was contemned. Men forbore to cultivate letters or practice virtue. Baronius confesses that in the 6th century few in Italy were skilled in both Greek and Latin. Nay, even Gregory the Great acknowledged that he was ignorant of Greek. The main qualifications of the clergy were that they should be able to read well, sing their matins, know the Lord's Prayer, Psalter, forms of exorcism, and understand how to compute the times of the sacred festivals. Nor were they very sufficient for this, if we may believe the account some have given of them. Musculus says that many of them never saw the Scriptures in all their lives. It would seem incredible, but it is delivered by no less an authority than Amima, that an archbishop of Mainz, lighting upon a Bible and looking into it, expressed himself thus: "Of a truth I do not know what book this is, but I perceive everything in it is against us." Apostasy is like the descent of heavy bodies. It proceeds with ever-accelerating velocity. First, lamps were lighted at the tombs of the martyrs. Next, the Lord's Supper was celebrated at their graves. Next, prayers were offered for them and to them. Next, paintings and images began to disfigure the walls, and corpses to pollute the floors of the churches. Baptism, which apostles required water only to dispense, could not be celebrated without white robes and chrism, milk, honey, and salt. Then came a crowd of church officers whose names and numbers are in striking contrast to the few and simple orders of men who were employed in the first propagation of Christianity. There were subdeacons, acolytes, exorcists, readers, choristers, and porters, and as work must be found for this motley host of laborers, there came to be fasts and exorcisms. There were lamps to be lighted, altars to be arranged, and churches to be consecrated. There was the Eucharist to be carried to the dying, and there were the dead to be buried, for which a special order of men was set apart. When one looked back to the simplicity of early times, it could not but amaze one to think what a cumbrous array of curious machinery and costly furniture was now needed for the service of Christianity. Not more stinging than true was the remark that When the church had golden chalices, she had wooden priests. So far, and through these various stages, had the declension of the church proceeded. The point she had now reached may be termed an epical one. From the line on which she stood, there was no going back. She must advance into the new and unknown regions before her, though every step would carry her farther from the simple form and vigorous life of her early days. She had received a new impregnation from an alien principle, the same, in fact, from which had sprung the great systems that covered the earth before Christianity arose. This principle could not be summarily extirpated. It must run its course. It must develop itself logically, and having in the course of centuries brought its fruits to maturity, it would then, but not till then, perish and pass away. Looking back at this stage to the change which had come over the church, we cannot fail to see that its deepest originating cause must be sought in the inability of the world to receive the gospel in all its greatness. It was a boon too mighty and too free to be easily understood or credited by man. The angels in their midnight song in the vale of Bethlehem had defined it briefly as sublimely goodwill to man. Its greatest preacher, the Apostle Paul, had no other definition to give of it. It was not even a rule of life, but grace, the grace of God, and therefore sovereign and boundless. To man fallen and undone, the gospel offered a full forgiveness and a complete spiritual renovation, issuing at length in the inconceivable and infinite felicity of the life eternal. But man's narrow heart could not enlarge itself to God's vast beneficence. A good so immense, so complete in its nature, and so boundless in its extent, he could not believe that God would bestow without money and without price. There must be conditions or qualifications. So he reasoned, and hence it is that the moment inspired men cease to address us, and that their disciples and scholars take their place. Men of apostolic spirit and doctrine, no doubt, but without the direct knowledge of their predecessors, we become sensible of a change. An eclipse has passed upon the exceeding glory of the gospel. As we pass from Paul to Clement, and from Clement to the fathers that succeeded him, we find the gospel becoming less of grace and more of merit. The light wanes as we travel down the patristic road and remove ourselves farther from the apostolic dawn. It continues for some time at least to be the same gospel, but its glory is shorn, its mighty force is abated, and we are reminded of the change that seems to pass upon the sun, when after contemplating him in a tropical hemisphere, we see him in a northern sky, where his slanting beams, forcing their way through mists and vapors, are robbed of half their splendor. Seen through the fogs of the patristic age, the gospel scarcely looks the same which had burst upon the world without a cloud but a few centuries before. This disposition, that of making God less free in his gift, and man less dependent in the reception of it, the desire to introduce the element of merit on the side of man, and the element of condition on the side of God, operated at last in opening the door for the pagan principle to creep back into the church. A change of a deadly and subtle kind passed upon the worship. Instead of being the spontaneous thanksgiving and joy of the soul, that no more evoked or repaid the blessings which awakened that joy than the odors which the flowers exhale are the cause of their growth, or the joy that kindles in the heart of man when the sun rises is the cause of his rising. Worship, we say, from being the expression of the soul's emotions, was changed into a rite akin to those of the Jewish temples, and still more akin to those of the Greek mythology, a rite in which lay couched a certain amount of human merit and inherent efficacy that partly created, partly applied the blessings with which it stood connected. This was the moment when the pagan virus inoculated the Christian institution. This change brought a multitude of others in its train. Worship being transformed into sacrifice in which was the element of expiation and purification, the teaching ministry was of course converted into a sacrificing priesthood. When this had been done, there was no retreating. A boundary had been reached which could not be recrossed till centuries had rolled away, and transformations of a more portentous kind than any which had yet taken place had passed upon the Church. Chapter 3. Development of the papacy from the times of Constantine to those of Hildebrand. Table of contents. Imperial edicts, prestige of Rome, fall of the Western Empire. The papacy seeks and finds a new basis of power. Christ's vicar, conversion of Gothic nations, Pepin and Charlemagne, the Lombards and the Saracens, forgeries and false decretals, election of the Roman pontiff. Before opening our great theme, it may be needful to sketch the rise and development of the papacy as a politico-ecclesiastical power. The history on which we are entering, and which we must rapidly traverse, is one of the most wonderful in the world. It is scarcely possible to imagine humbler beginnings than those from which the papacy arose, and certainly it is not possible to imagine a loftier height than that to which it eventually climbed. He who was seen in the first century presiding as the humble pastor over a single congregation, and claiming no rank above his brethren, is beheld in the 12th century occupying a seat from which he looks down on all the thrones temporal and spiritual of Christendom. How, we ask with amazement, was the papacy able to traverse the mighty space that divided the humble pastor from the mitred king? We traced in the foregoing chapter the decay of doctrine and manners within the Church. Among the causes which contributed to the exaltation of the papacy, this declension may be ranked as fundamental, seeing it opened the door for other deteriorating influences and mightily favored their operation. Instead of reaching forth to what was before, the Christian Church permitted herself to be overtaken by the spirit of the ages that lay behind her. There came an aftergrowth of Jewish ritualism, of Greek philosophy, and of pagan ceremonialism and idolatry. And, as the consequence of this threefold action, the clergy began to be gradually changed, as already mentioned, from a teaching ministry to a sacrificing priesthood. This made them no longer ministers or servants of their fellow Christians. They took the position of a caste, claiming to be superior to the laity, invested with mysterious powers, the channels of grace, and the mediators with God. Thus there arose a hierarchy, assuming to mediate between God and men. The hierarchical polity was the natural concomitant of the hierarchical doctrine. That polity was so consolidated by the time that the empire became Christian and Constantine ascended the throne, 311, that the Church now stood out as a body distinct from the state, and her new organization, subsequently received, in imitation of that of the empire, as stated in the previous chapter, helped still further to define and strengthen her hierarchical government. Still, the primacy of Rome was then a thing unheard of. Manifestly, the 300 fathers who assembled AD 325 at Nicaea knew nothing of it, for in their 6th and 7th canons they expressly recognized the authority of the churches of Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem, and others, each within its own boundaries, even as Rome had jurisdiction within its limits, and enact that the jurisdiction and privileges of these churches shall be retained. Under Leo the Great, 440-461, a forward step was taken. The Church of Rome assumed the form and exercised the sway of an ecclesiastical principality, while her head, in virtue of an imperial manifesto, 445 of Valentinian III, which recognized the Bishop of Rome as supreme over the Western Church, affected the authority and pomp of a spiritual sovereign. Still further, the ascent of the Bishop of Rome to the supremacy was silently, yet powerfully aided by that mysterious and subtle influence which appeared to be indigenous to the soil on which his chair was placed. In an age when the rank of the city determined the rank of its pastor, it was natural that the Bishop of Rome should hold something of that preeminence among the clergy which Rome held among cities. Gradually the reverence and awe with which men had regarded the old mistress of the world began to gather round the person and the chair of her bishop. It was an age of factions and strifes, and the eyes of the contending parties naturally turned to the pastor of the Tiber. They craved his advice, or they submitted their differences to his judgment. These applications the Roman bishop was careful to register as acknowledgments of his superiority, and on fitting occasions he was not forgetful to make them the basis of new and higher claims. The Latin race, moreover, retained the practical habits for which it had so long been renowned. And while the Easterns, giving way to their speculative genius, were expending their energies in controversy, the Western Church was steadily pursuing her onward path and skillfully availing herself of everything that could tend to enhance her influence and extend her jurisdiction. The removal of the seat of empire from Rome to the splendid city on the Bosphorus, Constantinople, which the emperor had built with becoming magnificence for his residence, also tended to enhance the power of the papal chair. It removed from the side of the pope a functionary by whom he was eclipsed and left him the first person in the old capital of the world. The emperor had departed, but the prestige of the old city, the fruit of countless victories and of ages of dominion, had not departed. The contest which had been going on for some time among the 5 great patriarchates, Antioch, Alexandria, Jerusalem, Constantinople, and Rome, the question at issue being the same as that which provoked the contention among the disciples of old, which was the greatest, was now restricted to the last 2. The city on the Bosphorus was the seat of government and the abode of the emperor. This gave her patriarch powerful claims. But the city on the banks of the Tiber wielded a mysterious and potent charm over the imagination, as the heir of her who had been the possessor of all the power, of all the glory, and of all the dominion of the past. And this vast prestige enabled her patriarch to carry the day. As Rome was the one city in the earth, so her bishop was the one bishop in the church. A century and a half later, 606, this preeminence was decreed to the Roman bishop in an imperial edict of Phocas. Thus, before the empire of the West fell, the bishop of Rome had established substantially his spiritual supremacy, an influence of a manifold kind, of which not the least part was the prestige of the city and the empire, had lifted him to this fatal preeminence. But now the time has come when the empire must fall, and we expect to see that supremacy which it had so largely helped to build up fall with it. But no, the wave of barbarism which rolled in from the north, overwhelming society and sweeping away the empire, broke harmlessly at the feet of the Bishop of Rome. The shocks that overturned dynasties and blotted out nationalities left his power untouched, his seat unshaken. Nay, it was at that very hour, when society was perishing around him, that the Bishop of Rome laid anew the foundations of his power and placed them where they might remain immovable for all time. He now cast himself on a far stronger element than any the revolution had swept away. He now claimed to be the successor of Peter, the Prince of the Apostles, and the Vicar of Christ. The canons of councils, as recorded in Harduin, show a stream of decisions from Pope Celestine, in the middle of the 5th century, to Pope Boniface II, in the middle of the 6th, claiming, directly or indirectly, this august prerogative. When the Bishop of Rome placed his chair, with all the prerogatives and dignities vested in it, upon this ground, he stood no longer upon a merely imperial foundation. Henceforward he held neither of Caesar nor of Rome. He held immediately of heaven. What one emperor had given, another emperor might take away. It did not suit the Pope to hold his office by so uncertain a tenure. He made haste, therefore, to place his supremacy where no future decree of emperor, no lapse of years, and no coming revolution could overturn it. He claimed to rest it upon a divine foundation. He claimed to be not merely the chief of bishops and the first of patriarchs, but the vicar of the Most High God. With the assertion of this dogma, the system of the papacy was completed essentially and doctrinally, but not as yet practically. It had to wait the full development of the idea of vicarship, which was not till the days of Gregory VII. But here have we the embryotic seed, the vicarship, namely, out of which the vast structure of the papacy has sprung. This it is that plants at the center of the system a pseudo-divine jurisdiction, and places the Pope above all bishops with their flocks, above all king with their subjects. This it is that gives the Pope 2 swords. This it is that gives him 3 crowns. The day when this dogma was proclaimed was the true birthday of the popedom. The Bishop of Rome had till now sat in the seat of Caesar. Henceforward he was to sit in the seat of God. From this time, the growth of the popedom was rapid indeed. The state of society favored its development. Night had descended upon the world from the north, and in the universal barbarism, the more prodigious any pretensions were, the more likely were they to find both belief and submission. The Goths, on arriving in their new settlements, beheld a religion which was served by magnificent cathedrals, imposing rites, and wealthy and powerful prelates, presided over by a chief priest, in whose reputed sanctity and ghostly authority they found again their own chief druid. These rude warriors, who had overturned the throne of the Caesars, bowed down before the chair of the popes. The evangelization of these tribes was a task of easy accomplishment. The Catholic faith, which they began to exchange for their paganism or Arianism, consisted chiefly in their being able to recite the names of the objects of their worship, which they were left to adore with much the same rites as they had practiced in their native forests. They did not much concern themselves with the study of Christian doctrine or the practice of Christian virtue. The age furnished but few manuals of the one, and still fewer models of the other. The first of the Gothic princes to enter the Roman communion was Clovis, king of the Franks, in fulfillment of a vow which he had made on the field of Tolbiac, where he vanquished the Alemanni. Clovis was baptized in the Cathedral of Reims for 196, with every circumstance of solemnity which could impress a sense of the awfulness of the rite on the minds of its rude proselytes. 3,000 of his warlike subjects were baptized along with him. The Pope styled him the eldest son of the Church, a title which was regularly adopted by all the subsequent kings of France. When Clovis ascended from the baptismal font, he was the only as well as the eldest son of the Church, for he alone, of all the new chiefs that now govern the West, had as yet submitted to the baptismal rite. The threshold once crossed, others were not slow to follow. In the next century, the 6th, the Burgundians of southern Gaul, the Visigoths of Spain, the Suevi of Portugal, and the Anglo-Saxons of Britain entered the Pale of Rome. In the 7th century, the disposition was still growing among the princes of Western Europe to submit themselves and refer their disputes to the pontiff as their spiritual father. National assemblies were held twice a year under the sanction of the bishops. The prelates made use of these gatherings to procure enactments favorable to the propagation of the faith as held by Rome. These assemblies were first encouraged, then enjoined by the Pope, who came in this way to be regarded as a sort of father or protector of the states of the West. Accordingly, we find Sigismund, king of Burgundy, ordering 554 that all assemblies should be held for the future on the 6th of September every year, at which time the ecclesiastics are not so much engrossed with the worldly cares of husbandry. The ecclesiastical conquest of Germany was in this century completed, and thus the spiritual dominions of the Pope were still farther extended. In the 8th century, there came a moment of supreme peril to Rome. At almost one and the same time, she was menaced by two dangers, which threatened to sweep her out of existence, but which, in their issue, contributed to strengthen her dominion. On the west, the victorious Saracens, having crossed the Pyrenees and overrun the south of France, were watering their steeds at the Loire and threatening to descend upon Italy and plant the crescent in the room of the cross. On the north, the Lombards, who, under Alboin, had established themselves in central Italy 2 centuries before, had burst the barrier of the Apennines and were brandishing their swords at the gates of Rome. They were on the point of replacing Catholic orthodoxy with the creed of Arianism. Having taken advantage of the iconoclast disputes to throw off the imperial yoke, the Pope could expect no aid from the Emperor of Constantinople. He turned his eyes to France. The prompt and powerful interposition of the Frankish arms saved the papal chair, now in extreme jeopardy. The intrepid Charles Martel drove back the Saracens, 732, and Pepin, the mayor of the palace, son of Charles Martel, who had just seized the throne and needed the papal sanction to color his usurpation, with equal promptitude hastened to the Pope's help, Stephen II, against the Lombards, 754. Having vanquished them, he placed the keys of their towns upon the altar of St. Peter, and so laid the first foundation of the Pope's temporal sovereignty. The yet more illustrious son of Pepin, Charlemagne, had to repeat this service in the Pope's behalf. The Lombards becoming again troublesome, Charlemagne subdued them a second time. After his campaign, he visited Rome, 774. The youth of the city, bearing olive and palm branches, met him at the gates. The Pope and the clergy received him in the vestibule of St. Peter's, and entering into the sepulchre where the bones of the apostles lie, he finally ceded to the pontiff the territories of the conquered tribes. It was in this way that Peter obtained his patrimony, the church her dowry, and the Pope his triple crown. The Pope had now attained 2 of the 3 grades of power that constitute his stupendous dignity. He had made himself a bishop of bishops, head of the church, and he had become a crowned monarch. Did this content him? No. He said, "I will ascend the sides of the mount. I will plant my throne above the stars. I will be as God." Not content with being a bishop of bishops, and so governing the whole spiritual affairs of Christendom, he aimed at becoming a king of kings, and so of governing the whole temporal affairs of the world. He aspired to supremacy, sole, absolute, and unlimited. This alone was wanting to complete that colossal fabric of power, the popedom, and towards this the pontiff now began to strive. Some of the arts had recourse to in order to grasp the coveted dignity were of an extraordinary kind. An astounding document, purporting to have been written in the 4th century, although unheard of till now, was in the year 776 brought out of the darkness in which it had been so long suffered to remain. It was the donation or testament of the Emperor Constantine. Constantine, says the legend, found Sylvester in one of the monasteries on Mount Soracte, and having mounted him on a mule, he took hold of his bridle rein, and walking all the way on foot, the emperor conducted Sylvester to Rome, and placed him upon the papal throne. But this was as nothing compared with the vast and splendid inheritance which Constantine conferred on him. As the following quotation from the deed of gift to which we have referred will show, we attribute to the see of Peter all the dignity, all the glory, all the authority of the imperial power. Furthermore, we give to Sylvester and to his successors our palace of the Lateran, which is incontestably the finest palace on the earth. We give him our crown, our mitre, our diadem, and all our imperial vestments. We transfer to him the imperial dignity. We bestow on the Holy Pontiff in free gift the city of Rome and all the western cities of Italy. To cede precedence to him, we divest ourselves of our authority over all those provinces, and we withdraw from Rome, transferring the seat of our empire to Byzantium, inasmuch as it is not proper that an earthly emperor should preserve the least authority, where God hath established the head of his religion. A rare piece of modesty this on the part of the popes, to keep this invaluable document beside them for 400 years, and never say a word about it. And equally admirable the policy of selecting the darkness of the 8th century as the fittest time for its publication. To quote it is to refute it. It was probably forged a little before A.D. 754. It was composed to repel the Longobards on the one side, and the Greeks on the other, and to influence the mind of Pepin. In it, Constantine is made to speak in the Latin of the 8th century, and to address Bishop Sylvester as Prince of the Apostles, Vicar of Christ, and as having authority over the 4 great thrones, not yet set up, of Antioch, Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Constantinople. It was probably written by a priest of the Lateran Church, and it gained its object. That is, it led Pepin to bestow on the Pope the Exarchate of Ravenna, with 20 towns to furnish oil for the lamps in the Roman churches. During more than 600 years, Rome impressively cited this deed of gift, inserted it in her codes, permitted none to question its genuineness, and burned those who refused to believe in it. The first dawn of light in the 16th century sufficed to discover the cheat. In the following century, another document of a like extraordinary character was given to the world. We refer to the Decretals of Isidore. These are concocted about the year 845. They profess to be a collection of the letters, rescripts, and bulls of the early pastors of the Church of Rome, Anacletus, Clement, and others, down to Sylvester, the very men to whom the terms rescript and bull were unknown. The burden of this compilation was the pontifical supremacy, which it affirmed had existed from the first age. It was the clumsiest, But the most successful of all the forgeries which have emanated from what the Greeks have reproachfully termed the native home of inventions and falsifications of documents. The writer, who professed to be living in the 1st century, painted the Church of Rome in the magnificence which she attained only in the 9th, and made the pastors of the First Age speak in the pompous words of the popes of the Middle Ages. Abounding in absurdities, contradictions, and anachronisms, it afforded a measure of the intelligence of the age that accepted it as authentic. It was eagerly laid hold of by Nicholas I to prop up and extend the fabric of his power. His successors made it the arsenal from which they drew their weapons of attack against both bishops and kings. It became the foundation of the canon law, and continues to be so, although there is not now a popish writer who does not acknowledge it to be a piece of imposture. Never, says Father de Rignon, was there seen a forgery so audacious, so extensive, so solemn, so persevering. Yet the discovery of the fraud has not shaken the system. The learned Dupin supposes that these decretals were fabricated by Benedict, a deacon of Mainz, who was the first to publish them, and that, to give them greater currency, he prefixed to them the name of Isidore, a bishop who flourished in Seville in the 7th century. Without this pseudo-Isidore, says Janus, there could have been no Gregory VII. The Isidorian forgeries were the broad foundation which the Gregorians built upon. All the while the papacy was working on another line for the emancipation of its chief from interference and control, whether on the side of the people or on the side of the kings. In early times the bishops were elected by the people. By and by, they came to be elected by the clergy, with consent of the people. But gradually the people were excluded from all share in the matter, first in the Eastern Church, and then in the Western, although traces of popular election are found at Milan so late as the 11th century. The election of the Bishop of Rome in early times was in no way different from that of other bishops. That is, he was chosen by the people. Next, the consent of the emperor came to be necessary to the validity of the popular choice. Then, the emperor alone elected the pope. Next, the cardinals claimed a voice in the matter. They elected and presented the object of their choice to the emperor for confirmation. Last of all, the cardinals took the business entirely into their own hands. Thus gradually was the way paved for the full emancipation and absolute supremacy of the popedom. Chapter 4. Development of the papacy from Gregory VII to Boniface VIII. Table of contents. The wax of investitures, Gregory VII, and Henry IV. The mitre triumphs over the empire, noon of the papacy under Innocent III. Continued to Boniface VIII. First and last estate of the Roman pastors contrasted. 7 centuries of continuous success, interpreted by some as a proof that the papacy is divine. Reasons explaining this marvelous success, eclipsed by the gospel's progress. We come now to the last great struggle. There lacked one grade of power to complete and crown this stupendous fabric of dominion. The spiritual supremacy was achieved in the 7th century. The temporal sovereignty was attained in the 8th. It wanted only the pontifical supremacy, sometimes, although improperly, styled the temporal supremacy to make the Pope supreme over kings, as he had already become over peoples and bishops, and to vest in him a jurisdiction that is not its like on earth, a jurisdiction that is unique, inasmuch as it arrogates all powers, absorbs all rights, and spurns all limits. Destined, before terminating its career, to crush beneath its iron foot thrones and nations, and masking an ambition as astute as Lucifer's with a dissimulation as profound, this power advanced at first with noiseless steps, and stole upon the world as night steals upon it. But as it neared the goal, its strides grew longer and swifter, till at last it vaulted over the throne of monarchs into the seat of God. This great war we shall now proceed to consider. When the popes, at an early stage, claimed to be the vicars of Christ, they virtually challenged that boundless jurisdiction of which their proudest era beheld them in actual possession. But they knew that it would be imprudent, indeed impossible, as yet to assert in actual fact. Their motto was spes messes and semen, discerning the harvest and the seed, They were content meanwhile to lodge the principle of supremacy in their creed and in the general mind of Europe, knowing that future ages would fructify and ripen it. Towards this, they began to work quietly, yet skillfully and perseveringly. At length came overt and open measures. It was now the year 1073. The papal chair was filled by perhaps the greatest of all the popes, Gregory VII, the noted Hildebrand. Daring and ambitious beyond all who had preceded, and beyond most of those who have followed him on the papal throne, Gregory fully grasped the great idea of theocracy. He held that the reign of the Pope was but another name for the reign of God, and he resolved never to rest till that idea had been realized in the subjection of all authority and power, spiritual and temporal, to the chair of Peter. When he drew out, says Janus, the whole system of papal omnipotence in 27 theses in his Dictatus. These theses were partly mere repetitions or corollaries of the Isidorian decretals. Partly he and his friends sought to give them the appearance of tradition and antiquity by new fictions. We may take the following as samples. The 11th maxim says, "The Pope's name is the chief name in the world." The 12th teaches that it is lawful for him to depose emperors. The 18th affirms that his decision is to be withstood by none, but he alone may annul those of all men. The 19th declares that he can be judged by no one. The 25th vests in him the absolute power of deposing and restoring bishops, and the 27th the power of annulling the allegiance of subjects. Such was the gauge that Gregory flung down to the kings and nations of the world. We say of the world, for the pontifical supremacy embraces all who dwell upon the earth. Now began the war between the mitre and the empire. Gregory's object in this war being to wrest from the emperors the power of appointing the bishops and the clergy generally, and to assume into his own sole and irresponsible hands the whole of that intellectual and spiritual machinery by which Christendom was governed. The strife was a bloody one. The mitre, though sustaining occasional reverses, continued nevertheless to gain steadily upon the empire. The spirit of the times helped the priesthood in their struggle with the civil power. The age was superstitious to the core, and though in no wise spiritual, it was very thoroughly ecclesiastical. The Crusades, too, broke the spirit and drained the wealth of the princes, while the growing power and augmenting riches of the clergy cast the balance ever more and more against the state. For a brief space, Gregory VII tasted in his own case the luxury of wielding this more than mortal power. There came a gleam through the awful darkness of the tempest he had raised, not final victory, which was yet a century distant, but its presage. He had the satisfaction of seeing the Emperor Henry IV of Germany, whom he had smitten with excommunication, barefooted and in raiment of sackcloth, waiting 3 days and nights at the castle gates of Canossa, amid the winter drifts, suing for forgiveness. But it was for a moment only that Hildebrand stood on this dazzling pinnacle. The fortune of war very quickly turned. Henry, the man whom the Pope had so sorely humiliated, became victor in his turn. Gregory died, an exile, on the promontory of Salerno, but his successors espoused his project and strove by wiles, by arms, and by anathemas to reduce the world under the scepter of the papal theocracy. For well nigh 2 dismal centuries the conflict was maintained. How truly melancholy the record of these times! It exhibits to our sorrowing gaze many a stricken field, many an empty throne, many a city sacked, many a spot deluged with blood. But through all this confusion and misery the idea of Gregory was perseveringly pursued, till at last it was realized, and the mitre was beheld triumphant over the empire. It was the fortune or the calamity of Innocent III, 1198 to 1216, to celebrate this great victory. Now it was that the pontifical supremacy reached its full development. One man, one will again govern the world. It is with a sort of stupefied awe that we look back to the 13th century and see in the foreground of the receding storm this colossus, uprearing itself in the person of Innocent III. On its head, all the mitres of the church, and in its hand, all the scepters of the state. In each of the three leading objects which Rome has pursued, says Hallam, independent sovereignty, supremacy over the Christian Church, control over the princes of the earth, it was the fortune of this pontiff to conquer. Rome, he says again, inspired during this age all the terror of her ancient name. She was once more mistress of the world, and kings were her vassals. She had fought a great fight, and now she celebrated an unequaled triumph. Innocent appointed all bishops. He summoned to his tribunal all causes, from the gravest affairs of mighty kingdoms to the private concerns of the humble citizen. He claimed all kingdoms as his fiefs, all monarchs as his vassals, and launched with unsparing hand the bolts of excommunication against all who withstood his pontifical will. Hildebrand's idea was now fully realized. The pontifical supremacy was beheld in its plenitude, the plenitude of spiritual power and that of temporal power. It was the noon of the papacy, but the noon of the papacy was the midnight of the world. The grandeur which the papacy now enjoyed and the jurisdiction it wielded have received dogmatic expression, and one or two selections will enable it to paint itself as it was seen in its noon. Pope Innocent III affirmed that the pontifical authority so much exceeded the royal power as the sun doth the moon. Nor could he find words fitly to describe his own formidable functions, save those of Jehovah to his prophet Jeremiah. See, I have set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out, and to pull down, and to destroy, and to throw down. The church, my spouse, we find the same Pope saying, is not married to me without bringing me something. She hath given me a dowry of a price beyond all price, the plenitude of spiritual things and the extent of things temporal, the greatness and abundance of both. She hath given me the mitre in token of things spiritual, the crown in token of the temporal, the mitre for the priesthood and the crown for the kingdom, making me the lieutenant of him who hath written upon his vesture and on his thigh, the King of kings and the Lord of lords. I enjoy alone the plenitude of power, that others may say of me, next to God, and out of his fullness have we received. We declare, says Boniface VIII, 1294 to 1303, in his bull Unam Sanctam, pronounce it to be necessary to salvation for every human creature to be subject to the Roman pontiff. This subjection is declared in the bull to extend to all affairs. One sword, says the Pope, must be under another, and the temporal authority must be subject to the spiritual power, whence if the earthly power go astray, it must be judged by the spiritual. Such are a few of the great words, which were heard to issue from the Vatican Mount. That new Sinai, which, like the old, encompassed by fiery terrors, had upreared itself in the midst of the astonished and affrighted nations of Christendom. What a contrast between the first and the last estate of the pastors of the Roman Church, between the humility and poverty of the first century and the splendor and power in which the 13th saw them enthroned. This contrast has not escaped the notice of the greatest of Italian poets. Dante, in one of his lightning flashes, has brought it before us. He describes the first pastors of the church as coming, barefoot and lean, eating their bread, as chanced at the first table. And addressing Peter, he says, E'en thou wentst forth in poverty and hunger to set the goodly plant that, from the vine it once was, now is grown unsightly bramble. Petrarch dwells repeatedly and with more amplification on the same theme. We quote only the first and last stanzas of his sonnet on the Church of Rome. The fire of wrathful heaven alight, and all thy harlot tresses smite, base city, thou from humble fare, thy acorns and thy water, rose to greatness, rich with others' woes, rejoicing in the ruin thou didst bear. In former days thou wast not laid on down, nor under cooling shade. Thou naked to the winds wast given, and through the sharp and thorny road thy feet without the sandals trod. But now thy life is such it smells to heaven. There is something here out of the ordinary course. We have no desire to detract from the worldly wisdom of the popes. They were, in that respect, the ablest race of rulers the world ever saw. Their enterprise soared as high above the vastest scheme of other potentates and conquerors, as their ostensible means of achieving it fell below theirs. To build such a fabric of dominion upon the gospel, every line of which repudiates and condemns it, to impose it upon the world without an army and without a fleet, to bow the necks not of ignorant peoples only, but of mighty potentates to it, nay, to persuade the latter to assist in establishing a power which they could hardly but foresee would clash themselves. To pursue this scheme through a succession of centuries without once meeting any serious check or repulse. For the 130 popes between Boniface III, 606, who, in partnership with Phocas, laid the foundations of the papal grandeur, and Gregory VII, who realized it, onward through other 2 centuries to Innocent III, 1216, and Boniface VIII, 1303, who at last put the top stone upon it. Not one lost an inch of ground which his predecessor had gained. To do all this is, we repeat, something out of the ordinary course. There is nothing like it again in the whole history of the world. This success, continued through 7 centuries, was audaciously interpreted into a proof of the divinity of the papacy. Behold, it has been said, when the throne of Caesar was overturned, how the chair of Peter stood erect. Behold, when the barbarous nations rushed like a torrent into Italy, overwhelming laws, extinguishing knowledge, and dissolving society itself, how the ark of the church rode in safety on the flood. Behold, when the victorious hosts of the Saracen approached the gates of Italy, how they were turned back. Behold, when the mitre waged its great contest with the empire, how it triumphed. Behold, when the Reformation broke out, and it seemed as if the kingdom of the Pope was numbered and finished, how 3 centuries have been added to its sway. Behold, in fine, when revolution broke out in France, and swept like a whirlwind over Europe, bearing down thrones and dynasties, how the bark of Peter outlived the storm, and rode triumphant above the waves that engulfed apparently stronger structures. Is not this the church of which Christ said, "The gates of hell shall not prevail against it"? What else do the words of Cardinal Baronius mean? Boasting of a supposed donation of the kingdom of Hungary to the Roman See by Stephen, he says, "It fell out by a wonderful providence of God, that the very time when the Roman Church might appear ready to fall and perish, even then distant kings approach the apostolic see, which they acknowledge and venerate as the only temple of the universe, the sanctuary of piety, the pillar of truth, the immovable rock. Behold, kings, not from the east, as of old they came to the cradle of Christ, but from the north, led by faith, they humbly approach the cottage of the fisher, the church of Rome herself, offering not only gifts out of their treasures, but bringing even kingdoms to her, and asking kingdoms from her. Whoso is wise, and will record these things, even he shall understand the loving kindness of the Lord." But the success of the papacy, when closely examined, is not so surprising as it looks. It cannot be justly pronounced legitimate or fairly won. Rome has ever been swimming with the tide. The evils and passions of society, which a true benefactress would have made it her business to cure, at least to alleviate, Rome has studied rather to foster into strength, that she might be borne to power on the foul current which she herself had created. Amid battles, bloodshed, and confusion has her path lain. The edicts of subservient councils, the forgeries of hireling priests, the arms of craven monarchs, and the thunderbolts of excommunication have never been wanting to open her path. Exploits won by weapons of this sort are what her historians delight to chronicle. These are the victories that constitute her glory. And then, there remains yet another and great deduction from the apparent grandeur of her success, in that, after all, it is the success of only a few, a caste, the clergy. For although, during her early career, the Roman Church rendered certain important services to society, of which it will delight us to make mention in fitting place when she grew to maturity and was able to develop her real genius, it was felt and acknowledged by all that her principles implied the ruin of all interests save her own, and that there was room in the world for none but herself. If her march, as shown in history down to the 16th century, is ever onwards, it is not less true that behind, on her path, lie the wrecks of nations and the ashes of literature, of liberty, and of civilization. Nor can we help observing that the career of Rome, with all the fictitious brilliance that encompasses it, is utterly eclipsed when placed beside the silent and sublime progress of the gospel. The latter we see winning its way over mighty obstacles solely by the force and sweetness of its own truth. It touches the deep wounds of society only to heal them. It speaks not to awaken, but to hush the rough voice of strife and war. It enlightens, purifies, and blesses men wherever it comes, and it does all this so gently and unboastingly. Reviled, it reviles not again. For curses it returns blessings. It unsheathes no sword, it spills no blood. Cast into chains, its victories are as many as when free, and more glorious. Dragged to the stake and burned, from the ashes of the martyr there start up 1,000 confessors, to speed on its career and swell the glory of its triumph. Compared with this, how different has been the career of Rome. As different, in fact, as the thundercloud which comes onward, mantling the skies in gloom and scathing the earth with fiery bolts, is different from the morning descending from the mountain tops, scattering around it the silvery light, and awakening at its present songs of joy. Chapter 5. Medieval Protestant Witnesses. Table of Contents. Ambrose of Milan, his diocese, his theology, Rufinus, presbyter of Aquileia, Laurentius of Milan, the bishops of the Grisons, churches of Lombardy in 7th and 8th centuries, Claude in the 9th century, his labors, outline of his theology, his doctrine of the Eucharist, his battle against images, his views on the Roman primacy, proof thence arising, councils in France approve his views, question of the services of the Roman Church to the Western nations. The apostasy was not universal. At no time did God leave his ancient gospel without witnesses. When one body of confessors yielded to the darkness, or was cut off by violence, another arose in some other land, so that there was no age in which, in some country or other of Christendom, public testimony was not borne against the errors of Rome, and in behalf of the gospel which she sought to destroy. The country in which we find the earliest of these protesters is Italy. The See of Rome, in those days, embraced only the capital and the surrounding provinces. The Diocese of Milan, which included the plain of Lombardy, the Alps of Piedmont, and the southern provinces of France, greatly exceeded it in extent. It is an undoubted historical fact that this powerful diocese was not then tributary to the papal chair. The bishops of Milan, says Pope Pelagius I, 555, do not come to Rome for ordination. He further informs us that this was an ancient custom of theirs. Pope Pelagius, however, attempted to subvert this ancient custom, but his efforts resulted only in a wider estrangement between the two dioceses of Milan and Rome. For when Plotinus speaks of the subjection of Milan to the Pope under Stephen IX, in the middle of the 11th century, he admits that for 200 years together the Church of Milan had been separated from the Church of Rome. Even then, though on the very eve of the Hildebrandian era, the destruction of the independence of the diocese was not accomplished without a protest on the part of its clergy and a tumult on the part of the people. The former affirmed that the Ambrosian Church was not subject to the laws of Rome, that it had been always free and could not, with honor, surrender its liberties. The latter broke out into clamor and threatened violence to Dominus, the deputy sent to receive their submission. The people grew into higher ferment, says Baronius. The bells were rung, the episcopal palace beset, and the legate threatened with death. Traces of its early independence remain to this day in the Rito or Culto Ambrogeno, still in use throughout the whole of the ancient archbishopric of Milan. One consequence of this ecclesiastical independence of northern Italy was that the corruptions of which Rome was the source were late in being introduced into Milan and its diocese. The evangelical light shone there some centuries after the darkness had gathered in the southern part of the peninsula. Ambrose, who died AD 397, was Bishop of Milan for 23 years. His theology, and that of his diocese, was in no essential respects different from that which Protestants hold at this day. The Bible alone was his rule of faith. Christ alone was the foundation of the Church. The justification of a sinner and the remission of sins were not of human merit, but by the expiatory sacrifice of the cross. There were but two sacraments, baptism and the Lord's Supper, and in the latter Christ was held to be present only figuratively. Such is a summary of the faith professed and taught by the chief bishop of the north of Italy in the end of the 4th century. Rufinus of Aquileia, first metropolitan in the Diocese of Milan, taught substantially the same doctrine in the 5th century. His treatise on the Creed no more agrees with the Catechism of the Council of Trent than does the Catechism of Protestants. His successors at Aquileia, so far as can be gathered from the writings which they have left behind them, shared the sentiments of Rufinus. To come to the 6th century, we find Laurentius, Bishop of Milan, holding that the penitence of the heart, without the absolution of a priest, suffices for pardon. And in the end of the same century, at d. 590, we find the bishops of Italy and of the Grisons, to the number of 9, rejecting the communion of the Pope as a heretic. So little then was the infallibility believed in, or the Roman supremacy acknowledged. In the 7th century we find Mansuetus, Bishop of Milan, declaring that the whole faith of the Church is contained in the Apostles' Creed, from which it is evident that he did not regard as necessary to salvation the additions which Rome had then begun to make, and the many she has since appended to the apostolic doctrine. The Ambrosian liturgy, which, as we have said, continues to be used in the Diocese of Milan, is a monument to the comparative purity of the faith and worship of the early churches of Lombardy. In the 8th century we find Paulinus, Bishop of Aquileia, declaring that we feed upon the divine nature of Jesus Christ, which cannot be said but only with respect to believers, and must be understood metaphorically. Thus manifest is it that he rejected the corporeal manjication of the Church at Rome. He also warns men against approaching God through any other mediator or advocate than Jesus Christ, affirming that he alone was conceived without sin, that he is the only Redeemer, and that he is the one foundation of the Church. If anyone, says Alix, will take the pains to examine the opinions of this bishop, he will find it a hard thing not to take notice that he denies what the Church of Rome affirms with relation to all these articles, and that he affirms what the Church of Rome denies. It must be acknowledged that these men, despite their great talents and their ardent piety, had not entirely escaped the degeneracy of their age. The light that was in them was partly mixed with darkness. Even the great Ambrose was touched with a veneration for relics and a weakness for others superstitious of his times. But as regards the cardinal doctrines of salvation, the faith of these men was essentially Protestant, and stood out in bold antagonism to the leading principles of the Roman Creed. And such, with more or less of clearness, must be held to have been the profession of the pastors over whom they presided. And the churches they ruled and taught were numerous and widely planted. They flourished in the towns and villages which the vast plain that stretches like a garden for 200 miles along the foot of the Alps. They existed in those romantic and fertile valleys over which the great mountains hang their pine forests and snows, and, passing the summit, they extended into the southern provinces of France, even as far as to the Rhone, on the banks of which Polycarp, the disciple of John, in early times had planted the gospel, to be watered in the succeeding centuries by the blood of thousands of martyrs. Darkness gives relief to the light, and error necessitates a fuller development and a clearer definition of truth. On this principle, the 9th century produced the most remarkable perhaps of all those great champions who strove to set limits to the growing superstition and to preserve, pure and undefiled, the faith which apostles had preached. The mantle of Ambrose descended on Claudius, Archbishop of Turin. This man beheld with dismay the stealthy approaches of a power which, putting out the eyes of men, bowed their necks to its yoke and bent their knees to idols. He grasped the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, and the battle which he so courageously waged delayed, though it could not prevent, the fall of his church's independence. And for 2 centuries longer the light continued to shine at the foot of the Alps. Claudius was an earnest and indefatigable student of Holy Scripture. That book carried him back to the first age and set him down at the feet of apostles, at the feet of one greater than apostles. And, while darkness was descending on the earth, around Claude still shone the day. The truth, drawn from its primeval fountains, he proclaimed throughout his diocese, which included the valleys of the Waldenses. Where his voice could not reach, he labored to convey instruction by his pen. He wrote commentaries on the Gospels. He published expositions of almost all the epistles of Paul and several books of the Old Testament. And thus he furnished his contemporaries with the means of judging how far it became them to submit to a jurisdiction so manifestly usurped as that of Rome, or to embrace tenets so undeniably novel as those which she was now foisting upon the world. The sum of what Claude maintained was that there is but one sovereign in the Church, and he is not on earth. That Peter had no superiority over the other apostles, save in this, that he was the first who preached the gospel to both Jews and Gentiles. The human merit is of no avail for salvation, and that faith alone saves us. On this cardinal point he insists with a clearness and breadth which remind one of Luther. The authority of tradition he repudiates, prayers for the dead he condemns, as also the notion that the Church cannot err. As regards relics, instead of holiness, he can find in them nothing but rottenness, and advises that they be instantly returned to the grave, from which they ought never to have been taken. Of the Eucharist, he writes in his commentary on Matthew, 88:15, in a way which shows that he stood at the greatest distance from the opinions which Paschasius Radbertus broached 18 years afterwards. Paschasius Radbertus, a monk, afterwards abbot of Corbeil, pretended to explain with precision the manner in which the body and blood of Christ are present in the Eucharist. He published, 831, a treatise concerning the sacrament of the body and blood of Christ. His doctrine amounted to the two following propositions. 1. Of the bread and wine, nothing remains after consecration but the outward figure, under which the body and blood of Christ are really and locally present. 2. This body present in the Eucharist is the same body that was born of the Virgin, that suffered upon the cross, and was raised from the grave. This new doctrine excited the astonishment of not a few, and called forth several powerful opponents, amongst others, Johannes Scotus. Claudius, however, thought that the Lord's Supper was a memorial of Christ's death, and not a repetition of it, and that the elements of bread and wine were only symbols of the flesh and blood of the Savior. It is clear from this that transubstantiation was unknown in the 9th century to the churches at the foot of the Alps. Nor was it the Bishop of Turin only who held this doctrine of the Eucharist. We are entitled to infer that the bishops of neighboring dioceses, both north and south of the Alps, shared the opinion of Claude. For though they differed from him on some other points and did not conceal their difference, they expressed no dissent from his views respecting the sacrament, and in proof of their concurrence in his general policy, strongly urged him to continue his expositions of the sacred Scriptures. Especially was this the case as regards two leading ecclesiastics of that day, Jonas, Bishop of Orleans, and the Abbot Theodemerus. Even in the century following, we find certain bishops of the north of Italy saying that wicked men eat the goat and not the lamb, language wholly incomprehensible from the lips of men who believe in transubstantiation. The worship of images was then making rapid strides. The Bishop of Rome was the great advocate of this ominous innovation. It was on this point that Claude fought his great battle. He resisted it with all the logic of his pen and all the force of his eloquence. He condemned the practice as idolatrous, and he purged those churches in his diocese which had begun to admit representations of saints and divine persons within their walls, not even sparing the cross itself. It is instructive to mark that the advocates of images in the 9th century justified their use of them by the very same arguments which Romanists employ at this day, and that Claude refutes them on the same ground taken by Protestant writers still. We do not worship the image, say the former. We use it simply as the medium through which our worship ascends to him whom the image represents. And if we kiss the cross, we do so in adoration of him who died upon it. But, replied Claude, as the Protestant polemic at this hour replies in, Kneeling to the image or kissing the cross, you do what the second commandment forbids and what the scripture condemns as idolatry. Your worship terminates in the image, and is the worship not of God, but simply of the image. With his argument, the Bishop of Turin mingles at times a little raillery. God commands one thing, says he, and these people do quite the contrary. God commands us to bear our cross and not to worship it, but these are all for worshiping it, whereas they do not bear it at all. To serve God after this manner is to go away from him. For if we ought to adore the cross because Christ was fastened to it, how many other things are there which touched Jesus Christ? Why don't they adore mangers and old clothes? Because he was laid in a manger and wrapped in swaddling clothes. Let them adore asses, because he entered into Jerusalem upon the foal of an ass. On the subject of the Roman primacy, he leaves it in no wise doubtful what his sentiments were. We know very well, says he, that this passage of the gospel is very ill understood. Thou art Peter, and upon this rock will I build my church, and I will give unto thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven, under pretense of which words the stupid and ignorant common people, destitute of all spiritual knowledge, betake themselves to Rome in hopes of acquiring eternal life. The ministry belongs to all the true superintendents and pastors of the church, who discharge the same as long as they are in this world. And when they have paid the debt of death, others succeed in their places, who enjoy the same authority and power. Know thou that he only is apostolic who is the keeper and guardian of the apostles' doctrine, and not he who boasts himself to be seated in the chair of the apostle, and in the meantime doth not acquit himself of the charge of the apostle. We have dwelt the longer on Claude and the doctrines which he so powerfully advocated by both voice and pen, because although the picture of his times, a luxurious clergy, but an ignorant people, churches growing in magnificence, but declining in piety, images adored, but the true God forsaken, is not a pleasant one, yet establishes 2 points of great importance. The first is that the Bishop of Rome had not yet succeeded in compelling universal submission to his jurisdiction, and the second that he had not yet been able to persuade all the churches of Christendom to adopt his novel doctrines and follow his peculiar customs. Claude was not left to fight that battle alone, nor was he crushed as he inevitably would have been had Rome been the dominant power it came soon thereafter to be. On the contrary, this Protestant of the 9th century received a large amount of sympathy and support both from bishops and from synods of his time. Agobardus, the Bishop of Lyons, fought by the side of his brother of Turin. In fact, he was as great an iconoclast as Claude himself. The Emperor Louis the Pious, the debonair, summoned a council, 824, of the most learned and judicious bishops of his realm, says Dupin, to discuss this question. For in that age the emperors summoned synods and appointed bishops. And when the council had assembled, did it wait till Peter should speak, or a papal allocution had decided the point? It knew no other way, says Dupin, to settle the question than by determining what they should find upon the most impartial examination to be true by plain text of Holy Scripture and the judgment of the Fathers. This council at Paris justified most of the principles for which Claude had contended, as the great council at Frankfurt, 794, had done before it. It is worthy of notice further, as bearing on this point, that only 2 men stood up publicly to oppose Claude during the 20 years he was incessantly occupied in this controversy. The first was Dungulas, a recluse of the Abbey of St. Denis, an Italian, it is believed, and biased naturally in favor of the opinions of the Pope, and the second was Jonas, Bishop of Orleans, who differed from Claude on but the one question of images, and only to the extent of tolerating their use, but condemning as idolatrous their worship, a distinction which it is easy to maintain in theory, but impossible to observe, as experience has demonstrated, in practice. And here let us interpose an observation. We speak at times of the signal benefits which the Church conferred upon the Gothic nations during the Middle Ages. She put herself in the place of a mother to those barbarous tribes. She weaned them from the savage usages of their original homes. She bowed their stubborn necks to the authority of law. She opened their minds to the charms of knowledge and art, and thus laid the foundation of those civilized and prosperous communities which have since arisen in the West. But when we so speak, it behooves us to specify with some distinctness what we mean by the Church to which we ascribe the glory of this service. Is it the Church of Rome, or is it the Church Universal of Christendom? If we mean the former, the facts of history do not bear out our conclusion. The Church of Rome was not then the Church, but only one of many churches. The slow but beneficent and laborious work of evangelizing and civilizing the northern nations was the joint result of the action of all the churches, of northern Italy, of France, of Spain, of Germany, of Britain, and each performed its part in this great work with a measure of success exactly corresponding to the degree in which it retained the pure principles of primitive Christianity. The churches would have done their task much more effectually and speedily, but for the adverse influence of Rome. She hung upon their rear by her perpetual attempts to bow them to her yoke, and to seduce them from their first purity to her thinly disguised paganisms. Emphatically, the power that molded the Gothic nations and planted among them the seeds of religion and virtue was Christianity. That same Christianity which apostles preached to men in the first age, which all the ignorance and superstition of subsequent times had not quite extinguished, and which with immense toil and suffering dug up from under the heaps of rubbish that had been piled above it, was anew, in the 16th century, given to the world under the name of Protestantism. Chapter 6. The Waldenses, their valleys. Table of contents. Submission of the churches of Lombardy to Rome. The old faith maintained in the mountains. The Waldensian churches. Question of their antiquity. Approach to their mountains. Arrangement of their valleys. Picture of blended beauty and grandeur. When Claude died, it can hardly be said that his mantle was taken up by anyone. The battle, although not altogether dropped, was henceforward languidly maintained. Before this time, not a few churches beyond the Alps had submitted to the yoke of Rome, and that arrogant power must have felt it not a little humiliating to find her authority withstood on what she might regard as her own territory. She was venerated abroad, but contemned at home. Attempts were renewed to induce the bishops of Milan to accept the episcopal pall, the badge of spiritual vassalage, from the Pope, but it was not till the middle of the 11th century, 1059, under Nicholas II, that these attempts were successful. Petrus Dominus, bishop of Ostia, and Anselm, bishop of Lucca, were dispatched by the pontiff to receive the submission of the Lombard churches, and the popular tumults amid which that submission was extorted sufficiently show that the spirit of Claude still lingered at the foot of the Alps. Nor did the clergy conceal the regret with which they laid their ancient liberties at the feet of a power before which the whole earth was then bowing down. For the papal legate, Dominus, informs us that the clergy of Milan maintained in his presence that the Ambrosian Church, according to the ancient institutions of the Fathers, was always free, without being subject to the laws of Rome, and that the Pope of Rome had no jurisdiction over their church as to the government or constitution of it. But if the plains were conquered, not so the mountains. A considerable body of protesters stood out against this deed of submission. Of these some crossed the Alps, descended the Rhine, and raised the standard of opposition in the diocese of Cologne, where they were branded as Manichaeans and rewarded with the stake. Others retired into the valleys of the Piedmontese Alps, and there maintained their scriptural faith and their ancient independence. What we have just related respecting the dioceses of Milan and Turin settles the question, in our opinion, of the apostolicity of the churches of the Waldensian valleys. It is not necessary to show that missionaries were sent from Rome in the first age to plant Christianity in these valleys, nor is it necessary to show that these churches have existed as distinct and separate communities from early days. Enough that they formed a part, as unquestionably they did, of the great evangelical church of the north of Italy. This is the proof at once of their apostolicity and their independence. It attests their descent from apostolic men, if doctrine be the life of churches. When their co-religionists on the plains entered within the pale of the Roman jurisdiction, they retired within the mountains, and, spurning alike the tyrannical yoke and the corrupt tenets of the Church of the Seven Hills, They preserved in its purity and simplicity the faith their fathers had handed down to them. Rome manifestly was the schismatic. She it was that had abandoned what was once the common faith of Christendom, leaving by that step to all who remained on the old ground the indisputably valid title of the true church. Behind this rampart of mountains, which Providence, foreseeing the approach of evil days, would almost seem to have reared on purpose, did the remnant of the early apostolic church of Italy kindle their lamp. And here did that lamp continue to burn all through the long night which descended on Christendom. There is a singular concurrence of evidence in favor of their high antiquity. Their traditions invariably point to an unbroken descent from the earliest times, as regards their religious belief. The noble Aitken, which dates from the year 1100, goes to prove that the Waldenses of Piedmont did not owe their rise to Peter Waldo of Lyons, who did not appear till the latter half of that century, 1160. The noble Aitken, though a poem, is in reality a confession of faith, and could have been composed only after some considerable study of the system of Christianity, in contradistinction to the errors of Rome. How could a church have arisen with such a document in her hands? Or how could these herdsmen and vine-dressers, shut up in their mountains, have detected the errors against which they bore testimony, and found their way to the truths of which they made open profession in times of darkness like these? If we grant that their religious beliefs were the heritage of former ages, handed down from an evangelical ancestry, all is plain. But if we maintain that they were the discovery of the men of those days, we assert what approaches almost to a miracle. Their greatest enemies, Claude Cecil of Turin, 1517, and Ranierius the Inquisitor, 1250, have admitted their antiquity and stigmatized them as the most dangerous of all heretics, because the most ancient. Rarenko, prior of St. Roch, Turin, 1640, was employed to investigate the origin and antiquity of the Waldenses, and of course had access to all the Waldensian documents in the ducal archives, and being their bitter enemy, he may be presumed to have made his report not more favorable than he could help. Yet he states that they were not a new sect in the 9th and 10th centuries, and that Claude of Turin must have detached them from the church in the 9th century. Within the limits of her own land did God provide a dwelling for this venerable church. Let's bestow a glance upon the region. As one comes from the south, across the level plain of Piedmont, while yet nearly 100 miles off, he sees the Alps rise before him, stretching like a great wall along the horizon. From the gates of the morning to those of the setting sun, the mountains run on in a line of towering magnificence. Pasturages and chestnut forests clothe their base. Eternal snows crown their summits. How varied are their forms! Some rise strong and massy as castles. Others shoot up tall and tapering like needles, while others again run along in serrated lines, their summits torn and cleft by the storms of many thousand winters. At the hour of sunrise, what a glory kindles along the crest of that snowy rampart! At sunset the spectacle is again renewed, and a line of pyres is seen to burn in the evening sky. Drawing nearer the hills, on a line about 30 miles west of Turin, there opens before one what seems a great mountain portal. This is the entrance to the Waldensian territory. A low hill drawn along in front serves as a defense against all who may come with hostile intent, as but too frequently happened in times gone by, while a stupendous monolith, the Castelluzzo, shoots up to the clouds and stands sentinel at the gate of this renowned region. As one approaches La Torre, the Castelluzzo rises higher and higher, and irresistibly fixes the eye by the perfect beauty of its pillar-like form. But to this mountain a higher interest belongs than any that mere symmetry can give it. It is indissolubly linked with martyr memories, and borrows a halo from the achievements of the past. How often, in days of old, was the confessor hurled sheer down its awful steep and dashed on the rocks at its foot, and there commingled in one ghastly heap, growing ever the bigger and ghastlier as another and yet another victim was added to it, lay the mangled bodies of pastor and peasant, of mother and child. It was the tragedies connected with this mountain mainly that called forth Milton's well-known sonnet. Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints whose bones lie scattered on the alpine mountains cold. In thy book record their groans, who were thy sheep, and in their ancient fold, slain by the bloody Piedmontese, that rolled mother with infant down the rocks. Their moans, the valles redoubled to the hills, and they, to heaven. The elegant temple of the Waldenses rises near the foot of the Castellizzo. The Waldensian valleys are 7 in number. They were more in ancient times, but the limits of the Vaudois territory have undergone repeated curtailment, and now only the number we have stated remain, lying between Pinerolo on the east and Monte Viso on the west. That pyramidal hill which forms so prominent an object from every part of the plain of Piedmont, towering as it does above the surrounding mountains, and, like a horn of silver, cutting the ebon of the firmament. The first 3 valleys run out somewhat like the spokes of a wheel, the spot on which we stand, the gateway, namely, being the nave. The first is Luzerna, or Valley of Light. It runs right out in a grand gorge of some 12 miles in length by about 2 in width. It wears a carpeting of meadows, which the waters of the Pellis keep ever fresh and bright. A profusion of vines, acacias, and mulberry trees fleck it with their shadows, and a wall of lofty mountains encloses it on either hand. The second is Rora, or Valley of Dews. It is a vast cup, some 50 miles in circumference, its sides luxuriantly clothed with meadow and cornfield, with fruit and forest trees, and its rim formed of craggy and spiky mountains, many of them snow-clad. The third is Angrania, or Valley of Groans. Of it we shall speak more particularly afterwards. Beyond the extremity of the first 3 valleys are the remaining 4, forming, as it were, the rim of the wheel. These last are enclosed in their turn by a line of lofty and craggy mountains, which form a wall of defense around the entire territory. Each valley is a fortress, having its own gate of ingress and egress, with its caves and rocks and mighty chestnut trees, forming places of retreat and shelter, so that the highest engineering skill could not have better adapted each several valley to its end. It is not less remarkable that, taking all these valleys together, each is so related to each, and the one opens so into the other, that they may be said to form one fortress of amazing and matchless strength, wholly impregnable, in fact. All the fortresses of Europe, though combined, would not form a citadel so enormously strong and so dazzlingly magnificent as the mountain dwelling of the Vaudois. The Eternal, our God, says Ledger, having destined this land to be the theater of his marvels and the bulwark of his ark, has by natural means most marvelously fortified it. The battle begun in one valley could be continued in another, and carried round the entire territory, till at last the invading foe, overpowered by the rocks rolled upon him from the mountains, or assailed by enemies which would start suddenly out of the mist or issue from some unsuspected cave, found retreat impossible, and, cut off in detail, left his bones to whiten the mountains he had come to subdue. These valleys are lovely and fertile, as well as strong. They are watered by numerous torrents, which descend from the snows of the summits. The grassy carpet of their bottom, the mantling vine and the golden grain of their lower slopes, the chalets at their sides, sweetly embowered amid fruit trees, and, higher up, the great chestnut forests and the pasture lands, where the herdsmen keep watch over their flocks all through the summer days and the starlit nights. The nodding crags, from which the torrent leaps into the light, the rivulet, singing with quiet gladness in a shady nook, the mists, moving grandly among the mountains, now veiling, now revealing their majesty, and the far-off summits, tipped with silver, to be changed at eve into gleaming gold, make up a picture of blended beauty and grandeur, not equal perhaps, and certainly not surpassed, in any other region of the earth. In the heart of their mountains is situated the most interesting, perhaps, of all their valleys. It was in this retreat, walled round by hills whose heads touch heaven, that their barbs or pastors from all their several parishes were wont to meet in annual synod. It was here that their college stood, and it was here that their missionaries were trained, and, after ordination, were sent forth to sow the good seed as opportunity offered in other lands. Let's visit this valley. We ascend to it by the long, narrow, and winding Angrania. Bright meadows enliven its entrance. The mountains on either hand are clothed with the vine, the mulberry, and the chestnut. And on the valley contracts, it becomes rough with projecting rocks and shady with great trees. A few paces farther, and it expands into a circular basin, feathery with birches, musical with falling waters, environed atop by naked crags, fringed with dark pines, while the white peak looks down upon one out of heaven. A little in advance, the valley seems shut in by a mountainous wall drawn right across it, and beyond, towering sublimely upward, is seen an assemblage of snow-clad Alps, amid which is placed the valley we are in quest of, where burned of old the candle of the Waldenses. Some terrible convulsion has rent this mountain from top to bottom, opening a path through it to the valley beyond. We enter the dark chasm, and proceed along on a narrow ledge in the mountain's side, hung halfway between the torrent, which is heard thundering in the abyss below, and the summits which lean over us above. Journeying thus for about 2 miles, we find the pass beginning to widen, the light to break in, and now we arrive at the gate of the PRA. There opens before us a noble circular valley, its grassy bottom watered by torrents, its sides dotted with dwellings and clothed with cornfields and pasturages, while a ring of white peaks guards it above. This was the inner sanctuary of the Waldensian temple. The rest of Italy had turned aside to idols. The Waldensian territory alone had been reserved for the worship of the true God. And was it not meet that on its native soil a remnant of the Apostolic Church of Italy should be maintained, that Rome and all Christendom might have before their eyes a perpetual monument of what they themselves had once been, and a living witness to testify how far they had departed from their first faith? Chapter 7. The Waldenses, Their Missions and Martyrdoms. Table of Contents. Their synod and college, their theological tenets, Romant version of the New Testament, the constitution of their church, their missionary labors, wide diffusion of their tenets, the stone smiting the image. One would like to have a near view of the barbs, or pastors, who presided over the school of early Protestant theology that existed here, and to know how it fared with evangelical Christianity in the ages that preceded the Reformation. But the time is remote, and the events are dim. We can but doubtfully glean from a variety of sources the facts necessary to form a picture of this venerable church, and even then the picture is not complete. The theology of which this was one of the fountainheads was not the clear, well-defined, and comprehensive system which the 16th century gave it. It was only what the faithful men of the Lombard churches had been able to save from the wreck of primitive Christianity. True religion, being a revelation, was from the beginning complete and perfect. Nevertheless, in this, as in every other branch of knowledge, it is only by patient labor that man is able to extricate and arrange all its parts, and to come into the full possession of truth. The theology taught in former ages, in the peak-environed valley in which we have in imagination placed ourselves, was drawn from the Bible. The atoning death and justifying righteousness of Christ was its cardinal truth. This, the Nobula Laicon and other ancient documents abundantly testify. The Nobula Laicon sets forth with tolerable clearness the doctrine of the Trinity, the fall of man, the incarnation of the Son, the perpetual authority of the Decalogue as given by God, the need of divine grace in order to good works, the necessity of holiness, the institution of the ministry, the resurrection of the body, and the eternal bliss of heaven. This creed's professors exemplified in lives of evangelical virtue. The blamelessness of the Waldenses passed into a proverb, so that one more than ordinarily exempt from the vices of his time was sure to be suspected of being a vauds. If doubt there were regarding the tenets of the Waldenses, the charges which their enemies have preferred against them would set that doubt at rest, and make it tolerably certain that they held substantially what the apostles before their day, and the reformers after it, taught. The indictment against the Waldenses included a formidable list of heresies. They held that there had been no true pope since the days of Sylvester, that temporal offices and dignities were not meet for preachers of the gospel, that the Pope's pardons were a cheat, that purgatory was a fable, that relics were simply rotten bones which had belonged to no one knew whom, that to go on pilgrimage served no end, save to empty one's purse, that flesh might be eaten any day if one's appetite served him, that holy water was not a whit more efficacious than rainwater, and that prayer in a barn was just as effectual as if offered in a church. They were accused, moreover, of having scoffed at the doctrine of transubstantiation and of having spoken blasphemously of Rome as the harlot of the Apocalypse. There is reason to believe, from recent historical researches, that the Waldenses possessed the New Testament in the vernacular. The lingua romana, or Romance tongue, was the common language of the south of Europe from the 8th to the 14th century. It was the language of the troubadours and of men of letters in the Dark Ages. Into this tongue, the Romance, was the first translation of the whole of the New Testament made so early as the 12th century. This fact Dr. Gilly has been at great pains to prove in his work, The Romance Version of the Gospel According to John. The sum of what Dr. Gilly, by a patient investigation into facts and a great array of historic documents, maintains is that all the books of the New Testament were translated from the Latin Vulgate into the Romance, that this was the first literal version since the fall of the empire, that it was made in the 12th century, and was the first translation available for popular use. There were numerous earlier translations, but only of parts of the Word of God, and many of these were rather paraphrases or digests of Scripture than translations, and, moreover, they were so bulky, and by consequence so costly, as to be utterly beyond the reach of the common people. This Romance version was the first complete and literal translation of the New Testament of Holy Scripture. It was made, as Dr. Gilly, by a chain of proofs, shows, most probably under the superintendence and at the expense of Peter Waldo of Lyons, not later than 1180, and so is older than any complete version in German, French, Italian, Spanish, or English. This version was widely spread in the south of France and in the cities of Lombardy. It was in common use among the Waldenses of Piedmont, and it was no small part, doubtless, of the testimony borne to truth by these mountaineers to preserve and circulate it. Of the Romance New Testament 6 copies have come down to our day. A copy is preserved at each of the 4 following places: Lyons, Grenoble, Zurich, Dublin, and 2 copies are at Paris. These are plain and portable volumes, contrasting with those splendid and ponderous folios of the Latin Vulgate, penned in characters of gold and silver, richly illuminated, their bindings decorated with gems, inviting admiration rather than study, and unfitted by their size and splendor for the use of the people. The Church of the Alps, in the simplicity of its constitution, may be held to have been a reflection of the Church of the first centuries. The entire territory included in the Waldensian limits was divided into parishes. In each parish was placed a pastor, who led his flock to the living waters of the Word of God. He preached, he dispensed the sacraments, he visited the sick, and catechized the young. With him was associated in the government of his congregation a consistory of laymen. The synod met once a year. It was composed of all the pastors, with an equal number of laymen, and its most frequent place of meeting was the secluded mountain-girdled valley at the head of Angrogne. Sometimes as many as 150 barbs, with the same number of lay members, would assemble. We can imagine them seated. It may be on the grassy slopes of the valley. A venerable company of humble, learned, earnest men, presided over by a simple moderator, for higher office or authority was unknown amongst them, and intermitting their deliberations respecting the affairs of their churches and the condition of their flocks, only to offer their prayers and praises to the Eternal, while the majestic snow-clad peaks looked down upon them from the silent firmament. There needed, verily, no magnificent fane, no blazonry of mystic rites to make their assembly august. The youth who here sat at the feet of the more venerable and learned of their barbs used as their textbook the Holy Scriptures. And not only did they study the sacred volume, they were required to commit to memory and be able accurately to recite whole Gospels and epistles. This was a necessary accomplishment on the part of public instructors, in those ages when printing was unknown and copies of the Word of God were rare. Part of their time was occupied in transcribing the Holy Scriptures, or portions of them, which they were to distribute when they went forth as missionaries. By this, and by other agencies, the seed of the divine word was scattered throughout Europe more widely than is commonly supposed. To this a variety of causes contributed. There was then a general impression that the world was soon to end. Men thought that they saw the prognostications of its dissolution in the disorder into which all things had fallen. The pride, luxury, and profligacy of the clergy led not a few laymen to ask if better and more certain guides were not to be had. Many of the troubadours were religious men, whose lays were sermons. The hour of deep and universal slumber had passed. The serf was contending with his seigneur for personal freedom, and the city was waging war with the baronial castle for civic and corporate independence. The New Testament, and as we learn from incidental notices, portions of the Old, coming at this juncture, in a language understood alike in the court as in the camp, in the city as in the rural hamlet, was welcome to many, and its truths obtained a wider promulgation than perhaps had taken place since the publication of the Vulgate by Jerome. After passing a certain time in the school of the Barbs, it was not uncommon for the Waldensian youth to proceed to the seminaries in the great cities of Lombardy, or to the Sorbonne at Paris. There they saw other customs, were initiated into other studies, and had a wider horizon around them than in the seclusion of their native valleys. Many of them became expert dialecticians, and often made converts of the rich merchants with whom they traded, and the landlords in whose houses they lodged. The priests seldom cared to meet in argument the Waldensian missionary. To maintain the truth in their own mountains was not the only object of this people. They felt their relations to the rest of Christendom. They sought to drive back the darkness and reconquer the kingdoms which Rome had overwhelmed. They were an evangelistic as well as an evangelical church. It was an old law among them that all who took orders in their church should, before being eligible to a home charge, serve 3 years in the mission field. The youth on whose head the assembled Barbs laid their hands saw in prospect not a rich benefice, but a possible martyrdom. The ocean they did not cross. Their mission field was the realms that lay outspread at the foot of their own mountains. They went forth 2 and 2, concealing their real character under the guise of a secular profession, most commonly that of merchants or peddlers. They carried silks, jewelry, and other articles, at that time not easily purchasable save at distant marts, and they were welcomed as merchants where they would have been spurned as missionaries. The door of the cottage and the portal of the baron's castle stood equally open to them, but their address was mainly shown in vending, without money and without price, rarer and more valuable merchandise than the gems and silks which had procured them entrance. They took care to carry with them, concealed among their wares, or about their persons, portions of the Word of God, their own transcription commonly, and to this they would draw the attention of the inmates. When they sought a desire to possess it, they would freely make a gift of it where the means to purchase were absent. There was no kingdom of southern and central Europe to which these missionaries did not find their way, and where they did not leave traces of their visit in the disciples whom they made. On the west, they penetrated into Spain. In southern France, they found congenial fellow laborers in the Albigenses, by whom the seeds of truth were plentifully scattered over Dauphine and Languedoc. On the east, descending the Rhine and the Danube, they leavened Germany, Bohemia, and Poland with their doctrines, their track being marked with the edifices for worship and the stakes of martyrdom that arose around their steps. Even the 7-hilled city they feared not to enter, scattering the seed on ungenial soil, if perchance some of it might take root and grow. Their naked feet and coarse woolen garments made them somewhat marked figures in the streets of a city that clothed itself in purple and fine linen. And when their real errand was discovered, as sometimes chanced, the rulers of Christendom took care to further, in their own way, the springing of the seed by watering it with the blood of the men who had sowed it. Thus did the Bible in those ages, veiling its majesty and its mission, travel silently through Christendom, entering homes and hearts, and there making its abode. From her lofty seat, Rome looked down with contempt upon the book and its humble bearers. She aimed at bowing the necks of kings, thinking if they were obedient, meaner men would not dare revolt. And so she took little heed of a power which, weak as it seemed, was destined at a future day to break in pieces the fabric of her dominion. By and by she began to be uneasy, and to have a boding of calamity. The penetrating eye of Innocent III detected the quarter whence danger was to arise. He saw in the labors of these humble men the beginning of a movement which, if permitted to go on and gather strength, would one day sweep away all that it had taken the toils and intrigues of centuries to achieve. He straightway commenced those terrible crusades which wasted the sowers but watered the seed, and helped to bring on, at its appointed hour, the catastrophe which he sought to avert. Chapter 8. The Paulicians. Table of Contents. The Paulicians, the protesters against the Eastern, as the Waldenses against the Western apostasy. Their rise in AD 653. Constantine of Samosata, their tenet scriptural. Constantine stoned to death. Simeon succeeds, is put to death. Sergius, his missionary travels. Terrible persecutions. The Paulicians rise in arms. Civil war. The government triumphs. Dispersion of the Paulicians over the West. They blend with the Waldenses. Movement in the south of Europe. The troubadour, the barb, and the Bible. The three missionaries. Innocent III. The Crusades. Besides this central and main body of oppositionists to Rome, Protestants before Protestantism, placed here as in an impregnable fortress, upreared on purpose, in the very center of Roman Christendom, other communities and individuals arose, and maintained a continuous line of Protestant testimony all along to the 16th century. These we shall compendiously group and rapidly describe. First, there are the Paulicians. They occupy an analogous place in the East to that which the Waldenses held in the West. Some obscurity rests upon their origin. An additional mystery has on purpose been cast over it. But a fair and impartial examination of the matter leaves no doubt that the Paulicians are the remnant that escaped the apostasy of the Eastern Church, just as the Waldenses are the remnant saved from the apostasy of the Western Church. Doubt, too, has been thrown upon their religious opinions. They have been painted as a confederacy of Manichaeans, just as the Waldenses were branded as a synagogue of heretics. But in the former case, as in the latter, an examination of the matter satisfies us that these imputations had no sufficient foundation, that the Paulicians repudiated the errors imputed to them, and that as a body their opinions were in substantial agreement with the doctrine of Holy Writ. Nearly all the information we have of them is that which Petrus Siculus, their bitter enemy, has communicated. He visited them when they were in their most flourishing condition, and the account he has given of their distinguishing doctrines sufficiently proves that the Paulicians had rejected the leading errors of the Greek and Roman churches. But it fails to show that they had embraced the doctrine of Manes, or were justly liable to be styled Manichaeans. In AD 653, a deacon returning from captivity in Syria rested a night in the house of an Armenian named Constantine, who lived in the neighborhood of Samosata. On the morrow, before taking his departure, he presented his host with a copy of the New Testament. Constantine studied the sacred volume. A new light broke upon his mind. The errors of the Greek Church stood clearly revealed, and he instantly resolved to separate himself from so corrupt a communion. He drew others to the study of the Scriptures, and the same light shone into their minds which had irradiated his. Sharing his views, they shared with him his secession from the established church of the empire. It was the boast of this new party, now grown to considerable numbers, that they adhered to the Scriptures, and especially to the writings of Paul. "I am Silvanus," said Constantine, "and ye are Macedonians," intimating thereby that the gospel which he would teach, and they should learn, was that of Paul. Hence the name of Paulicians, a designation they would not have been ambitious to wear had their doctrine been Manichaean. These disciples multiplied. A congenial soil favored their increase, for in these same mountains, where are placed the sources of the Euphrates, the Nestorian remnant had found refuge. The attention of the government at Constantinople was at length turned to them, and persecution followed. Constantine, whose zeal, constancy, and piety had been amply tested by the labors of 27 years, was stoned to death. From his ashes arose a leader still more powerful. Simeon, an officer of the palace who had been sent with a body of troops to superintend his execution, was converted by his martyrdom, and, like Paul after the stoning of Stephen, forthwith began to preach the faith which he had once persecuted. Simeon ended his career, as Constantine had done, by sealing his testimony with his blood, the stake being planted beside the heap of stones piled above the ashes of Constantine. Still the Paulicians multiplied. Other leaders arose to fill the place of those who had fallen, and neither the anathemas of the hierarchy nor the sword of the state could check their growth. All through the 8th century, they continued to flourish. The worship of images was now the fashionable superstition in the Eastern Church, and the Paulicians rendered themselves still more obnoxious to the Greek authorities, lay and clerical, by the strenuous opposition which they offered to that idolatry of which the Greeks were the great advocates and patrons. This drew upon them yet sorer persecution. It was now, in the end of the 8th century, that the most remarkable perhaps of all their leaders, Sergius, rose to head them, a man of truly missionary spirit and of indomitable energy. Petrus Siculus has given us an account of the conversion of Sergius. We should take it for a satire, were it not for the manifest earnestness and simplicity of the writer. Siculus tells us that Satan appeared to Sergius in the shape of an old woman, and asked him why he did not read the New Testament. The tempter proceeded further to recite portions of Holy Writ, whereby Sergius was seduced to read the Scripture, and so perverted to heresy, and from sheep, says Siculus, turned numbers into wolves, and by their means ravaged the sheepfolds of Christ. During 34 years, and in the course of innumerable journeys, he preached the gospel from east to west, and converted great numbers of his countrymen. The result was more terrible persecutions, which were continued through successive reigns. Foremost in this work we find the Emperor Leo, the Patriarch Nicephorus, and notably the Empress Theodora. Under the latter it was affirmed, says Gibbon, that 100,000 Paulicians were extirpated by the sword, the gibbet, or the flames. It is admitted by the same historian that the chief guilt of many of those who were thus destroyed lay in their being iconoclasts. The sanguinary zeal of Theodora kindled a flame which had well-nigh consumed the empire of the East. The Paulicians, stung by these cruel injuries, now prolonged for 2 centuries, at last took up arms, as the Waldenses of Piedmont, the Hussites of Bohemia, and the Huguenots of France did in similar circumstances. They placed their camp in the mountains between Suez and Trebizond, and for 35 years, at 845, 880, the empire of Constantinople was afflicted with the calamities of civil war. Repeated victories, won over the troops of the emperor, crowned the arms of the Paulicians, and at length the insurgents were joined by the Saracens, who hung on the frontier of the empire. The flames of battle extended into the heart of Asia, and as it is impossible to restrain the ravages of the sword when once unsheathed, the Paulicians passed from a righteous defense to an inexcusable revenge. Entire provinces were wasted, opulent cities were sacked, ancient and famous churches were turned into stables, and troops of captives were held to ransom or delivered to the executioner. But it must not be forgotten that the original cause of these manifold miseries was the bigotry of the government and the zeal of the clergy for image worship. The fortune of war at last declared in favor of the troops of the emperor, and the insurgents were driven back into their mountains, where for a century afterwards they enjoyed a partial independence and maintained the profession of their religious faith. After this, the Paulicians were transported across the Bosphorus and settled in Thrace. This removal was begun by the Emperor Constantine Copronymus in the middle of the 8th century, was continued in successive colonies in the 9th, and completed about the end of the 10th. The shadow of the Saracenic woe was already blackening over the Eastern Empire, and God removed his witnesses betimes from the destined scene of judgment. The arrival of the Paulicians in Europe was regarded with favor rather than disapproval. Rome was becoming by her tyranny the terror, and by her profligacy the scandal of the West, and men were disposed to welcome whatever promised to throw additional weight into the opposing scale. The Paulicians soon spread themselves over Europe, and though no chronicle records their dispersion, the fact is attested by the sudden and simultaneous outbreak of their opinions in many of the Western countries. They mingled with the hosts of the Crusaders returning from the Holy Land through Hungary and Germany. They joined themselves to the caravans of merchants who entered the harbor of Venice and the gates of Lombardy, or they followed the Byzantine standard into southern Italy, and by these various routes settled themselves in the West. They incorporated with the pre-existing bodies of oppositionists, and from this time a new life is seen to animate the efforts of the Waldenses of Piedmont, the Albigenses of southern France, and of others who, in other parts of Europe, revolted by the growing superstitions, have begun to retrace their steps towards the primeval fountains of truth. Their opinions, says Gibbon, were silently propagated in Rome, Milan, and the kingdoms beyond the Alps. It was soon discovered that many thousand Catholics of every rank and of either sex had embraced the Manichaean heresy. From this point, the Paulician stream becomes blended with that of the other early confessors of the truth. To these we now return. When we cast our eyes over Europe in the 12th and 13th centuries, our attention is irresistibly riveted on the south of France. Their great movement is on the eve of breaking out. Cities and provinces are seen rising in revolt against the Church of Rome. Judging from the aspect of things on the surface, one would have inferred that all opposition to Rome had died out. Every succeeding century was deepening the foundations and widening the limits of the Romish Church, and it seemed now as if there awaited her ages of quiet and unchallenged dominion. It is at this moment that her power begins to totter, and though she will rise higher ere terminating her career, her decadence has already begun, and her fall may be postponed, but cannot be averted. But how do we account for the powerful movement that begins to show itself at the foot of the Alps, at a moment when, as it seems, every enemy has been vanquished and Rome has won the battle? To attack her now, seated as we behold her amid vassal kings, obedient nations, and entrenched behind a triple rampart of darkness, is surely to invite destruction. The causes of this movement have been long in silent operation. In fact, this was the very quarter of Christendom where opposition to the growing tyranny and superstitions of Rome might be expected first to show itself. Here it was that Polycarp and Irenaeus had labored, over all those goodly plains which the Rhone waters, and in those numerous cities and villages over which the Alps stretch their shadows, these apostolic men had planted Christianity. Hundreds of thousands of martyrs had here watered it with their blood, and though 1,000 years well nigh had passed since that day, the story of their terrible torments and heroic deaths had not been altogether forgotten. In the Cotillon Alps and the province of Languedoc, Vigilantius had raised his powerful protest against the errors of his times. This region was included, as we have seen, in the Diocese of Milan, and as a consequence, it enjoyed the light which shone on the south of the Alps long after churches not a few on the north of these mountains were plunged in darkness. In the 9th century, Claude of Turin had found in the Archbishop of Lyons, Agobardus, a man willing to entertain his views and to share his conflicts. Since that time the night had deepened here as everywhere else. But still, as may be conceived, there were memories of the past, there were seeds in the soil, which new forces might quicken and make to spring up. Such a force did now begin to act. It was, moreover, on this spot, and among these peoples, the best prepared of all the nations of the West, that the Word of God was first published in the vernacular. When the Romance version of the New Testament was issued, the people that sat in darkness saw a great light. This was in fact a second giving of divine revelation to the nations of Europe. For the early Saxon renderings of portions of Holy Writ had fallen aside and gone utterly into disuse. And though Jerome's translation, the Vulgate, was still known, it was in Latin, now a dead language, and its use was confined to the priests, who though they possessed it cannot be said to have known it. For the reverence paid it lay in the rich illuminations of its writing, in the gold and gems of its binding, and the curiously carved and costly cabinets in which it was locked up. and not in the earnestness with which its pages were studied. Now the nations of southern Europe could read, each in the tongue wherein he was born, the wonderful works of God. This inestimable boon they owed to Peter Valdez or Waldo, a rich merchant in Lyons, who had been awakened to serious thought by the sudden death of a companion, according to some, by the chance lay of a traveling troubadour, according to others. We can imagine the wonder and joy of these people when this light broke upon them through the clouds that environed them. But we must not picture to ourselves a diffusion of the Bible in those ages, at all so wide and rapid as would take place in our day when copies could be so easily multiplied by the printing press. Each copy was laboriously produced by the pen. Its price corresponded to the time and labor expended in its production. It had to be carried long distances, often by slow and uncertain conveyances. And last of all, it had to encounter the frowns and ultimately the prohibitory edicts of a hostile hierarchy. But there were compensatory advantages. Difficulties but tended to whet the desire of the people to obtain the book, and when once their eyes lighted on its page, its truths made the deeper an impression on their minds. It stood out in its sublimity from the fables on which they had been fed. The conscience felt that a greater than man was speaking from its page. Each copy served scores and hundreds of readers. Besides, if the mechanical appliances were lacking to those ages, which the progress of invention has conferred on ours, there existed a living machinery which worked indefatigably. The Bible was sung in the lays of troubadours and minzingers. It was recited in the sermons of barbs. And these efforts reacted on the book from which they had sprung, by leading men to the yet more earnest perusal and the yet wider diffusion of it. The troubadour, the barb, and, mightiest of all, the Bible, were the three missionaries that traversed the south of Europe. Disciples were multiplied. Congregations were formed. Barons, cities, provinces joined the movement. It seemed as if the Reformation was come. Not yet. Rome had not filled up her cup, nor had the nations of Europe that full and woeful demonstration they have since received, how crushing to liberty, to knowledge, to order, is her yoke, to induce them to join universally in the struggle to break it. Besides, it happened, as has often been seen at historic crises of the papacy, that a pope equal to the occasion filled the papal throne. Of remarkable vigor, of dauntless spirit, and of sanguinary temper, Innocent III. But too truly guessed the character and divined the issue of the movement. He sounded the tocsin of persecution. Mail-clad abbots, lordly prelates, who wielded by turns the crozier, the scepter, and the sword. Barons and counts ambitious of enlarging their domains, and mobs eager to wreak their savage fanaticism on their neighbors, whose persons they hated and whose goods they coveted, assembled at the pontiff's summons. Fire and sword speedily did the work of extermination. Where before had been seen smiling provinces, flourishing cities, and a numerous, virtuous, and orderly population, there was now a blackened and silent desert. That nothing might be lacking to carry on this terrible work, Innocent III set up the tribunal of the Inquisition. Behind the soldiers of the cross marched the monks of Saint Dominic, and what escaped the sword of the one perished by the racks of the other. In one of those dismal tragedies, not fewer than 100,000 persons are said to have been destroyed. Over wide areas not a living thing was left. All were given to the sword. Mounds of ruins and ashes alone marked the spot where cities and villages had formerly stood. But this violence recoiled in the end on the power which had employed it. It did not extinguish the movement, it but made the roots strike deeper, to spring up again, and each time with greater vigor and over a wider area, till at last it was seen that Rome by these deeds was only preparing for Protestantism a more glorious triumph, and for herself a more signal overthrow. But these events are too intimately connected with the early history of Protestantism, and they too truly depict the genius and policy of that power against which Protestantism found it so hard a matter to struggle into existence, to be passed over in silence, or dismissed with a mere general description. We must go a little into detail. Chapter 9. Crusades against the Albigenses. Table of Contents. Rome, founded on the dogma of persecution, begins to act upon it, territory of the Albigenses, Innocent III. Persecuting edicts of councils. Crusade preached by the monks of Citeaux. First crusade launched. Paradise, Simon de Montfort. Raymond of Toulouse. His territories overrun and devastated. Crusade against Raymond Roger of Béziers. Burning of his towns. Massacre of their inhabitants. Destruction of the Albigenses. The torch of persecution was fairly kindled in the beginning of the 13th century. Those baleful fires, which had smoldered since the fall of the empire, were now relighted, but it must be noted that this was the act not of the state but of the Church. Rome had founded her dominion upon the dogma of persecution. She sustained herself, lord of the conscience. Out of this prolific but pestiferous root came a whole century of fulminating edicts, to be followed by centuries of blazing piles. It could not be but that this maxim, placed at the foundation of her system, should inspire and mold the whole policy of the Church of Rome. Divine mistress of the conscience and of the faith, she claimed the exclusive right to prescribe to every human being what he was to believe, and to pursue with temporal and spiritual terrors every form of worship different from her own, till she had chased it out of the world. The first exemplification, on a great scale, of her office which she gave mankind was the Crusades. As the professors of an impure creed, she pronounced sentence of extermination on the Saracens of the Holy Land. She sent thither some millions of crusaders to execute her ban, and the lands, cities, and wealth of the slaughtered infidels she bestowed upon her Orthodox sons. If it was right to apply this principle to one pagan country, we do not see what should hinder Rome, unless indeed lack of power, from sending her missionaries to every land where infidelity and heresy prevailed, emptying them of their evil creed and their evil inhabitants together, and repeopling them anew with a pure race from within her own orthodox pale. But now the fervor of the Crusades had begun sensibly to abate. The result had not responded either to the expectations of the Church that had planned them, or to the masses that had carried them out. The golden crowns of paradise have been all duly bestowed, doubtless, but of course on those of the Crusaders only who had fallen. The survivors had as yet inherited little save wounds, poverty, and disease. The Church, too, began to see that the zeal and blood which were being so freely expended on the shores of Asia might be turned to better account nearer home. The Albigenses and other sects springing up at her door were more dangerous foes of the papacy than the Saracens of the distant East. For a while the popes saw with comparative indifference the growth of these religious communities. They dreaded no harm from bodies apparently so insignificant, and even entertained at times the thought of grafting them on their own system as separate orders or as resuscitating and purifying forces. With the advent of Innocent III, however, came a new policy. He perceived that the principles of these communities were wholly alien in their nature to those of the papacy, that they never could be made to work in concert with it, and that if left to develop themselves, they would most surely effect its overthrow. Accordingly, the cloud of exterminating vengeance which rolled in the skies of the world, whithersoever he was pleased to command, was ordered to halt, to return westward, and discharge its chastisement on the south of Europe. Let's take a glance at the region which this dreadful tempest is about to smite. The France of those days, instead of forming an entire monarchy, was parted into 4 grand divisions. It is the most southerly of the 4, or Narbonne Gaul, to which our attention is now to be turned. This was an ample and goodly territory, stretching from the Dauphinese Alps on the east to the Pyrenees on the southwest, and comprising the modern provinces of Dauphine, Provence, Languedoc, or Gascony. It was watered throughout by the Rhone, which descended upon it from the north, and it was washed along its southern boundary by the Mediterranean. Occupied by an intelligent population, it had become under their skillful husbandry one vast expanse of cornland and vineyard, of fruit and forest tree. To the riches of the soil were added the wealth of commerce, in which the inhabitants were tempted to engage by the proximity of the sea and the neighborhood of the Italian republics. Above all, its people were addicted to the pursuits of art and poetry. It was the land of the troubadour. It was further embellished by the numerous castles of a powerful nobility, who spent their time in elegant festivities and gay tournaments. But better things than poetry and feats of mimic war flourished here. The towns, formed into communes and placed under municipal institutions, enjoyed no small measure of freedom. The lively and poetic genius of the people had enabled them to form a language of their own, namely, the Provençal. In richness of vocables, softness of cadence, and picturesqueness of idiom, the Provençal excelled all the languages of Europe and promised to become the universal tongue of Christendom. Best of all, a pure Christianity was developing in the region. It was here, on the banks of the Rhone, that Irenaeus and the other early apostles of Gaul had labored, and the seeds which their hands had deposited in its soil, watered by the blood of martyrs who had fought in the first ranks in the terrible combats of those days, had never wholly perished. Influences of recent birth had helped to quicken these seeds into a second growth. Foremost among these was the translation of the New Testament into the Provençal, the earliest, as we have shown, of all our modern versions of the Scriptures. The barons protected the people in their evangelical sentiments, some because they shared their opinions, others because they found them to be industrious and skillful cultivators of their lands. A cordial welcome awaited the troubadour at their castle gates. He departed loaded with gifts, and he enjoyed the baron's protection as he passed on through the cities and villages, concealing, not unfrequently, the colporteur and missionary under the guise of the songster. The hour of a great revolt against Rome appeared to be near. Surrounded by the fostering influences of art, intelligence, and liberty, primitive Christianity was here powerfully developing itself. It seemed verily that the 13th, and not the 16th century, would be the date of the Reformation, and that its cradle would be placed not in Germany, but in the south of France. The penetrating and far-seeing eye of Innocent III saw all this very clearly. Not at the foot of the Alps and the Pyrenees only did he detect a new life. In other countries of Europe, in Italy, in Spain, in Flanders, in Hungary, wherever, in short, dispersion had driven the sectaries, he discovered the same fermentation below the surface, the same incipient revolt against the papal power. He resolved without loss of time to grapple with and crush the movement. He issued an edict enjoining the extermination of all heretics. Cities would be drowned in blood, kingdoms would be laid waste, art and civilization would perish, and the progress of the world would be rolled back for centuries, but not otherwise could the movement be arrested and Rome saved. A long series of persecuting edicts and canons paved the way for these horrible butcheries. The Council of Toulouse, in 1119, presided over by Pope Calixtus II, pronounced a general excommunication upon all who held the sentiments of the Albigenses, cast them out of the church, delivered them to the sword of the state to be punished, and included in the same condemnation all who should afford them defense or protection. This canon was renewed in the Second General Council of Lateran, 1139, under Innocent II. Each succeeding council strove to excel its predecessor in its sanguinary and pitiless spirit. The Council of Tours, 1163, under Alexander III, stripped the heretics of their goods, forbade, under peril of excommunication, any to relieve them, and left them to perish without succor. The Third General Council of Lateran, 1179, under Alexander III, enjoined princes to make war upon them, to take their possessions for a spoil, to reduce their persons to slavery, and to withhold from them Christian burial. The Fourth General Council of Lateran bears the stern and comprehensive stamp of the man under whom it was held. The council commanded princes to take an oath to extirpate heretics from their dominions, fearing that some, for motives of self-interest, might hesitate to destroy the more industrious of their subjects. The council sought to quicken their obedience by appealing to their avarice. It made over the heritages of the excommunicated to those who should carry out the sentence pronounced upon them. Still further to stimulate to this pious work, the council rewarded a service of 40 days in it with the same ample indulgences which had aforetime been bestowed on those who serve in the distant and dangerous crusades of Syria. If any prince should still hold back, he was himself, after a year's grace, to be smitten with excommunication. His vassals were to be loosed from their allegiance, and his lands given to whoever had the will or the power to seize them, after having first purged them of heresy. That this work of extirpation might be thoroughly done, the bishops were empowered to make an annual visitation of their dioceses, to institute a very close search for heretics, and to extract an oath from the leading inhabitants that they would report to the ecclesiastics from time to time those among their neighbors and acquaintances who had strayed from the faith. It is hardly necessary to say that it is Innocent III who speaks in this council. It was assembled in his palace of the Lateran in 1215. It was one of the most brilliant councils that ever were convened, being composed of 800 abbots and priors, 400 bishops, besides patriarchs, deputies, and ambassadors from all nations. It was opened by Innocent in person, with a discourse from the words, "With desire have I desired to eat this Passover with you." We cannot pursue farther this series of terrific edicts, which runs on till the end of the century and into the next. Each is like that which went before it, save only that it surpasses it in cruelty and terror. The fearful pillagings and massacrings which instantly followed in the south of France, and which were reenacted in following centuries in all the countries of Christendom, were but two faithful transcripts, both in spirit and letter, of these ecclesiastical enactments. Meanwhile, we must note that it is out of the chair of the Pope, out of the dogma that the Church is mistress of the conscience, that this river of blood is seen to flow. 3 years was this storm in gathering. Its first heralds were the monks of Citeaux, sent abroad by Innocent III, in 1206, to preach the crusade throughout France and the adjoining kingdoms. There followed St. Dominic and his band, who traveled on foot, 2 and 2, with full powers from the Pope to search out heretics, dispute with them, and set a mark on those who were to be burned when opportunity should offer. In this mission of Inquisition, we see the first beginnings of a tribunal, which came afterwards to bear the terrible name of the Inquisition. These gave themselves to the work with an ardor which had not been equaled since the times of Peter the Hermit. The fiery orders of the Vatican but too easily succeeded in kindling the fanaticism of the masses. War was at all times the delight of the peoples among whom this mission was discharged. But to engage in this war, what dazzling temptations were held out! The foes they were to march against were accursed of God and the Church. To shed their blood was to wash away their own sins. It was to atone for all the vices and crimes of a lifetime. And then to think of the dwellings of the Albigenses, replenished with elegances and stored with wealth, and of their fields blooming with the richest cultivation, all to become the lawful spoil of the crossed invader. But this was only a first installment of a great and brilliant recompense in the future. They had the word of the Pope that at the moment of death they should find the angels prepared to carry them aloft, the gates of paradise open for their entrance, and the crowns and delights of the upper world waiting their choice. The crusader of the previous century had to buy forgiveness with a great sum. He had to cross the sea, to face the Saracen, to linger out years amid unknown toils and perils, and to return, if he should ever return, with broken health and ruined fortune. But now a campaign of 40 days in one's own country, involving no hardship and very little risk, was all that was demanded for one's eternal salvation. Never before had paradise been so cheap. The preparations for this war of extermination went on throughout the years 1207 and 1208. Like the mutterings of the distant thunder or the hoarse roar of ocean when the tempest is rising, the dreadful sounds filled Europe, and their echoes reached the doomed provinces, where they were heard with terror. In the spring of 1209, these armed fanatics were ready to march. One body had assembled at Lyons. Led by Arnold, abbot of Citeaux and legate of the Pope, it descended by the valley of the Rhone. A second army gathered in the Agenois under the Archbishop of Bordeaux. A third horde of militant pilgrims marshaled in the north, the subjects of Philip Augustus, and at their head marched the Bishop of Puy. The near neighbors of the Albigenses rose in a body and swelled this already overgrown host. The chief director of this sacred war was the papal legate, the abbot of Citeaux. Its chief military commander was Simon de Montfort, Earl of Leicester, a French nobleman, who had practiced war and learnt cruelty in the Crusades of the Holy Land. In putting himself at the head of these crossed and fanatical hordes, he was influenced, it is believed, quite as much by a covetous greed of the ample and rich territories of Raymond, Count of Toulouse, as by hatred of the heresy that Raymond was suspected of protecting. The number of crusaders who now put themselves in motion is variously estimated at from 50,000 to 500,000. The former is the reckoning of the abbot of Vaux-Cernay, the popish chronicler of the war, but his calculation, says Sismondi, does not include the ignorant and fanatical multitude which followed each preacher armed with scythes and clubs, and promised to themselves that if they were not in a condition to combat the knights of Languedoc, they might, at least, be able to murder the women and children of the heretics. This overwhelming host precipitated itself upon the estates of Raymond VI, Count of Toulouse. Seeing the storm approach, he was seized with dread, wrote submissive letters to Rome, and offered to accept whatever terms the papal legate might please to dictate. As the price of his reconciliation, he had to deliver up to the Pope 7 of his strongest towns, to appear at the door of the church, where the dead body of the legate Castelnau, who had been murdered in his dominions, lay, and to be there beaten with rods. Next, a rope was put about his neck, and he was dragged by the legate to the tomb of the friar, in the presence of several bishops and an immense multitude of spectators. After all this, he was obliged to take the cross, and join with those who were seizing and plundering his cities, massacring his subjects, and carrying fire and sword throughout his territories. Stung by these humiliations and calamities, he again changed sides. But his resolution to brave the papal wrath came too late. He was again smitten with interdict. His possessions were given to Simon de Montfort, and in the end he saw himself reft of all. Among the princes of the region now visited with this devastating scourge, the next in rank and influence to the Count of Toulouse was the young Raymond Roger, Viscount of Béziers. Every day this horde of murderers drew nearer and nearer to his territories. Submission would only invite destruction. He hastened to put his kingdom into a posture of defense. His vassals were numerous and valiant. Their fortified castles covered the face of the country. Of his towns, too, Béziers and Carcassonne were of great size and strength, and he judged that in these circumstances it was not too rash to hope to turn the brunt of the impending tempest. He called round him his armed knights, and told them that his purpose was to fight. Many of them were papists, as he himself was. But he pointed to the character of the hordes that were approaching, who made it their sole business to drown the earth in blood, without much distinction whether it was Catholic or Albigensian blood that they spilled. His knights applauded the resolution of their young and brave liege lord. The castles were garrisoned and provisioned. The peasantry of the surrounding districts gathered into them, and the cities were provided against a siege. Placing in Béziers a number of valiant knights, and telling the inhabitants that their only hope of safety lay in making a stout defense, Raymond shut himself up in Carcassonne and waited the approach of the army of crusaders. Onward came the host. Before them a smiling country, in their rear a piteous picture of devastation. Battered castles, the blackened walls and towers of silent cities, homesteads in ashes, and a desert scathed with fire and stained with blood. In the middle of July, 1209, the three bodies of crusaders arrived and sat down under the walls of Béziers. The stoutest heart among its citizens quailed, as they surveyed from the ramparts this host that seemed to cover the face of the earth. So great was the assemblage, says the old chronicle, both of tents and pavilions, that it appeared as if all the world was collected there. Astonished but not daunted, the men of Béziers made a rush upon the pilgrims before they should have time to fortify their encampment. It was all in vain the assault was repelled, and the crusaders, mingling with the citizens as they hurried back to the town in broken crowds, entered the gates along with them, and Béziers was in their hands before they had even formed the plan of attack. The knights inquired of the papal legate, the abbot of Citeaux, how they might distinguish the Catholics from the heretics. Arnold at once cut the knot which time did not suffice to loose by the following reply, which has since become famous: "Kill all. Kill all. The Lord will know his own." The bloody work now began. The ordinary population of Béziers was some 15,000. At this moment, it could not be less than 4 times its usual number, for being the capital of the province, and a place of great strength. The inhabitants of the country and the open villages had been collected into it. The multitude, when they saw that the city was taken, fled to the churches and began to toll the bells by way of supplication. This only the sooner drew upon themselves the swords of the assassins. The wretched citizens were slaughtered in a trice. Their dead bodies covered the floor of the church. They were piled in heaps round the altar. Their blood flowed in torrents at the door. 7,000 dead bodies, says Sismondi, were counted in the Magdalen alone. When the Crusaders had massacred the last living creature in Béziers and had pillaged the houses of all that they thought worth carrying off, they set fire to the city in every part at once and reduced it to a vast funeral pile. Not a house remained standing, not one human being alive. Historians differ as to the number of victims. The abbot of Citeaux, feeling some shame for the butchery which he had ordered, in his letter to Innocent III, reduces it to 15,000. Others make it amount to 60,000. The terrible fate which had overtaken Béziers, in one day converted into a mound of ruins dreary and silent as any on the plain of Chaldea, told the other towns and villages the destiny that awaited them. The inhabitants, terror-stricken, fled to the woods and caves. Even the strong castles were left tenantless, their defenders deeming it vain to think of opposing so furious and overwhelming a host. Pillaging, burning, and massacring as they had a mind, the Crusaders advanced to Carcassonne, where they arrived on the LST of August. The city stood on the right bank of the Aude. Its fortifications were strong, its garrison numerous and brave, and the young Count, Raymond Roger, was at their head. The assailants advanced to the walls, but met a stout resistance. The defenders poured upon them streams of boiling water and oil, and crushed them with great stones and projectiles. The attack was again and again renewed, but was as often repulsed. Meanwhile, the 40-day service was drawing to an end, and bands of crusaders, having fulfilled their term and earned heaven, were departing to their homes. The papal legate, seeing the host melting away, judged it perfectly right to call Wyles to the aid of his arms. Holding out to Raymond Roger the hope of an honorable capitulation, and swearing to respect his liberty, Arnold induced the Viscount, with 300 of his knights, to present himself at his tent. The latter, says Sismondi, profoundly penetrated with the maxim of Innocent III, that to keep faith with those that have it not is an offense against the faith, caused the young Viscount to be arrested, with all the knights who had followed him. When the garrison saw that their leader had been imprisoned, they resolved, along with the inhabitants, to make their escape overnight by a secret passage known only to themselves, a cavern 3 leagues in length, extending from Carcassonne to the towers of Cabards. The Crusaders were astonished on the morrow, when not a man could be seen upon the walls, and still more mortified was the papal legate to find that his prey had escaped him, for his purpose was to make a bonfire of the city, with every man, woman, and child within it. But if this greater revenge was now out of his reach, he did not disdain a smaller one still in his power. He collected a body of some 450 persons, partly fugitives from Carcassonne whom he had captured, and partly the 300 knights who had accompanied the Viscount, and of these he burned 400 alive, and the remaining 50 he hanged. Chapter 10. Erection of Tribunal of Inquisition. Table of Contents. The Crusades still continued in the Albigensian territory. Council of Toulouse, 1229, organizes the Inquisition, condemns the reading of the Bible in the vernacular. Gregory IX, 1233, further perfects the organization of the Inquisition and commits it to the Dominicans. The Crusades continued. Under the form of the Inquisition, these butcheries, the deliberate act of Rome, revived and sanctioned by her in our own day, Protestantism of 13th century crushed, not alone, final ends. The main object of the Crusades was now accomplished. The principalities of Raymond VI, Count of Toulouse, and Raymond Roger, Viscount of Béziers, had been purged and made over to that faithful son of the Church, Simon de Montfort. The lands of the Count of Foy were likewise overrun, and joined with the neighboring provinces in a common desolation. The Viscount of Narbonne contrived to avoid a visit of the Crusaders, but at the price of becoming himself the Grand Inquisitor of his dominions, and purging them with laws even more rigorous than the Church demanded. The 20 years that followed were devoted to the cruel work of rooting out any seeds of heresy that might possibly yet remain in the soil. Every year, a crowd of monks issued from the convents of Citeaux, and, taking possession of the pulpits, preached a new crusade. For the same easy service, they offered the same prodigious reward, paradise, and the consequence was that every year a new wave of fanatics gathered and rolled toward the devoted provinces. The villages and the woods were searched, and some gleanings, left from the harvests of previous years, were found and made food for the gibbets and stakes that in such dismal array covered the face of the country. The first instigators of these terrible proceedings, Innocent III, Simon de Montfort, the abbot of Citeaux, soon passed from the scene, but the tragedies they had begun went on. In the lands which the Albigenses, now all but extinct, had once peopled, and which they had so greatly enriched by their industry and adorned by their art, blood never ceased to flow, nor the flames to devour their victims. It would be remote from the object of our history to enter here into details, but we must dwell a little on the events of 1229. This year a council was held at Toulouse under the papal legate, the Cardinal of St. Angelo. The foundation of the Inquisition had already been laid. Innocent III and Street Dominic share between them the merit of this good work. In the year of the Fourth Lateran, 1215, St. Dominic received the pontiff's commission to judge and deliver to punishment apostate and relapsed and obstinate heretics. This was the Inquisition, though lacking as yet its full organization and equipment. That Street Dominic died before it was completed alters not the question touching his connection with its authorship, though of late a vindication of him has been attempted on this ground, only by shifting the guilt to his church. The fact remains that St. Dominic accompanied the armies of Simon de Montfort, that he delivered the Albigenses to the secular judge to be put to death. In short, worked the Inquisition so far as it had received shape and form in his day. But the Council of Toulouse still further perfected the organization and developed the working of this terrible tribunal. It erected in every city a council of inquisitors consisting of 1 priest and 3 laymen, whose business it was to search for heretics in towns, houses, cellars, and other lurking places, as also in caves, woods, and fields, and to denounce them to the bishops, lords, or their bailiffs. Once discovered, a summary but dreadful ordeal conducted them to the stake. The houses of heretics were to be razed to their foundations, and the ground on which they stood condemned and confiscated, for heresy, like the leprosy, polluted the very stones and timber and soil. Lords were held responsible for the orthodoxy of their estates, and so far also for those of their neighbors. If remiss in their search, the sharp admonition of the Church soon quickened their diligence. A last will and testament was of no validity unless a priest had been by when it was made. A physician suspected was forbidden to practice. All above the age of 14 were required on oath to abjure heresy and to aid in the search for heretics. As a fitting appendage to those tyrannical acts, and a sure and lasting evidence of the real source whence that thing called heresy, on the extirpation of which they were so intent, was derived, the same council condemned the reading of the Holy Scriptures. We prohibit, says the 14th canon, the laics from having the books of the Old and New Testament, unless it be at most that any one wishes to have, from devotion, a Psalter, a breviary for the divine offices, or the hours of the Blessed Mary. But we forbid them in the most express manner to have the above books translated into the vulgar tongue. In 1233, Pope Gregory IX issued a bull by which he confided the working of the Inquisition to the Dominicans. He appointed as legate the Bishop of Tournai to carry out the bull in the way of completing the organization of that tribunal, which has since become the terror of Christendom, and which has caused to perish such a prodigious number of human beings. In discharge of his commission, the bishop named 2 Dominicans in Toulouse, and 2 in each city of the province, to form the Tribunal of the Faith, and soon, under the warm patronage of St. Louis, Louis IX of France, this court was extended to the whole kingdom. An instruction was at the same time furnished to the inquisitors, in which the bishop enumerated the errors of the heretics. The document bears undesigned testimony to the scriptural faith of the men whom the newly erected court was meant to root out. In the exposition made by the Bishop of Tournai of the errors of the Albigenses, says Sismondi, we find nearly all the principles upon which Luther and Calvin founded the Reformation of the 16th century. Although the Crusades, as hitherto waged, were now ended, they continued under the more dreadful form of the Inquisition. We say more dreadful form, for not so terrible was the Crusader's sword as the Inquisitor's rack, and to die fighting in the open field or on the ramparts of the beleaguered city was a fate less horrible than to expire amid prolonged and excruciating tortures in the dungeons of the Holy Office. The tempests of the Crusades, however terrible, had yet their intermissions. They burst, passed away, and left a breathing space between their explosions. Not so the Inquisition. It worked on, day and night, century after century, with a regularity that was appalling. With steady march, it extended its area, till at last it embraced almost all the countries of Europe and kept piling up its dead year by year in ever larger and ghastlier heaps. These awful tragedies were the sole and deliberate acts of the Church of Rome. She planned them in solemn council. She enunciated them in dogma and canon, and in executing them, she claimed to act as the vicegerent of heaven, who had power to save or to destroy nations. Never can that church be in fairer circumstances than she was then for displaying her true genius and showing what she holds to be her real rights. She was in the noon of her power. She was free from all coercion, whether of force or of fear. She could afford to be magnanimous and tolerant were it possible she ever could be so. Yet the sword was the only argument she condescended to employ. She blew the trumpet of vengeance, summoned to arms the half of Europe, and crushed the rising forces of reason and religion under an avalanche of savage fanaticism. In our own day, all these horrible deeds have been reviewed, ratified, and sanctioned by the same church that 6 centuries ago enacted them. First in the syllabus of 1864, which expressly vindicates the ground on which these crusades were done, namely, that the Church of Rome possesses the supremacy of both powers, the spiritual and the temporal, that she has the right to employ both swords in the extirpation of heresy, that in the exercise of this right in the past she never exceeded by a hair's breadth her just prerogatives, and that what she has done aforetime she may do in time to come, as often as occasion shall require and opportunity may serve. And, secondly, they have been endorsed over again by the decree of infallibility, which declares that the popes who planned, ordered, and by their bishops and monks executed all these crimes, were in these, as in all their other official acts, infallibly guided by inspiration. The plea that it was the 13th century when these horrible butcheries were committed, every one sees to be wholly inadmissible. An infallible church has no need to wait for the coming of the lights of philosophy and science. Her sun is always in the zenith. The 13th and the 19th century are the same to her, for she is just as infallible in the one as in the other. So fell, smitten down by this terrible blow, to rise no more in the same age and among the same people, the Protestantism of the 13th century. It did not perish alone. All the regenerative forces of a social and intellectual kind, which Protestantism, even at that early stage, had evoked were rooted out along with it. Letters had begun to refine, liberty to emancipate, art to beautify, and commerce to enrich the region. But all were swept away by a vengeful power that was regardless of what it destroyed, provided only it reached its end in the extirpation of Protestantism. How changed the region from what it once was! There the song of the troubadour was heard no more. No more was the gallant knight seen riding forth to display his prowess in the gay tournament. No more were the cheerful voices of the reaper and grape-gatherer heard in the fields. The rich harvests of the region were trodden into the dust. Its fruitful vines and flourishing olive trees were torn up. Hamlet and city were swept away. Ruins, blood, and ashes covered the face of this now purified land. But Rome was not able, with all her violence, to arrest the movement of the human mind. So far as it was religious, she but scattered the sparks to break out on a wider area at a future day. And so far as it was intellectual, she but forced it into another channel. Instead of Albigensianism, scholasticism now arose in France, which, after flourishing for some centuries in the schools of Paris, passed into the skeptical philosophy, and that again, in our day, into atheistic communism. It will be curious if in the future the progeny should cross the path of the parent. It turned out that this enforced halt of 3 centuries, after all, resulted only in the goal being more quickly reached. While the movement paused, instrumentalities of prodigious power, unknown to that age, were being prepared to give quicker transmission and wider diffusion to the divine principle when next it should show itself. And, further, a more robust and capable stock than the Romanesque, namely, the Teutonic, was silently growing up, destined to receive the heavenly graft, and to shoot forth on every side larger boughs, to cover Christendom with their shadow and solace it with their fruits. Chapter 11. Protestants before Protestantism. Table of Contents. Berengarius, the first opponent of transubstantiation, numerous councils condemn him. His recantation, the martyrs of Orleans, their confession, their condemnation and martyrdom. Peter de Bruys and the Petrobrusians. Henri, effects of his eloquence. St. Bernard sent to oppose him. Henri apprehended. His fate unknown. Arnold of Brescia, birth and education. His picture of his times. His scheme of reform. Inveighs against the wealth of the hierarchy. His popularity condemned by Innocent II, and banished from Italy. Returns on the Pope's death. Labors 10 years in Rome. Demands the separation of the temporal and spiritual authority. Adrian IV. He suppresses the movement. Arnold is burned. In pursuing to an end the history of the Albigensian Crusades, we have been carried somewhat beyond the point of time at which we had arrived. We now return. A succession of lights which shine out at intervals amid the darkness of the ages guides our eye onward. In the middle of the 11th century appears Berengarius of Tours in France. He is the first public opponent of transubstantiation. A century had now passed since the monk, Paschasius Radbertus, had hatched that astounding dogma. In an age of knowledge, such a tenet would have subjected its author to the suspicion of lunacy. But in times of darkness like those in which this opinion first issued from the convent of Corbeil, the more mysterious the doctrine, the more likely was it to find believers. The words of Scripture, "This is my body," torn from their context and held up before the eyes of ignorant men, seemed to give some countenance to the tenet. Besides, it was the interest of the priesthood to believe it, and to make others believe it too, for the gift of working a prodigy like this invested them with a superhuman power, and gave them immense reverence in the eyes of the people. The battle that Berengarius now opened enables us to judge of the wide extent which the belief in transubstantiation had already acquired. Everywhere in France, in Germany, in Italy, we find a commotion arising on the appearance of its opponent. We see bishops bestirring themselves to oppose his impious and sacrilegious heresy, and numerous councils convoked to condemn it. The Council of Vercelli in 1049, under Leo IX, which was attended by many foreign prelates, condemned it, and in doing so condemned also, as Berengarius maintained, the doctrine of Ambrose, of Augustine, and of Jerome. There followed a succession of councils. At Paris, 1050, at Tours, 1055, at Rome, 1059, at Rouen, 1063, at Poitiers, 1075, and again at Rome, 1078, at all of which the opinions of Berengarius were discussed and condemned. This shows us how eager Rome was to establish the fiction of Paschasius, and the alarm she felt lest the adherents of Berengarius should multiply, and her dogma be extinguished before it had time to establish itself. Twice did Berengarius appear before the famous Hildebrand. First in the Council of Tours, where Hildebrand filled the post of papal legate, and secondly at the Council of Rome, where he presided as Gregory VII. The piety of Berengarius was admitted, his eloquence was great, but his courage was not equal to his genius and convictions. When brought face to face with the stake, he shrank from the fire. A second and a third time did he recant his opinions. He even sealed his recantation, according to Dupin, with his subscription and oath. But no sooner was he back again in France than he began publishing his old opinions anew. Numbers in all the countries of Christendom, who had not accepted the fiction of Paschasius, broke silence, emboldened by the stand made by Berengarius, and declared themselves of the same sentiments. Matthew of Westminster, 1087, says that Berengarius of Tours, being fallen into heresy, had already almost corrupted all the French, Italians, and English. His great opponent was Lanfranc, Archbishop of Canterbury, who attacked him not on the head of transubstantiation only, but as guilty of all the heresies of the Waldenses, and as maintaining with them that the Church remained with them alone, and that Rome was the congregation of the wicked and the seat of Satan. Berengarius died in his bed, 1088, expressing deep sorrow for the weakness and dissimulation which had tarnished his testimony for the truth. His followers, says Mosheim, were numerous, as his fame was illustrious. We come to a nobler band. At Orleans there flourished, in the beginning of the 11th century, two canons, Stephen and Lesoy, distinguished by their rank, revered for their learning, and beloved for their numerous almsgivings. Taught of the Spirit and the Word, these men cherished in secret the faith of the first ages. They were betrayed by a feigned disciple named Ariphast. Craving to be instructed in the things of God, he seemed to listen not with the ear only, but with the heart also, as the two canons discoursed to him of the corruption of human nature and the renewal of the Spirit, of the vanity of praying to the saints, and the folly of thinking to find salvation in baptism, or the literal flesh of Christ in the Eucharist. His earnestness seemed to become yet greater when they promised him that if, forsaking these broken cisterns, he would come to the Savior himself, he should have living water to drink and celestial bread to eat, and, filled with the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, would never know want again. Ariphast heard these things, and returned with his report to those who had sent him. A council of the bishops of Orleans was immediately summoned, presided over by King Robert of France. The two canons were brought before it. The pretended disciple now became the accuser. The canons confessed boldly the truth which they had long held. The arguments and threats of the council were alike powerless to change their belief or to shake their resolution. As to the burning threatened, says one, they made light of it even as if persuaded that they would come out of it unhurt. Wearied, it would seem, with the futile reasonings of their enemies, and desirous of bringing the matter to an issue, they gave their final answer thus: You may say these things to those whose taste is earthly, and who believe the figments of men written on parchment. But to us who have the law written on the inner man by the Holy Spirit, and savor nothing but what we learn from God, the Creator of all, ye speak things vain and unworthy of the deity. Put therefore an end to your words. Do with us even as you wish. Even now we see our King reigning in the heavenly places, who with his right hand is conducting us to immortal triumphs and heavenly joys. They were condemned as Manichaeans. Had they been so indeed, Rome would have visited them with contempt, not with persecution. She was too wise to pursue with fire and sword a thing so shadowy as Manichaeism, which she knew could do her no manner of harm. The power that confronted her in these two canons and their disciples came from another sphere, hence the rage with which she assailed it. These two martyrs were not alone in their death. Of the citizens of Orleans, there were 10, some say 12, who shared their faith and who were willing to share their stake. They were first stripped of their clerical vestments, then buffeted like their master, then smitten with rods. The queen, who was present, setting the example in these acts of violence by striking one of them and putting out his eye. Finally, they were led outside the city, where a great fire had been kindled to consume them. They entered the flames with a smile upon their faces together. This little company of 14 stood at the stake, and when the fire had set them free, together they mounted into the sky, And if they smiled when they entered the flames, how much more when they passed in at the eternal gates. They were burned in the year 1022. So far as the light of history serves us, these were the first stakes planted in France since the era of primitive persecutions. Illustrious pioneers. They go, but they leave their ineffaceable traces on the road, that the hundreds and thousands of their countrymen who are to follow may not faint when called to pass through the same torments to the same everlasting joys. We next mention Peter de Bruys, who appeared in the following century, the 12th, because it enables us to indicate the rise of and explain the name borne by the Petrobrusians. Their founder, who labored in the provinces of Dauphine, Provence, and Languedoc, taught no novelties of doctrine. He trod, touching the faith, in the steps of apostolic men, even as Felix Neff, 5 centuries later, followed in his. After 20 years of missionary labors, Peter de Bruys was seized and burned to death, 1126, in the town of St. Giles, near Toulouse. The leading tenets professed by his followers, the Petrobrusians, as we learn from the accusations of their enemies, were that baptism avails not without faith, that Christ is only spiritually present in the sacrament, that prayers and alms profit not dead men, that purgatory is a mere invention, and that the church is not made up of cemented stones, but of believing men. This identifies them, in their religious creed, with the Waldenses, and if further evidence were wanted of this, we have it in the treatise which Peter de Clugny published against them, in which he accuses them of having fallen into those errors which have shown such an inveterate tendency to spring up amid the perpetual snows and icy torrents of the Alps. When Peter de Bruys had finished his course, he was succeeded by a preacher of the name of Henri, an Italian by birth, who also gave his name to his followers, the Henricians. Henri, who enjoyed a high repute for sanctity, wielded a most commanding eloquence. The enchantment of his voice was enough, set his enemies, a little envious, to melt the very stones. It performed what may perhaps be accounted a still greater feat. It brought, according to an eyewitness, the very priest to his feet, dissolved in tears. Beginning at Lausanne, Henri traversed the south of France, the entire population gathering round him wherever he came, and listening to his sermons. His orations were powerful but noxious, said his foes, as if a whole legion of demons had been speaking through his mouth. St. Bernard was sent to check the spiritual pestilence that was desolating the region, and he arrived not a moment too soon, if we may judge from his picture of the state of things which he found there. The orator was carrying all before him, nor need we wonder if, as his enemies alleged, a legion of preachers spoke in this one. The churches were emptied, the priests were without flocks, and the time-honored and edifying customs of pilgrimages, of fasts, of invocations of the saints, and oblations for the dead were all neglected. How many disorders, says St. Bernard, writing to the Count of Toulouse, do we every day hear that Henri commits in the Church of God? That ravenous wolf is within your dominions, clothed with a sheep's skin, but we know him by his works. The churches are like synagogues, the sanctuary despoiled of its holiness, the sacraments looked upon as profane institutions. The feast days have lost their solemnity. Men grow up in sin, and everyday souls are borne away before the terrible tribunal of Christ without first being reconciled to and fortified by the Holy Communion. In refusing Christians' baptism, they are denied the life of Jesus Christ. Such was the condition in which, as he himself records in his letters, St. Bernard found the populations in the south of France. He set to work, stemmed the tide of apostasy, and brought back the wanderers from the Roman fold. But whether this result was solely owing to the eloquence of his sermons may be fairly questioned, for we find a civil arm operating along with him. Henri was seized, carried before Pope Eugenius III, who presided at a council, then assembled at Reims, condemned and imprisoned. From that time we hear no more of him, and his fate can only be guessed at. It pleased God to raise up, in the middle of the 12th century, a yet more famous champion to do battle for the truth. This was Arnold of Brescia, whose stormy but brilliant career we must briefly sketch. His scheme of reform was bolder and more comprehensive than that of any who had preceded him. His pioneers had called for a purification of the faith of the Church. Arnold demanded a rectification of her constitution. He was a simple reader in the church of his native town, and possessed no advantages of birth. But, fired with the love of learning, he traveled into France that he might sit at the feet of Abelard, whose fame was then filling Christendom. Admitted a pupil of the great scholastic, he drank in the wisdom he imparted without imbibing along with it his mysticism. The scholar in some respects was greater than the master, and was destined to leave traces more lasting behind him. In subtlety of genius and scholastic lore he made no pretensions to rival Abelard, but in a burning eloquence, in practical piety, in resoluteness, and in entire devotion to the great cause of the emancipation of his fellow men from a tyranny that was oppressing both their minds and bodies, he far excelled him. From the school of Abelard, Arnold returned to Italy, not, as one might have feared, a mystic to spend his life in scholastic hair-splittings and wordy conflicts, but to wage an arduous and hazardous war for great and much-needed reforms. One cannot but wish that the times had been more propitious. A frightful confusion he saw had mingled in one anomalous system, the spiritual and the temporal. The clergy, from their head downwards, were engrossed in secularities. They filled the offices of state. They presided in the cabinets of princes. They led armies. They imposed taxes. They owned lordly domains. They were attended by sumptuous retinues, and they sat at luxurious tables. Here, said Arnold, is the source of 1,000 evils. The church is drowned in riches. From this immense wealth flow the corruption, the profligacy, the ignorance, the wickedness, the intrigues, the wars and bloodshed which have overwhelmed church and state and are ruining the world. A century earlier, Cardinal Damiani had congratulated the clergy of primitive tunes on the simple lives which they led, contrasting their happier lot with that of the prelates of those latter ages, who had to endure dignities which would have been but little to the taste of their first predecessors. What would the bishops of old have done, he asked, concurring by anticipation in the censure of the eloquent Brazian, had they to endure the torments that now attend the episcopate, to ride forth constantly attended by troops of soldiers, with swords and lances, to be girt about by armed men like a heathen general, not amid the gentle music of hymns, but the din and clash of arms. Every day royal banquets, every day parade, the table loaded with delicacies, not for the poor, but for voluptuous guests, while the poor, to whom the property of light belongs, are shut out and pine away with famine. Arnold based his scheme of reform on a great principle. The Church of Christ, said he, is not of this world. This shows us that he had sat at the feet of a greater than Abelard, and had drawn his knowledge from diviner fountains than those of the scholastic philosophy. The Church of Christ is not of this world. Therefore, said Arnold, its ministers ought not to fill temporal offices and discharge temporal employments. Let these be left to the men whose duty it is to see to them, even kings and statesmen. Nor do the ministers of Christ need, in order to, the discharge of their spiritual functions, the enormous revenues which are continually flowing into their coffers. Let all this wealth, those lands, palaces, and hoards, be surrendered to the rulers of the state, and let the ministers of religion henceforward be maintained by the frugal yet competent provision of the tithes and the voluntary offerings of their flocks. Set free from occupations which consume their time, degrade their office, and corrupt their heart, the clergy will lead their flocks to the pastures of the gospel, and knowledge and piety will again revisit the earth. Attired in his monk's cloak, his countenance stamped with courage, but already wearing traces of care, Arnold took his stand in the streets of his native Brescia and began to thunder forth his scheme of reform. His townsmen gathered round him. For spiritual Christianity, the men of that age had little value. Still, Arnold had touched a chord in their hearts, to which they were able to respond. The pomp, profligacy, and power of churchmen had scandalized all classes, and made a reformation so far welcome, even to those who were not prepared to sympathize in the more exclusively spiritual views of the Waldenses and Albigenses. The suddenness and boldness of the assault seemed to have stunned the ecclesiastical authorities, and it was not till the Bishop of Brescia found his entire flock deserting the cathedral and assembling daily in the marketplace, crowding round the eloquent preacher and listening with applause to his fierce philippics, that he bestirred himself to silence the courageous monk. Arnold kept his course, however, and continued to launch his bolts, not against his diocesan, for to strike at one mitre was not worth his while, but against that lordly hierarchy which, finding its center on the 7 hills, had stretched its circumference to the extremities of Christendom. He demanded nothing less than that this hierarchy, which had crowned itself with temporal dignities, and which sustained itself by temporal arms, should retrace its steps, and become the lowly and purely spiritual institute it had been in the 1st century. It was not very likely to do so at the bidding of one man, however eloquent, but Arnold hoped to rouse the populations of Italy and to bring such a pressure to bear upon the Vatican as would compel the chiefs of the Church to institute this most necessary and most just reform. Nor was he without the countenance of some persons of consequence. Mayfriedus, the consul of Brescia, at the first supported his movement. The bishop, deeming it hopeless to contend against Arnold on the spot, in the midst of his numerous followers, complained of him to the Pope. Innocent II convoked a general council in the Vatican and summoned Arnold to Rome. The summons was obeyed. The crime of the monk was of all others the most heinous in the eyes of the hierarchy. He had attacked the authority, riches, and pleasures of the priesthood, but other pretexts must be found on which to condemn him. Besides this, it was said of him that he was unsound in his judgment about the sacrament of the altar and infant baptism. We find that St. Bernard sending to Pope Innocent II a catalogue of the errors of Abelardus, whose scholar Arnold had been, accuseth him of teaching, concerning the Eucharist, that the accidents existed in the air, but not without a subject, and that when a rat doth eat the sacrament, God withdraweth whither he pleaseth, and preserves where he pleases the body of Jesus Christ. The sum of this is that Arnold rejected transubstantiation and did not believe in baptismal regeneration, and on these grounds the council found it convenient to rest their sentence, condemning him to perpetual silence. Arnold now retired from Italy, and, passing the Alps, he settled himself, Otho tells us, in a place of Germany called Terego, or Zurich, belonging to the Diocese of Constance, where he continued to disseminate his doctrine, the seeds of which, it may be presumed, continued to vegetate until the times of Zwingle. Hearing that Innocent II was dead, Arnold returned to Rome in the beginning of the pontificate of Eugenius III. 1144–45. One feels surprise, bordering on astonishment, to see a man with the condemnation of a pope and council resting on his head, deliberately marching in at the gates of Rome, and throwing down the gauge of battle to the Vatican, the desperate measure, as Gibbon calls it, of erecting his standard in Rome itself, in the face of the successor of St. Peter. But the action was not so desperate as it looks. The Italy of those days was perhaps the least papal of all the countries of Europe. The Italians, says Macri, could not, indeed, be said to feel at this period, the 15th century, but the remark is equally applicable to the 12th, a superstitious devotion to the See of Rome. This did not originally form a discriminating feature of their national character. It was superinduced, and the formation of it can be distinctly traced to causes which produced their full effect subsequently to the era of the Reformation. The republics of Italy in the Middle Ages gave many proofs of religious independence, and singly braved the menaces and excommunications of the Vatican at a time when all Europe trembled at the sound of its thunder. In truth, nowhere were sedition and tumult more common than at the gates of the Vatican. In no city did rebellion so often break out as in Rome, and no rulers were so frequently chased ignominiously from their capital as the popes. Arnold, in fact, found Rome on entering it in revolt. He strove to direct the agitation into a wholesome channel. He essayed, if it were possible, to revive from its ashes the flame of ancient liberty, and to restore, by cleansing it from its many corruptions, the bright form of primitive Christianity. With an eloquence worthy of the times he spoke of He dwelt on the achievements of the heroes and patriots of classic ages, the sufferings of the first Christian martyrs, and the humble and holy lives of the first Christian bishops. Might it not be possible to bring back those glorious times? He called on the Romans to arise and unite with him in an attempt to do so. Let us drive out the buyers and sellers who have entered the temple. Let us separate between the spiritual and the temporal jurisdiction. Let us give to the Pope the things of the Pope, the government of the Church even, and let us give to the Emperor the things of the Emperor, namely, the government of the state. Let us relieve the clergy from the wealth that burdens them and the dignities that disfigure them. And with the simplicity and virtue of former times will return the lofty characters and the heroic deeds that gave to those times their renown. Rome will become once more the capital of the world. He propounded to the multitude, says Bishop Otho, the examples of the ancient Romans, who by the maturity of their senators' councils and the valor and integrity of their youth, made the whole world their own. Wherefore he persuaded them to rebuild the Capitol, to restore the dignity of the Senate, to reform the order of knights. He maintained that nothing of the government of the city did belong to the Pope, who ought to content himself only with his ecclesiastical. Thus did the monk of Brescia raise the cry for separation of the spiritual from the temporal at the very foot of the Vatican. For about 10 years, 1145 to 55, Arnold continued to prosecute his mission in Rome. The city all that time may be said to have been in a state of insurrection. The pontifical chair was repeatedly emptied. The popes of that era were short-lived. Their reigns were full of tumult and their lives of care. Seldom did they reside at Rome. More frequently, they lived at Viterbo or retired to a foreign country. And when they did venture within the walls of their capital, they entrusted the safety of their persons rather to the gates and bars of their stronghold of St. Angelo than to the loyalty of their subjects. The influence of Arnold, meanwhile, was great, his party numerous, and had there been virtue enough among the Romans, they might, during these 10 favorable years, when Rome was, so to speak, in their hands, have founded a movement which would have had important results for the cause of liberty and the gospel. But Arnold strove in vain to recall a spirit that was fled for centuries. Rome was a sepulchre. Her citizens could be stirred into tumult, not awakened into life. The opportunity passed, and then came Adrian IV, Nicholas Breakspear, the only Englishman who ever ascended the throne of the Vatican. Adrian addressed himself with rigor to quell the tempests which for 10 years had warred around the papal chair. He smote the Romans with interdict. They were vanquished by the ghostly terror. They banished Arnold, and the portals of the churches, to them the gates of heaven, were reopened to the penitent citizens. But the exile of Arnold did not suffice to appease the anger of Adrian. The pontiff bargained with Frederick Barbarossa, who was then soliciting from the Pope coronation as emperor that the monk should be given up. Arnold was seized, sent to Rome under a strong escort, and burned alive. We are able to infer that his followers in Rome were numerous to the last, from the reason given for the order to throw his ashes into the Tiber, to prevent the foolish rabble from expressing any veneration for his body. Arnold had been burned to ashes, but the movement he had inaugurated was not extinguished by his martyrdom. The men of his times had condemned his cause. It was destined, nevertheless, 7 centuries afterwards, to receive the favorable and all but unanimous verdict of Europe. Every succeeding reformer and patriot took up his cry for a separation between the spiritual and temporal, seeing in the union of the two in the Roman princedom one cause of the corruption and tyranny which afflicted both church and state. Wycliffe made this demand in the 14th century, Savonarola in the 15th, and the reformers in the 16th. Political men in the following centuries reiterated and proclaimed, with ever-growing emphasis, the doctrine of Arnold. At last, on the 20th of September, 1870, it obtained its crowning victory. On that day, the Italians entered Rome. The temporal sovereignty of the Pope came to an end. The scepter was disjoined from the mitre, and the movement celebrated its triumph on the same spot where its first champion had been burned. Chapter 12. Abelard and Rise of Modern Skepticism. Table of Contents. Number and variety of sects. One faith. Who gave us the Bible? Abelard of Paris, his fame, father of modern skepticism, departing of the ways, since Abelard, three currents in Christendom: the evangelical, the ultramontane, the skeptical. One is apt, from a cursory survey of the Christendom of those days, to conceive it as speckled with an almost endless variety of opinions and doctrines, and dotted all over with numerous and diverse religious sections. We read of the Waldenses on the south of the Alps, and the Albigenses on the north of these mountains. We are told of the Petrobrusians appearing in this year, and the Henricians rising in that. We see a company of Manichaeans burned in one city, and a body of Paulicians martyred in another. We find the Peterini planting themselves in this province, and the Cathari spreading themselves over that other. We figured ourselves as many conflicting creeds as there are rival standards, and we are on the point, perhaps, of bewailing this supposed diversity of opinion as a consequence of breaking loose from the center of unity in Rome. Some even of our religious historians seem haunted by the idea that each one of these many bodies is representative of a different dogma, and that dogma an error. The impression is a natural one, we own, but it is entirely erroneous. In this diversity, there was a grand unity. It was substantially the same creed that was professed by all these bodies. They were all agreed in drawing their theology from the same divine fountain. The Bible was their one infallible rule and authority. Its cardinal doctrines they embodied in their creed and exemplified in their lives. Individuals, doubtless, there were among them of erroneous belief and of immoral character. It is of the general body that we speak. That body, though dispersed over many kingdoms and known by various names, found a common center in the one Lord, and a common bond in the one faith. Through one mediator did they all offer their worship, and on one foundation did they all rest for forgiveness and the life eternal. They were in short the church, the one church doing over again what she did in the first ages. Overwhelmed by a second eruption of paganism, reinforced by a flood of Gothic superstitions, she was essaying to lay her foundations anew in the truth, and to build herself up by the enlightening and renewing of souls, and to give to herself outward visibility and form by her ordinances, institutions, and assemblies, that as a universal spiritual empire she might subjugate all nations to the obedience of the evangelical law and the practice of evangelical virtue. It is idle for Rome to say, "I gave you the Bible, and therefore you must believe in me before you can believe in it." The facts we have already narrated conclusively dispose of this claim. Rome did not give us the Bible. She did all in her power to keep it from us. She retained it under the seal of a dead language, and when others broke that seal, and threw open its pages to all, she stood over the book, and unsheathing her fiery sword, would permit none to read the message of life, save at the peril of eternal anathema. We owe the Bible, that is, the transmission of it, to those persecuted communities which we have so rapidly passed in review. They received it from the primitive church and carried it down to us. They translated it into the mother tongues of the nations. They colported it over Christendom, singing it in their lays as troubadours, preaching it in their sermons as missionaries, and living it out as Christians. They fought the battle of the Word of God against tradition, which sought to bury it. They sealed their testimony for it at the stake. But for them, so far as human agency is concerned, the Bible would, ere this day, have disappeared from the world. Their care to keep this torch burning is one of the marks which indubitably certify them as forming part of that one true Catholic Church, which God called into existence at first by His Word, and which, by the same instrumentality, He has, in the conversion of souls, perpetuated from age to age. But although under great variety of names there is found substantial identity of doctrine among these numerous bodies, it is clear that a host of new, contradictory, and most heterogeneous opinions began to spring up in the age we speak of. The opponents of the Albigenses and the Waldenses, more especially Alanus, in his little book against heretics, and Reinerius, the opponent of the Waldenses, have massed together all these discordant sentiments and charged them upon the evangelical communities. Their controversial tractates, in which they enumerate and confute the errors of the sectaries, have this value even, that they present a picture of their times, and show us the mental fermentation that began to characterize the age. But are we to infer that the Albigenses and their allies held all the opinions which their enemies impute to them? That they at one and the same time believed that God did and did not exist? That the world had been created, and yet that it had existed from eternity? That an atonement had been made for the sin of man by Christ, and yet that the cross was a fable? That the joys of paradise were reserved for the righteous, and yet that there was neither soul nor spirit, hell nor heaven? No, this were to impute to them an impossible creed. Did these philosophical and skeptical opinions, then, exist only in the imaginations of their accusers? No. What manifestly we are to infer is that outside the Albigensian and evangelical pale, there was a large growth of skeptical and atheistical sentiment, more or less developed, and that the superstition and tyranny of the Church of Rome had even then, in the 13th and 14th centuries, impelled the rising intellect of Christendom into a channel dangerous at once to her own power and to the existence of Christianity. Her champions, partly from lack of discrimination, partly from a desire to paint in odious colors those whom they denominated heretics, mingled in one the doctrines drawn from Scripture and the speculations and impieties of an infidel philosophy, and, compounding them into one creed, laid the monstrous thing at the door of the Albigenses. Just as in our own day, we have seen popes and popish writers include in the same category, and confound in the same condemnation, the professors of Protestantism and the disciples of pantheism. From the 12th century and the times of Peter Abelard, we can discover three currents of thought in Christendom. Peter Abelard was the first, and in some respects the greatest of modern skeptics. He was the first person in Christendom to attack publicly the doctrine of the Church of Rome from the side of free thinking. His skepticism was not the avowed and fully formed infidelity of later times. He but sowed the seeds, he but started the mind of Europe, then just beginning to awake, on the path of doubt and of philosophic skepticism, leaving the movement to gather way in the following ages. But that he did sow the seeds which future laborers took pains to cultivate cannot be doubted by those who weigh carefully his teachings on the head of the Trinity, of the person of Christ, of the power of the human will, of the doctrine of sin, and other subjects. And these seeds he sowed widely. He was a man of vast erudition, keen wit, and elegant rhetoric, and the novelty of his views and the fame of his genius attracted crowds of students from all countries to his lectures. Dazzled by the eloquence of their teacher, and completely captivated by the originality and subtlety of his daring genius, these scholars carried back to their homes the views of Abelard, and diffused them, from England on the one side to Sicily on the other. Had Rome possessed the infallibility she boasts, she would have foreseen to what this would grow, and provided an effectual remedy before the movement had gone beyond control. She did indeed divine, to some extent, the true character of the principles which the renowned but unfortunate teacher was so freely scattering on the opening mind of Christendom. She assembled a council and condemned them as erroneous. But Abelard went on as before, the laurel round his brow, the thorn at his breast, propounding to yet greater crowds of scholars his peculiar opinions and doctrines. Rome has always been more lenient to skeptical than to evangelical views, and thus, while she burned Arnold, she permitted Abelard to die a monk and canon in her communion. But here, in the 12th century, at the chair of Abelard, we stand at the parting of the ways. From this time we find three great parties and three great schools of thought in Europe. First, there is the Protestant, in which we behold the divine principle struggling to disentangle itself from pagan and Gothic corruptions. Secondly, there is the superstitious, which had now come to make all doctrine to consist in a belief of the Church's inspiration and all duty in an obedience to her authority. And thirdly, there is the intellectual, which was just the reason of man endeavoring to shake off the trammels of Roman authority and go forth and expatiate in the fields of free inquiry. It did right to assert this freedom, but, unhappily, It altogether ignored the existence of the spiritual faculty in man, by which the things of the spiritual world are to be apprehended, and by which the intellect itself has often to be controlled. Nevertheless, this movement, of which Peter Abelard was the pioneer, went on deepening and widening its current century after century, till at last it grew to be strong enough to change the face of kingdoms, and to threaten the existence not only of the Roman Church, but of Christianity itself. Book 2 Wycliffe and His Times, or Advent of Protestantism. Table of Contents. Chapter 1. Wycliffe, His Birth and Education. Table of Contents. The principle and the right, rapid growth of the one, slow progress and ultimate triumph of the other. England, Wycliffe, his birthplace, his education, goes to Oxford, enters Merton College, its fame, the evangelical Bradwardine, his renown, pioneers the way for Wycliffe, the philosophy of those days. Wycliffe's eminence as a scholastic, studies also the canon and civil laws. His conversion, theological studies, the Black Death, ravages Greece, Italy, etc. Enters England, its awful desolations, its impression on Wycliffe. Stands face to face with eternal death, taught not to fear the death of the body. With the revolving centuries we behold the world slowly emerging into the light. The 5th century brought with it a signal blessing to Christianity in the guise of a disaster. Like a tree that was growing too rapidly, it was cut down to its roots that it might escape a luxuriance which would have been its ruin. From a principle that has its seat in the heart, and the fruit of which is an enlightened understanding and a holy life, religion, under the corrupting influences of power and riches, was being transformed into a right, which, having its sphere solely in the senses, leaves the soul in darkness and the life in bondage. These two, the principle and the right, began so early as the 4th and 5th centuries to draw apart, and to develop each after its own kind. The right rapidly progressed, and seemed far to outstrip its rival. It built for itself gorgeous temples. It enlisted in its service a powerful hierarchy. It added year by year to the number and magnificence of its ceremonies. It expressed itself in canons and constitutions. And seduced by this imposing show, nations bowed down before it, and puissant kings lent their swords for its defense and propagation. Far otherwise was it with its rival. Withdrawing into the spiritual sphere, it appeared to have abandoned the field to its antagonist. Not so, however. If it had hidden itself from the eyes of men, it was that it might build up from the very foundation, piling truth upon truth, and prepare in silence those mighty spiritual forces by which it was in due time to emancipate the world. Its progress was consequently less marked, but was far more real than that of its antagonist. Every error which the one pressed into its service was a cause of weakness. Every truth which the other added to its creed was a source of strength. The uninstructed and superstitious hordes which the one received into its communion were dangerous allies. They might follow it in the day of its prosperity, but they would desert it and become its foes whenever the tide of popular favor turned against it. Not so the adherents of the other. With purified hearts and enlightened understandings, they were prepared to follow it at all hazards. The number of its disciples, small at first, continually multiplied. The purity of their lives, the meekness with which they bore the injuries inflicted on them, and the heroism with which their death was endured, augmented from age to age the moral power and the spiritual glory of their cause. And thus, while the one reached its fall through its very success, the other marched on through oppression and proscription to triumph. We have arrived at the beginning of the 14th century. We have had no occasion hitherto to speak of the British Isles, but now our attention must be turned to them. Here a greater light is about to appear than any that had illumined the darkness of the ages that had gone before. In the North Riding of Yorkshire, watered by the Tees, lies the parish of Wycliffe. In the manor house of this parish, in the year 1324, was born a child who was named John. Here his ancestors had lived since the time of the conquest, and according to the manner of the times, they took their surname from the place of their residence, and the son now born to them was known as John de Wycliffe. Of his boyhood, nothing is recorded. He was destined from an early age for the church, which gives us ground to conclude that even then he discovered that penetrating intelligence which marked his mature years, and that loving sympathy which drew him so often in after life to the homesteads and the sickbeds of his parish of Lutterworth. Schools for rudimental instruction were even then pretty thickly planted over England, in connection with the cathedral towns and the religious houses, and it is probable that the young Wycliffe received his first training at one of these seminaries in his own neighborhood. At the age of 16 or thereabouts, Wycliffe was sent to Oxford. Here he became first a scholar, and next a fellow of Merton College, the oldest foundation save one in Oxford. The youth of England, a thirst for knowledge, the fountains of which had long been sealed up, were then crowding to the universities, and when Wycliffe entered Merton, there were not fewer than 30,000 students at Oxford. These numbers awaken surprise, but it is to be taken into account that many of the halls were no better than upper schools. The college which Wycliffe joined was the most distinguished at that seat of learning. The fame, unrivaled in their own day, which two of its scholars, William Ockham and Duns Scotus, had attained, shed a luster upon it. One of its chairs had been filled by the celebrated Bradwardine, who was closing his career at Merton about the time that the young Wycliffe was opening his in Oxford. Bradwardine was one of the first mathematicians and astronomers of his day, but having been drawn to the study of the Word of God, he embraced the doctrines of free grace, and his chair became a fountain of higher knowledge than that of natural science. While most of his contemporaries, by the aid of a subtle scholasticism, were endeavoring to penetrate into the essence of things and to explain all mysteries, Bradwardine was content to accept what God had revealed in his word, and this humility was rewarded by his finding the path which others missed. Lifting the veil, he unfolded to his students, who crowded round him with eager attention and admiring reverence, the way of life, warning them especially against that Pelagianism which was rapidly substituting a worship of externals for a religion of the heart, and teaching men to trust in their power of will for a salvation which can come only from the sovereign grace of God. Bradwardine was greater as a theologian than he had been as a philosopher. The fame of his lectures filled Europe, and his evangelical views, diffused by his scholars, helped to prepare the way for Wycliffe and others who were to come after him. It was around his chair that the new day was seen first to break. A quick apprehension, a penetrating intellect, and a retentive memory enabled the young scholar of Merton to make rapid progress in the learning of those days. Philosophy then lay in guesses rather than in facts. Whatever could be known from having been put before man in the facts of nature or the doctrines of revelation was deemed not worth further investigation. It was too humble an occupation to observe and to deduce. In the pride of his genius, man turned away from a field lying at his feet and plunged boldly into a region where, having no data to guide him and no ground for solid footing, he could learn really nothing. From this region of vague speculation, the explorer brought back only the images of his own creating, and, dressing up these fancies as facts, he passed them off as knowledge. Such was the philosophy that invited the study of Wycliffe. There was scarce enough in it to reward his labor, but he thirsted for knowledge, and giving himself to it with his might, he soon became a master in the scholastic philosophy, and did not fear to encounter the subtlest of all the subtle disputants in the schools of Oxford. He was famously reputed, says Fox, for a great clerk, a deep schoolman, and no less expert in all kinds of philosophy. Walden, his bitter enemy, writing to Pope Martin V, respecting him, says that he was wonderfully astonished at the vehemency and force of his reasonings, and the places of authority with which they were fortified. To his knowledge of scholastics, he added great proficiency in both the canon and civil laws. This was a branch of knowledge which stood him in more stead in after years than the other and more fashionable science. By these studies he became versed in the constitution and laws of his native country, and was fitted for taking an intelligent part in the battle which soon thereafter arose between the usurpations of the pontiff and the rights of the crown of England. He had an eye for the most different things, says Leckler, speaking of Wycliffe, and took a lively interest in the most multifarious questions. But the foundation of Wycliffe's greatness was laid in a higher teaching than any that man can give. It was the illumination of his mind and the renewal of his heart by the instrumentality of the Bible that made him the reformer. Certainly, the greatest of all the reformers who appeared before the era of Luther. Without this, he might have been remembered as an eminent scholastic of the 14th century, whose fame has been luminous enough to transmit a few feeble rays to our own age. But he never would have been known as the first to bear the axe into the wilderness of papal abuses, and to strike at the roots of that great tree of which others have been content to lop off a few of the branches. The honor would not have been his to be the first to raise that great protest, which nations will bear onwards till it shall have made the circuit of the earth, proclaiming, "Fallen is every idol, raised is every stronghold of darkness and tyranny, and now is come salvation, and the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever." How Wycliffe came to a knowledge of the truth, it is not difficult to guess. He was, Dabine informs us, one of the scholars of the evangelical Bradwardine. As he heard the great master discourse day by day on the sovereignty of grace and the freeness of salvation, a new light would begin to break upon the mind of the young scholastic. He would turn to a diviner page than that of Plato. But for this Wycliffe might have entered the priesthood without ever having studied a single chapter of the Bible, for instruction in theology formed no part of preparation for the sacred office in those days. No doubt theology, after a fashion, was studied, yet not a theology whose substance was drawn from the Bible, but a man-invented system. The bachelors of theology of the lowest grade held readings in the Bible. Not so, however, the bachelors of the middle and highest grades. These founded their prelections upon the sentences of Peter Lombard. Puffed up with the conceit of their mystical lore, they regarded it beneath their dignity to expound so elementary a book as the Holy Scriptures. The former were named contemptuously biblicists. The latter were honorably designated sententiarii, or men of the sentences. There was no mention, says Fox, describing the early days of Wycliffe, nor almost any word spoken of Scripture. Instead of Peter and Paul, men occupied their time in studying Aquinas and Scotus and the master of sentences. Scarcely any other thing was seen in the temples or churches, or taught or spoken of in sermons, or finally intended or gone about in their whole life, but only heaping up of certain shadowed ceremonies upon ceremonies. Neither was there any end of their heaping. The people were taught to worship no other thing but that which they did see, and they did see almost nothing which they did not worship. In the midst of these groveling superstitions, men were startled by the approach of a terrible visitant. The year 1348 was fatally signalized by the outbreak of a fearful pestilence, one of the most destructive in history. Appearing first in Asia, it took a westerly course, traversing the globe like the pale horse and his rider in the Apocalypse, terror marching before it, and death following in its rear. It ravaged the shores of the Levant, it desolated Greece, and going on still toward the west, it struck Italy with terrible severity. Florence, the lovely capital of Etruria, it turned into a charnel house. The genius of Boccaccio painted its horrors, and the muse of Petrarch bewailed its desolations. The latter had cause, for Laura was among its victims. Passing the Alps, it entered northern Europe, leaving, say some contemporary historians, only a tenth of the human race alive. This we know is an exaggeration, but expresses the popular impression and sufficiently indicates the awful character of those ravages, in which all men heard, as it were, the footsteps of coming death. The sea as well as the land was marked with its devastating prints. Ships voyaging afar on the ocean were overtaken by it, and when the winds piloted them to land, they were found to be freighted with none but the dead. On the 1st of August the plague touched the shores of England. Beginning at Dorchester, says Fox, every day 20, some days 40, some 50 and more dead corpses were brought and laid together in one deep pit. On the first day of November it reached London, where, says the same chronicler, the vehement rage thereof was so hot, and did increase so much, that from the first day of February till about the beginning of May, in a churchyard then newly made by Smithfield Charterhouse. About 200 dead corpses every day were buried, besides those which in other churchyards of the city were laid also. In those days, says another old chronicler, Caxton, was death without sorrow, weddings without friendship, flying without succor. Scarcely were there left living folk for to bury honestly them that were dead. Of the citizens of London, not fewer than 100,000 perished. The ravages of the plague were spread over all England, and a full half of the nation was struck down. From men, the pestilence passed to the lower animals. Putrid carcasses covered the fields. The labors of the husbandman were suspended. The soil ceased to be plowed, and the harvest to be reaped. The courts of law were closed, and Parliament did not meet. Everywhere reigned terror, mourning, and death. This dispensation was the harbinger of a very different one. The tempest that scathed the earth opened the way for the shower, which was to fertilize it. The plague was not without its influence on that great movement, which, beginning with Wycliffe, was continued in a line of confessors and martyrs, till it issued in the Reformation of Luther and Calvin. Wycliffe had been a witness of the passage of the destroyer. He had seen the human race fading from off the earth as if the ages had completed their cycle, and the end of the world was at hand. He was then in his 25th year, and could not but be deeply impressed by the awful events passing around him. This visitation of the Almighty, says Daubin, sounded like the trumpet of the judgment day in the heart of Wycliffe. Bradwardine had already brought him to the Bible. The plague brought him to it a second time, and now, doubtless, he searched its page more earnestly than ever. He came to it, not as the theologian, seeking in it a deeper wisdom than any mystery which the scholastic philosophy could open to him, nor as the scholar, to refine his taste by its pure models and enrich his understanding by the sublimity of its doctrines, nor even as the polemic in search of weapons wherewith to assail the dominant superstitions. He now came to the Bible as a lost sinner, seeking how he might be saved. Nearer every day came the messenger of the Almighty. The shadow that messenger cast before him was hourly deepening, and we can hear the young student, who doubtless in that hour felt the barrenness and insufficiency of the philosophy of the schools, lifting up with increasing vehemency the cry, "Who shall deliver me from the wrath to come?" It would seem to be a law that all who are to be reformers of their age shall first undergo a conflict of soul. They must feel in their own ease the strength of error, the bitterness of the bondage in which it holds men, and stand face to face with the omnipotent judge before they can become the deliverers of others. This only can inspire them with pity for the wretched captives whose fetters they seek to break, and give them courage to brave the oppressors from whose cruelty they labor to rescue them. This agony of soul did Luther and Calvin undergo, and a distress and torment similar in character, though perhaps not so great in degree, did Wycliffe endure before beginning his work. His sins, doubtless, were made a heavy burden to him, so heavy that he could not lift up his head. Standing on the brink of the pit, he says, he felt how awful it was to go down into the eternal night and inhabit everlasting burnings. The joy of escape from a doom so terrible made him feel how small a matter is the life of the body, and how little to be regarded are the torments which the tyrants of earth have it in their power to inflict, compared with the wrath of the ever-living God. It is in these fires that the reformers have been hardened. It is in this school that they have learned to defy death and to sing at the stake. In this armor was Wycliffe clad before he was sent forth into the battle. Chapter 2. Wycliffe and the Pope's encroachments on England. Table of contents. Personal appearance of Wycliffe, his academic career, Bachelor of Theology, lectures on the Bible, England quarrels with the Pope, Wycliffe defends the king's prerogative, Innocent III. The Pope appoints to the See of Canterbury, King John resists, England smitten with interdict, terrors of the sentence. The Pope deposes the king, invites the French king to conquer England. John becomes the Pope's vassal. The barons extort Magna Carta. The Pope excommunicates the barons, annuls the charter, the courage of the barons. Saves England, demand of Urban v. Growth of England, national opposition to papal usurpations, papal abuses, statutes of provisors, and Premunire. Of the merely personal incidents of Wycliffe's life, almost nothing is recorded. The services done for his own times, and for the ages that were to follow, occupy his historians to the exclusion of all strictly personal matters. Few have acted so large a part, and filled so conspicuous a place in the eyes of the world, of whom so few private reminiscences and details have been preserved. The charm of a singular sweetness, and the grace of a rare humility and modesty, appear to have characterized him. These qualities were blended with a fine dignity, which he wore easily, as those nobly born do the insignia of their rank. Not blameless merely, but holy, was the life he lived in an age of unexampled degeneracy. From his portrait, says the younger Macri, which has been preserved, some idea may be formed of the personal appearance of the man. He must have been a person of noble aspect and commanding attitude. The dark, piercing eye, the aquiline features and firm-set lips, with the sarcastic smile that mantles over them, exactly agree with all we know of the bold and unsparing character of the reformer. A few sentences will suffice to trace the various stages of Wycliffe's academic career. He passed 20 years at Merton College, Oxford, first as a scholar and next as a fellow. In 1360, he was appointed to the mastership of Balliol College. This preferment he owed to the fame he had acquired as a scholastic. Having become a bachelor of theology, Wycliffe had now the privilege of giving public lectures in the university on the books of Scripture. He was forbidden to enter the higher field of the sentences of Peter of Lombardy, if, indeed, he was desirous of doing so. This belonged exclusively to the higher grade of bachelors and doctors in theology. But the expositions he now gave of the books of Holy Writ proved of great use to himself. He became more profoundly versed in the knowledge of divine things, and thus was the professor unwittingly prepared for the great work of reforming the Church, to which the labors of his afterlife were to be directed. He was soon thereafter appointed, 1365, to be head of Canterbury Hall. This was a new college, founded by Simon de Islip, Archbishop of Canterbury. The constitution of this college ordained that its fellowships should be held by 4 monks and 8 secular priests. The rivalship existing between the two orders was speedily productive of broils, and finally led to a conflict with the university authorities, and the founder, finding the plan unworkable, dismissed the 4 monks, replaced them with seculars, and appointed Wycliffe as master or warden. Within a year, Islip died, and was succeeded in the primacy by Langham, who, himself a monk, restored the expelled regulars, and, displacing Wycliffe from his wardenship, appointed a new head to the college. Wycliffe then appealed to the Pope, but Langham had the greater influence at Rome, and after a long delay, in 1370, the cause was given against Wycliffe. It was pending this decision that events happened which opened to Wycliffe a wider arena than the halls of Oxford. Henceforth, it was not against the monks of Canterbury Hall, or even the primate of England. It was against the Prince Pontiff of Christendom that Wycliffe was to do battle. In order to understand what we are now to relate, we must go back a century. The throne of England was then filled by King John, a vicious, pusillanimous, and despotic monarch, but nevertheless capable by fits and starts of daring and brave deeds. In 1205, Hubert, the primate of England, died. The junior canons of Canterbury met clandestinely that very night, and without any congé d'élire, elected Reginald, their sub-prior, Archbishop of Canterbury, and installed him in the archiepiscopal throne before midnight. By the next dawn, Reginald was on his way to Rome, whither he had been dispatched by his brethren to solicit the Pope's confirmation of his election. When the king came to the knowledge of the transaction, he was enraged at its temerity, and set about procuring the election of the Bishop of Norwich to the primacy. Both parties, the king and the canons, sent agents to Rome to plead their cause before the Pope. The man who then filled the chair of Peter, Innocent III, was vigorously prosecuting the audacious project of Gregory VII, of subordinating the rights and power of princes to the papal see, and of taking into his own hands the appointment to all the episcopal sees of Christendom, that through the bishops and priests, now reduced to an absolute monarchy entirely dependent upon the Vatican, He might govern at his will all the kingdoms of Europe. No pope ever was more successful in this ambitious policy than the man before whom the King of England on the one hand, and the canons of Canterbury on the other, now carried their cause. Innocent annulled both elections, that of the canons and that of the king, and made his own nominee, Cardinal Aitken, be chosen to the See of Canterbury. But this was not all. The king had appealed to the pope, and Innocent saw in this a precedent, not to be let slip, for putting in the gift of the pontiff in all time coming what, after the papal throne, was the most important dignity in the Roman Church. John could not but see the danger, and feel the humiliation implied in the step taken by Innocent. The See of Canterbury was the first seat of dignity and jurisdiction in England, the throne excepted. A foreign power had appointed one to fill that august seat, in an age in which the ecclesiastical was a more formidable authority than the temporal. This was an alarming encroachment on the royal prerogative and the nation's independence. Why should the Pope be content to appoint to the See of Canterbury? Why should he not also appoint to the throne, the one other seat in the realm that rose above it? The king protested with many oaths that the Pope's nominee should never sit in the archiepiscopal chair. He waxed bold for the moment, and began the battle as if he meant to win it. He turned the canons of Canterbury out of doors, ordered all the prelates and abbots to leave the kingdom, and bade defiance to the Pope. It was not difficult to foresee what would be the end of a conflict carried on by the weakest of England's monarchs against the haughtiest and most powerful of Rome's popes. The pontiff smote England with interdict. The king had offended, and the whole nation must be punished along with him. Before we can realize the terrors of such a sentence, we must forget all that the past 3 centuries have taught us, and surrender our imaginations to the superstitious beliefs which armed the interdict with its tremendous power. The men of those times, on whom this doom fell, saw the gates of heaven locked by the strong hand of the pontiff, so that none might enter who came from the unhappy realm lying under the papal ban. All who departed this life must wander forlorn as disembodied ghosts in some doleful region, amid unknown sufferings, till it should please him who carried the keys to open the closed gates. As the earthly picture of this spiritual doom, all the symbols of grace and all the ordinances of religion were suspended. The church doors were closed, the lights at the altar were extinguished, the bells ceased to be rung, the crosses and images were taken down and laid on the ground. Infants were baptized in the church porch, marriages were celebrated in the churchyard, the dead were buried in ditches or in the open fields. No one durst rejoice, or eat flesh, or shave his beard, or pay any decent attention to his person or apparel. It was meet that only signs of distress and mourning and woe should be visible throughout a land over which there rested the wrath of the Almighty, for so did men account the ban of the pontiff. King John braved this state of matters for 2 whole years. But Pope Innocent was not to be turned from his purpose. He resolved to visit and bow the obstinacy of the monarch by a yet more terrible infliction. He pronounced sentence of excommunication upon John, deposing him from his throne and absolving his subjects from allegiance. To carry out this sentence, it needed an armed force, and Innocent, casting his eyes around him, fixed on Philip Augustus, King of France, as the most suitable person to deal the blow on John, offering him the kingdom of England for his pains. It was not the interest of Philip to undertake such an enterprise, for the same boundless and uncontrollable power which was tumbling the King of England from his throne might the next day, on some ghostly pretense or other, hurl King Philip Augustus from his. But the prize was a tempting one, and the monarch of France, collecting a mighty armament, prepared to cross the Channel and invade England. When King John saw the brink on which he stood, his courage or obstinacy forsook him. He craved an interview with Pandulph, the Pope's legate, and after a short conference, he promised to submit himself unreservedly to the papal see. Besides engaging to make full restitution to the clergy for the losses they had suffered, he resigned England and Ireland to God, to St. Peter and St. Paul, and to Pope Innocent, and to his successors in the apostolic chair. He agreed to hold these dominions as feudatory of the Church of Rome by the annual payment of 1,000 marks. and he stipulated that if he or his successors should ever presume to revoke or infringe this charter, they should instantly, except upon admonition they repented of their offense, forfeit all right to their dominions. The transaction was finished by the king doing homage to Pandulph, as the Pope's legate, with all the submissive rights which the feudal law required of vassals before their liege lord and superior. Taking off his crown, it is said, John laid it on the ground, and the legate, to show the mightiness of his master, spurning it with his foot, kicked it about like a worthless bauble, and then, picking it out of the dust, placed it on the craven head of the monarch. This transaction took place on the May 15th, 1213. There is no moment of profounder humiliation than this in the annals of England. But the barons were resolved not to be the slaves of a pope. Their intrepidity and patriotism wiped off the ineffable disgrace which the baseness of the monarch had inflicted on the country. Unsheathing their swords, they vowed to maintain the ancient liberties of England or die in the attempt. Appearing before the king at Oxford, April 1215, "Here," said they, "is the charter which consecrates the liberties confirmed by Henry II, and which you also have solemnly sworn to observe." The king stormed. "I will not," said he, "grant you liberties which would make me a slave." John forgot that he had already become a slave. But the barons were not to be daunted by haughty words which the king had no power to maintain. He was odious to the whole nation, and on the 15th of June, 1215, John signed the Magna Carta at Runnymede. This was in effect to tell Innocent that he revoked his vow of vassalage, and took back the kingdom which he had laid at his feet. When tidings were carried to Rome of what John had done, the ire of Innocent III was kindled to the uttermost, that he, the vicar of God, who held all the crowns of Christendom in his hand, and stood with his foot planted upon all its kingdoms, should be so affronted and so defied, was not to be borne. Was he not the feudal lord of the kingdom? Was not England rightfully his? Had it not been laid at his feet by a deed and covenant solemnly ratified? Who were these wretched barons, that they should withstand the pontifical will, and place the independence of their country above the glory of the Church? Innocent instantly launched an anathema against these impious and rebellious men, at the same time inhibiting the king from carrying out the provisions of the charter which he had signed, or in any way fulfilling its stipulations. But Innocent went still farther. In the exercise of that singular prescience which belongs to that system by which this truculent holder of the tiara was so thoroughly inspired, and of which he was so perfect an embodiment, he divined the true nature of the transaction at Runnymede. Magna Carta was a great political protest against himself and his system. It inaugurated an order of political ideas and a class of political rights, entirely antagonistic to the fundamental principles and claims of the papacy. Magna Carta was constitutional liberty standing up before the face of the papal absolutism and throwing down the gauge of battle to it. Innocent felt that he must grapple now with this hateful and monstrous birth and strangle it in its cradle. Otherwise, should he wait till it was grown, it might be too strong for him to crush. Already it had reft away from him one of the fairest of those realms which he had made dependent upon the tiara. Its assaults on the papal prerogative would not end here. He must trample it down before its insolence had grown by success, and other kingdoms and their rulers, inoculated with the impiety of these audacious barons, had begun to imitate their example. Accordingly, fulminating a bull from the plenitude of his apostolic power, and from the authority of his commission, as set by God over the kingdoms to pluck up and destroy, to build and to plant, he annulled and abrogated the charter, declaring all its obligations and guarantees void. In the signing of the Great Charter, we see a new force coming into the field to make war against that tyranny which first corrupted the souls of men before it enslaved their bodies. The divine or evangelic element came first, political liberty came after. The former is the true nurse of the latter. For in no country can liberty endure and ripen its fruits where it has not had its beginning in the moral part of man. Innocent was already contending against the evangelical principle in the Crusades against the Albigenses in the south of France, and now there appeared, among the hardy nations of the north, another antagonist, the product of the first, that had come to strengthen the battle against a power, which from its seat on the 7 hills was absorbing all rights and enslaving all nations. The bold attitude of the barons saved the independence of the nation. Innocent went to the grave. Feebler men succeeded him in the pontifical chair. The kings of England mounted the throne without taking the oath of fealty to the Pope, although they continued to transmit, year by year, the 1,000 marks which John had agreed to pay into the papal treasury. At last, in the reign of Edward II, this annual payment was quietly dropped. No remonstrance against its discontinuance came from Rome. But in 1365, after the payment of the 1,000 marks had been intermitted for 35 years, it was suddenly demanded by Pope Urban V. The demand was accompanied with an intimation that should the king, Edward III, fail to make payment, not only of the annual tribute, but of all arrears, he would be summoned to Rome to answer before his liege lord, the Pope, for contumacy. This was in effect to say to England, prostrate yourself a second time before the pontifical chair. The England of Edward III was not the England of King John, and this demand, as unexpected as it was insulting, stirred the nation to its depths. During the century which had elapsed since the Great Charter was signed, England's growth in all the elements of greatness had been marvelously rapid. She had fused Norman and Saxon into one people. She had formed her language. She had extended her commerce. She had reformed her laws. She had founded seats of learning, which had already become renowned. She had fought great battles and won brilliant victories. Her valor was felt and her power feared by the continental nations. And when this summons to do homage as a vassal of the Pope was heard, the nation hardly knew whether to meet it with indignation or with derision. What made the folly of Urban in making such a demand the more conspicuous was the fact that the political battle against the papacy had been gradually strengthening since the era of Magna Carta. Several stringent acts had been passed with the view of vindicating the majesty of the law and of guarding the property of the nation and the liberties of the subject against the persistent and ambitious encroachments of Rome. Nor were these acts unneeded. Swarm after swarm of aliens, chiefly Italians, had invaded the kingdom and were devouring its substance and subverting its laws. Foreign ecclesiastics were nominated by the Pope to rich livings in England, and although they neither resided in the country nor performed any duty in it, they received the revenues of their English livings and expended them abroad. For instance, in the 16th year of Edward III, 2 Italian cardinals were named to 2 vacancies in the Diocese of Canterbury and York, worth annually 2,000 marks. The first fruits and reservations of the Pope, said the men of those times, are more hurtful to the realm than all the king's wars. In a parliament held in London in 1246, we find it complained of, among other grievances, that the Pope, not content with Peter's pence, oppressed the kingdom by extorting from the clergy great contributions without the king's consent, that the English were forced to prosecute their rights out of the kingdom, against the customs and written laws thereof, that oaths, statutes, and privileges were enervated, and that in the parishes where the Italians were beneficed, there were no alms, no hospitality, no preaching, no divine service, no care of souls, nor any reparations done to the parsonage houses. A worldly dominion cannot stand without revenues. The ambition and the theology of Rome went hand in hand and supported one another. Not an article was there in her creed, not a ceremony in her worship, not a department in her government, that did not tend to advance her power and increase her gain. Her dogmas, rites, and orders were so many pretexts for exacting money. Images, purgatory, relics, pilgrimages, indulgences, jubilees, canonizations, miracles, masses were but taxes under another name. Tithes, annats, investitures, appeals, reservations, expectatives, bulls, and briefs were so many drains for conveying the substance of the nations of Christendom to Rome. Every new saint cost the country of his birth 100,000 crowns. A consecrated pall for an English archbishop was bought for 1,200 pounds. In the year 1250, Walter Gray, Archbishop of York, paid 10,000 pounds for that mystic ornament, without which he might not presume to call councils, make chrism, dedicate churches, or ordain bishops and clerks. According to the present value of money, the price of this trifle may amount to 100,000 pounds. With good reason might the Carmelite, Baptista Montoine, say, if Rome gives anything, it is trifles only. She takes your gold, but gives nothing more solid in return than words. Alas, Rome is governed only by money. These and similar usurpations were rapidly converting the English soil into an Italian glebe. The land was tilled that it might feed foreign monks, and Englishmen were becoming hewers of wood and drawers of water to the Roman hierarchy. If the cardinals of Rome must have sumptuous banquets and purple robes and other and more questionable delights, it is not we, said the English people, that ought to be fleeced to furnish these things. We demand that a stop be put to this ruinous game before we are utterly beggared by it. To remedy these grievances, now become intolerable, a series of enactments were passed by Parliament. In the 20th year of Edward's reign, all alien monks were ordered to depart the kingdom by Michaelmas, and their livings were given to English scholars. By another act, the revenues of all livings held by foreign ecclesiastics, cardinals, and others were given to the king during their lives. It was further enacted, and the statute shows the extraordinary length to which the abuse had gone, that all such alien enemies as be advanced to livings here in England, being in their own country shoemakers, tailors, or chamberlains to cardinals, should depart before Michaelmas, and their livings be disposed to poor English scholars. The payment of the 2,000 marks to the two cardinals already mentioned was stopped. It was enacted further that no Englishman should bring into the realm, to any bishop or other, any bull, or any other letters from Rome, or any alien, unless he show the same to the chancellor or warden of the Cinque Ports, upon loss of all he hath. One person, not having the fear of this statute before his eyes, ventured to bring a papal bull into England, but he had nearly paid the forfeit of his life for his rashness. He was condemned to the gallows, and would have been hanged but for the intercession of the chancellor. We can hardly wonder at the popular indignation against these abuses when we think of the host of evils they brought in their train. The power of the king was weakened, the jurisdiction of the tribunals was invaded, and the exchequer was impoverished. It was computed that the tax paid to the Pope for ecclesiastical dignities was fivefold that paid to the king from the whole realm. And, further, as the consequence of this transportation to other countries of the treasure of the nation, learning and the arts were discouraged, hospitals were falling into decay, the churches were becoming dilapidated, public worship was neglected, the lands were falling out of tillage, and to this cause the Parliament attributed the frequent famines and plagues that had of late visited the country, and which had resulted in a partial depopulation of England. Two statutes in particular were passed during this period to set bounds to the papal usurpations. These were the well-known and famous statutes of provisors and praemunire. The first declared it illegal to procure any presentations to any benefice from the court of Rome, or to accept any living otherwise than as the law directed through the chapters and ordinary electors. All such appointments were to be void, the parties concerned in them were to be punished with fine and imprisonment, and no appeal was allowed beyond the king's court. The second statute, which came 3 years afterwards, forbade all appeals on questions of property from the English tribunals to the courts at Rome, under pain of confiscation of goods and imprisonment during the king's pleasure. Such appeals had become very common, but a stop was now put to them by the vigorous application of the statute. But the law against foreign nominations to benefices, it was not so easy to enforce, and the enactment, although it abetted, did not abolish the abuse. Chapter 3. Wycliffe's Battle with Rome for England's Independence. Table of Contents. Impatience of the king and the nation. Assembling of lords and commons. Shall England bow to Rome? The debate. The Pope's claim, unanimously repudiated. England on the road to Protestantism. Wycliffe's influence. Wycliffe attacked by an anonymous monk. His reply. Vindicates the nation's independence. A momentous issue. A greater victory than Cressy. His appeal to Rome lost. Begins to be regarded as the center of a new age. When England began to resist the papacy, it began to grow in power and wealth. Loosening its neck from the yoke of Rome, it lifted up its head proudly among the nations. Innocent III, crowning a series of usurpations by the submission of King John, an act of baseness that stands alone in the annals of England, had sustained himself master of the kingdom. But the great pontiff was bidden, somewhat gruffly, stand off. The northern nobles, who knew little about theology, but cared a great deal for independence, would be masters in their own isle, and they let the haughty wearer of the tiara know this when they framed Magna Carta. Turning to King John, they told him, in effect, that if he was to be the slave of an Italian priest, he could not be the master of Norman barons. The tide once turned continued to flow. The two famous statutes of provisors and praemunire were enacted. These were a sort of double breastwork. The first was meant to keep out the flood of usurpations that was setting in from Rome upon England, and the second was intended to close the door against the tithes, revenues, appeals, and obedience, which were flowing in an ever-augmenting stream from England to the Vatican. Great Britain never performed an act of resistance to the papacy, but there came along with it a quickening of her own energies and a strengthening of her liberty. So was it now. Her soul began to bound upwards. This was the moment chosen by Urban V to advance his insolent demand. How often have popes failed to read the signs of the times? Urban had signally failed to do so. The nation, though still submitting to the spiritual burdens of Rome, was becoming restive under her supremacy and pecuniary exactions. The Parliament had entered on a course of legislation to set bounds to these avaricious encroachments. The king, too, was getting sore at this defacing of the ancient laws and spoiling of his crown. And with the laurels of Cressy on his brow, he was in no mood for repairing to Rome, as Urban commanded, and paying down 1,000 marks for permission to wear the crown which he was so well able to defend with his sword. Edward assembled his parliament in 1366, and, laying the Pope's letter before it, bade it take counsel and say what answer should be returned. "Give us," said the estates of the realm, "a day to think over the matter." The king willingly granted them that space of time. They assembled again on the morrow, prelates, lords, and commons. Shall England, now becoming mistress of the seas, bow at the feet of the Pope? It is a great crisis. We eagerly scan the faces of the council, for the future of England hangs on its resolve. Shall the nation retrograde to the days of John, or shall it go forward to even higher glory than it has achieved under Edward? Wycliffe was present on that occasion, and has preserved a summary of the speeches. The record is interesting, as perhaps the earliest reported debate in Parliament, and still more interesting from the gravity of the issues depending thereon. A military baron is the first to rise. "The kingdom of England," said he, opening the debate, "was won by the sword, and by that sword has been defended. Let the Pope then gird on his sword, and come and try to exact this tribute by force, and I, for one, am ready to resist him." This is not spoken like an obedient son of the Church, but all the more a leal subject of England. Scarcely more encouraging to the supporters of the papal claim was the speech of the second baron. "He only," said he, "is entitled to secular tribute who legitimately exercises secular rule and is able to give secular protection. The Pope cannot legitimately do either. He is a minister of the gospel, not a temporal ruler. His duty is to give ghostly counsel, not corporal protection. Let us see that he abide within the limits of his spiritual office, where we shall obey him. But if he shall choose to transgress these limits, he must take the consequences." "The Pope," said a third, following in the line of the second speaker, "calls himself the servant of the servants of God. Very well. He can claim recompense only for service done. But where are the services which he renders to this land? Does he minister to us in spirituals? Does he help us in temporals? Does he not rather greedily drain our treasures, and often for the benefit of our enemies? I give my voice against this tribute." "On what ground was this tribute originally demanded?" asked another. "Was it not for absolving King John and relieving the kingdom from interdict? But to bestow spiritual benefits for money is sheer simony. It is a piece of ecclesiastical swindling. Let the lords, spiritual and temporal, wash their hands of a transaction so disgraceful. But if it is as feudal superior of the kingdom that the Pope demands this tribute, why ask 1,000 marks? Why not ask the throne, the soil, the people of England? If his title be good for these 1,000 marks, it is good for a great deal more. The Pope, on the same principle, may declare the throne vacant, and fill it with whomsoever he pleases. Pope Urban tells us, so spoke another, that all kingdoms are Christ's, and that he as his vicar holds England for Christ. But as the Pope is peccable, and may abuse his trust, it appears to me that it were better that we should hold our land directly and alone of Christ. Let us, said the last speaker, go at once to the root of this matter. King John had no right to gift away the kingdom of England without the consent of the nation. That consent was never given. The golden seal of the king, and the seals of the few nobles whom John persuaded or coerced to join him in this transaction, do not constitute the national consent. If John gifted his subjects to Innocent like so many chattels, Innocent may come and take his property if he can. We the people of England had no voice in the matter. We hold the bargain null and void from the beginning. So spake the Parliament of Edward III. Not a voice was raised in support of the arrogant demand of Urban. Prelate, baron, and commoner united in repudiating it as insulting to England. And these men expressed themselves in that plain, brief, and pithy language which betokens deep conviction as well as determined resolution. If need were, these bold words would be followed by deeds equally bold. The hands of the barons were on the hilts of their swords as they uttered them. They were, in the first place, subjects of England, and in the second place, members of the Church of Rome. The Pope accounts no one a good Catholic who does not reverse this order and put his spiritual above his temporal allegiance, his church before his country. This firm attitude of the Parliament put an end to the matter. The question which Urban had really raised was this, and nothing less than this. Shall the Pope or the King be sovereign of England? The answer of the Parliament was, not the Pope, but the King, and from that hour the claim of the former was not again advanced, at least in explicit terms. The decision at which the Parliament arrived was unanimous. It reproduced in brief compass both the argument and spirit of the speeches. Few such replies were in those days carried to the foot of the papal throne. Forasmuch, so ran the decision of the 3 estates of the realm, as neither King John nor any other king could bring his realm and kingdom into such thraldom and subjection but by common assent of Parliament, the which was not given. Therefore that which he did was against his oath at his coronation, besides many other causes. If, therefore, the Pope should attempt anything against the king by process, or other matters indeed, the king, with all his subjects, should, with all their force and power, resist the same. Thus far had England, in the middle of the 14th century, advanced on the road to the Reformation. The estates of the realm had unanimously repudiated one of the 2 great branches of the papacy. The dogma of the vicarship binds up the spiritual and the temporal in one anomalous jurisdiction. England had denied the latter, and this was a step towards questioning and finally repudiating the former. It was quite natural that the nation should first discover the falsity of the temporal supremacy before seeing the equal falsity of the spiritual. Urban had put the matter in a light in which no one could possibly mistake it. In demanding payment of 1,000 marks annually, he translated, as we say, the theory of the temporal supremacy into a palpable fact. The theory might have passed a little longer without question, had it not been put into this ungracious form. The halo which encompassed the papal fabric during the Middle Ages began to wane, and men took courage to criticize a system whose immense prestige had blinded them hitherto. Such was the state of mind in which we now find the English nation. It betokened a reformation at no very great distance. But largely, indeed mainly, had Wycliffe contributed to bring about this state of feeling in England. He had been the teacher of the barons and commons. He had propounded these doctrines from his chair in Oxford before they were proclaimed by the assembled estates of the realm. But for the spirit and views with which he had been quietly leavening the nation, the demand of Urban might have met a different reception. It would not, we believe, have been complied with, The position England had now attained in Europe and the deference paid her by foreign nations would have made submission impossible, but without Wycliffe the resistance would not have been placed on so intelligible a ground, nor would it have been urged with so resolute a patriotism. The firm attitude assumed effectually extinguished the hopes of the Vatican, and rid England ever after of all such imitating and insolent demands. That Wycliffe's position in this controversy was already a prominent one, and that the sentiments expressed in Parliament were but the echo of his teachings in Oxford, are attested by an event which now took place. The Pope found a supporter in England, though not in Parliament. A monk, whose name has not come down to us, stood forward to demonstrate the righteousness of the claim of Urban v. This controversialist laid down the fundamental proposition that, as vicar of Christ, the Pope is the feudal superior of monarchs and the lord paramount of their kingdoms. Thence he deduced the following conclusions: that all sovereigns owe him obedience and tribute, that vassalage was specially due from the English monarch in consequence of the surrender of the kingdom to the Pope by John, that Edward had clearly forfeited his throne by the non-payment of the annual tribute, and, in fine, that all ecclesiastics, regulars and seculars, were exempt from the civil jurisdiction, and under no obligation to obey the citation or answer before the tribunal of the magistrate. Singling out Wycliffe by name, the monk challenged him to disprove the propositions he had advanced. Wycliffe took up the challenge which had been thrown down to him. The task was one which involved tremendous hazard, not because Wycliffe's logic was weak or his opponents unanswerable, but because the power which he attacked could ill brook to have its foundations searched out and its hollowness exposed, and because the more completely Wycliffe should triumph, the more probable was it that he would feel the heavy displeasure of the enemy against whom he did battle. He had a cause pending in the Vatican at that very moment, and if he vanquished the Pope in England, how easy would it be for the Pope to vanquish him at Rome? Wycliffe did not conceal from himself this and other greater perils. Nevertheless, he stepped down into the arena. In opening the debate, he styles himself the king's peculiar clerk, from which we infer that the royal eye had already lighted upon him, attracted by his erudition and talents, and that one of the royal chaplaincies had been conferred upon him. The controversy was conducted on Wycliffe's side with great moderation. He contents himself with stating the grounds of objection to the temporal power, rather than working out the argument and pressing it home. These are the natural rights of men, the laws of the realm of England, and the precepts of Holy Writ. Already, he says, a third and more of England is in the hands of the Pope. There cannot, he argues, be two temporal sovereigns in one country. Either Edward is king or Urban is king. We make our choice. We accept Edward of England and refuse Urban of Rome. Then he falls back on the debate in Parliament and presents a summary of the speeches of the spiritual and temporal lords. Thus far Wycliffe puts the estates of the realm in the front and covers himself with the shield of their authority. But doubtless the sentiments are his. The stamp of his individuality and genius is plainly to be seen upon them. From his bow was the arrow shot by which the temporal power of the papacy in England was wounded. If his courage was shown in not declining the battle, his prudence and wisdom were equally conspicuous in the manner in which he conducted it. It was the affair of the king and of the nation, and not his merely, and it was masterly tactics to put it so as that it might be seen to be no contemptible quarrel between an unknown monk and an Oxford doctor, but a controversy between the King of England and the Pontiff of Rome. And the service now rendered by Wycliffe was great. The eyes of all the European nations were at that moment on England, watching with no little anxiety the issue of the conflict which she was then waging with a power that sought to reduce the whole earth to vassalage. If England should bow herself before the papal chair, and the victor of Crécy do homage to Urban for his crown, what monarch could hope to stand erect, and what nation could expect to rescue its independence from the grasp of the tiara? The submission of England would bring such an accession of prestige and strength to the papacy that the days of Innocent III would return, and a tempest of excommunications and interdicts would again lower over every throne and darken the sky of every kingdom, as during the reign of the mightiest of the papal chiefs. The crisis was truly a great one. It was now to be seen whether the tide was to advance or to go back. The decision of England determined that the waters of papal tyranny should henceforth recede, and every nation hailed the result with joy as a victory won for itself. To England, the benefits which accrued from this conflict were lasting as well as great. The fruits reaped from the great battles of Crécy and Poitiers have long since disappeared, but as regards this victory won over Urban V, England is enjoying at this very hour the benefits which resulted from it. But it must not be forgotten that, though Edward III and his Parliament occupied the foreground, the real champion in this battle was Wycliffe. It is hardly necessary to say that Wycliffe was non-suited at Rome. His wardenship of Canterbury Hall, to which he was appointed by the founder, and from which he had been extruded by Archbishop Lingham, was finally lost. His appeal to the Pope was made in 1367, but a long delay took place, and it was not till 1370 that the judgment of the Court of Rome was pronounced, ratifying his extrusion and putting Langham's monks in sole possession of Canterbury College. Wycliffe had lost his wardenship, but he had largely contributed to save the independence of his country. In winning this fight, he had done more for it than if he had conquered on many battlefields. He had yet greater services to render to England, and yet greater penalties to pay for his patriotism. Soon after this, he took his degree of doctor in divinity, a distinction more rare in those days than in ours, and the chair of theology, to which he was now raised, extended the circle of his influence, and paved the way for the fulfillment of his great mission. From this time, Wycliffe began to be regarded as the center of a new age. Chapter 4. Wycliffe's battle with the mendicant friars. Table of contents. Wycliffe's mental conflicts. Rise of the monastic orders. Fascinating pictures of monks and monasteries. Early corruption of the orders. Testimony of contemporary witnesses. The new monastic orders. Reason for their institution. St. Francis. His early life. His appearance before Innocent III. Commission to found an order. Rapid increase of the Franciscans. St. Dominic. His character. Founds the Dominicans. Preaching missionaries and inquisitors. Constitution of the new orders. The old and new monks compared. Their vow of poverty. How evaded. Their garb. Their vast wealth. Palatial edifices. Their frightful degeneracy. Their swarms overspread England. Their illegal practices. The battle against them begun. By Armachinus. He complains against them to the Pope. His complaint disregarded. He dies. We come now to relate briefly the second great battle which our reformer was called to wage, and which, if we have regarded the prior date of its origin, for it was begun before the conclusion of that of which we have just spoken, ought to be called the first. We refer to his contest with the mendicant friars. It was still going on when his battle against the temporal power was finished. In fact, it continued, more or less, to the end of his life. The controversy involved great principles, and had a marked influence on the mind of Wycliffe in the way of developing his views on the whole subject of the papacy. From questioning the mere abuse of the papal prerogative, he began to question its legitimacy. At every step a new doubt presented itself. This sent him back again to the Scriptures. Every page he read shed new light into his mind, and discovered some new invention or error of man, till at last he saw that the system of the gospel and the system of the papacy were utterly and irreconcilably at variance, and that if he would follow the one, he must finally renounce the other. This decision, as we gather from Fox, was not made without many tears and groans. After he had a long time professed divinity in Oxford, says the chronicler, and perceiving the true doctrine of Christ's gospel to be adulterate and defiled with so many filthy inventions of bishops, sects of monks, and dark errors, and that he, after long debating and deliberating with himself, with many secret sighs and bewailings in his mind the general ignorance of the whole world, could no longer suffer or abide the same, he at the last determined with himself to help and to remedy such things as he saw to be wide and out of the way. But forasmuch as he saw that this dangerous meddling could not be attempted or stirred without great trouble, neither that these things, which have been so long time with use and custom rooted and grafted in men's minds, could be suddenly plucked up or taken away, he He thought with himself that this matter should be done by little and little. Wherefore he, taking his original at small occasions, thereby opened himself a way or mean to greater matters. First he assailed his adversaries in logical and metaphysical questions. By these originals the way was made unto greater points, so that at length he came to touch the matters of the sacraments and other abuses of the Church. The rise of the monastic orders and their rapid and prodigious diffusion over all Christendom, and even beyond it, are too well known to require minute or lengthy narration. The tombs of Egypt, the deserts of Thebes, the mountains of Sinai, the rocks of Palestine, the islands of the Aegean and Tuscan seas, were peopled with colonies of hermits and anchorites who, fleeing from the world, devoted themselves to a life of solitude and spiritual meditation. The secularity and corruption of the parochial clergy, engendered by the wealth which flowed in upon the Church in early times, rendered necessary, it was supposed, a new order which might exhibit a great and outstanding example of virtue. Here, in these anchorites, was the very pattern, it was believed, which the age needed. These men, living in seclusion or gathered in little fraternities, had renounced the world, had taken a vow of poverty and obedience, and were leading humble, laborious, frugal, chaste, virtuous lives, and exemplifying, in a degenerate time, the holiness of the gospel. The austerity and poverty of the monastery redeemed Christianity from the stain which the affluence and pride of the cathedral had brought upon it. So the world believed, and felt itself edified by the spectacle. For a while, doubtless, the monastery was the asylum of a piety which had been banished from the world. Fascinating pictures have been drawn of the sanctity of these establishments. Within their walls peace made her abode when violence distracted the outer world. The land around them, from the skillful and careful cultivation of the brotherhood, smiled like a garden, while the rest of the soil, through neglect or barbarism, was sinking into a desert. Here letters were cultivated, and the arts of civilized life preserved, while the general community, engrossed in war, prosecuted but languidly the labors of peace. To the gates of the monastery came the halt, the blind, the deaf, and the charitable inmates never failed to pity their misery and supply their necessities. In fine, while the castle of the neighboring baron resounded with the clang of weapons or the noise of wassail, the holy chimes ascending from the monastery at morn and eve told of the devotions, the humble prayers, and the fervent praises in which the fathers passed their time. These pictures are so lovely, and one is so gratified to think that ages so rude and so ceaselessly buffeted by war had nevertheless their quiet retreats, where the din of arms did not drown the voice of the muses or silence the song of piety, that we feel almost as if it were an offense against religion to doubt their truth. But we confess that our faith in them would have been greater if they had been painted by contemporary chroniclers, instead of being mostly the creation of poets who lived in a later age. We really do not know where to look in real history for the originals of these enchanting descriptions. Still, we do not doubt that there is a measure of truth in them, that during the early period of their existence, these establishments did in some degree shelter piety and preserve art, did dispense alms and teach industry. And we know that even down to nearly the Reformation, there were instances of men who, hidden from the world, here lived alone with Christ and fed their piety at the fountains of the Word of God. These instances were, however, rare and suggested comparisons not favorable to the rest of the fathers. But one thing history leaves in no wise doubtful, even that the monastic orders speedily and to a fearful degree became corrupt. It would have been a miracle if it had been otherwise. The system was in violation of the fundamental laws of nature and of society, as well as of the Bible. How can virtue be cultivated apart from the exercise of it? If the world is a theater of temptation, it is still more a school of discipline and a nursery of virtue. Living in them, says a nun of Cambrai, a descendant of Sir Thomas More, I can speak by experience. If one be not in a right course of prayer and other exercises between God and our soul, one's nature groweth much worse than ever it would have been if she had lived in the world. It is in society, not in solitude, that we can be trained to self-denial, to patience, to loving kindness and magnanimity. In solitude, there is nothing to be borne with or overcome, save cold, or hunger, or the beasts of the desert, which, however much they may develop the powers of the body, cannot nourish the virtues of the soul. In point of fact, these monasteries did, we know, become eventually more corrupt than the world which their inmates had forsaken. By the year 1100, one of their advocates says he gives them up. The pictures which some popish writers have given us of them in the 13th century, Clemanges, for instance, we dare not transfer to our pages. The repute of their piety multiplied the number of their patrons, and swelled the stream of their benefactions. With riches came their too frequent concomitants, luxury and pride. Their vow of poverty was no barrier, for though, as individuals, they could possess no property, they might as a body corporate own any amount of wealth. Lands, houses, hunting grounds, and forests, the tithing of tolls, of orchards, of fisheries, of kine, and wool, and cloth, formed the dowry of the monastery. The vast and miscellaneous inventory of goods which formed the common property of the fraternity included everything that was good for food and pleasant to the eye. Curious furniture for their apartments, dainty apparel for their persons, the choice treasures of the field, of the tree, and the river for their tables, soft-paced mules by day, and luxurious couches at night. Their head, the abbot, equaled princes in wealth, and surpassed them in pride. Such, from the humble beginnings of the cell, with its bed of stone and its diet of herbs, had come to be the condition of the monastic orders long before the days of Wycliffe. From being the ornament of Christianity, they were now its opprobrium, and from being the buttress of the Church of Rome, they had now become its scandal. We shall quote the testimony of one who is not likely to be too severe in reproving the manners of his brethren. Peter, abbot of Cluny, thus complains, "Our brethren despise God, and having passed all shame, eat flesh now all the days of the week except Friday. They run here and there, and, as kites and vultures, fly with great swiftness where the most smoke of the kitchen is, and where they smell the best roast and boiled. Those that will not do as the rest, they mock and treat as hypocrites and profane. Beans, cheese, eggs, and even fish itself can no more please their nice palates. They only relish the flesh pots of Egypt. Pieces of boiled and roasted pork, good fat veal, otters and hares, the best geese and pullets, and, in a word, all sorts of flesh and fowl do now cover the tables of our holy monks. But why do I talk? Those things are grown too common. They are cloyed with them. They must have something more delicate. They would have got for them kids, harts, boars, and wild bears. One must for them beat the bushes with a great number of hunters, and by the help of birds of prey must one chase the pheasants, and partridges, and ring doves, for fear the servants of God, who are our good monks, should perish with hunger. Saint Bernard, in the 12th century, wrote an apology for the monks of Cluny, which he addressed to William, abbot of Street Thierry. The work was undertaken on purpose to recommend the order, and yet the author cannot restrain himself from reproving the disorders which had crept into it, and having broken ground on this field, he runs on like one who found it impossible to stop. "I can never enough admire," says he, "how so great a licentiousness of meals, habits, beds, equipages, and horses can get in and be established, as it were, among monks." After enlarging on the sumptuousness of the apparel of the fathers, the extent of their stud, the rich trappings of their mules, and the luxurious furniture of their chambers, Saint Bernard proceeds to speak of their meals, of which he gives a very lively description. "Are not their mouths and ears," says he, "equally filled with victuals and confused voices? And while they thus spin out their immoderate feasts, is there any one who offers to regulate the debauch? No, certainly. Dish dances after dish, and for abstinence, which they profess, 2 rows of fat fish appear swimming in sauce upon the table. Are you cloyed with these? The cook has art sufficient to prick you others of no less charms. Thus plate is devoured after plate, and such natural transitions are made from one to the other, that they fill their bellies, but seldom blunt their appetites. And all this, exclaims Saint Bernard, in the name of charity, because consumed by men who had taken a vow of poverty, and must needs therefore be denominated the poor. From the table of the monastery, where we behold course following course in quick and bewildering succession, Saint Bernard takes us next to see the pomp with which the monks ride out. I must always take the liberty, says he, to inquire how the salt of the earth comes to be so depraved. What occasions men, who in their lives ought to be examples of humility, by their practice to give instructions and examples of vanity, and to pass by many other things, what a proof of humility is it to see a vast retinue of horses with their equipage, and a confused train of valets and footmen, so that the retinue of a single abbot outshines that of 2 bishops. May I be thought a liar if it be not true, that I have seen one single abbot attended by above 60 horse. Who could take these men for the fathers of monks and the shepherds of souls? Or who would not be apt to take them rather for governors of cities and provinces? Why, though the master be 4 leagues off, must his train of equipage reach to his very doors? One would take these mighty preparations for the subsistence of an army, or for provisions to travel through a very large desert. But this necessitated a remedy. The damage inflicted on the papacy by the corruption and notorious profligacy of the monks must be repaired. But how? The reformation of the early orders was hopeless, but new fraternities could be called into existence. This was the method adopted. The order of Franciscans was instituted by Innocent III in the year 1215, and the Dominicans were sanctioned by his successor Honorius III a few years later, 1218. The object of their institution was to recover, by means of their humility, poverty, and apostolic zeal, the credit which had been lost to the Church through the pride, wealth, and indolence of the elder monks. Moreover, the new times on which the Church felt that she was entering demanded new services. Preachers were needed to confute the heretics, and this was carefully kept in view in the constitution of the newly created orders. The founders of these 2 orders were very unlike in their natural disposition and temper. St. Francis, the founder of the Franciscans, or Minorites, as they came to be termed, was born at Assisi, in Umbria, in 1182. His father was a rich merchant of that town. The historians of St. Francis relate that certain signs accompanied his birth, which prognosticated his future greatness. His mother, when her time had come, was taken in labors so severe, and her pains were prolonged for so many days, that she was on the point of death. At that crisis, an angel, in the guise of a pilgrim, presented himself at her door and demanded alms. The charity sought was instantly bestowed, and the grateful pilgrim proceeded to tell the inmates what they must do in order that the lady of the mansion might become the joyful mother of a son. They were to take up her couch, carry her out, and lay her in the stable. The pilgrim's instructions were followed. The pains of labor were now speedily ended, and thus it came to pass that the child first saw the light among the beasts. This was the first prerogative, remarks one of his historians, in which St. Francis resembled Jesus Christ. He was born in a stable. Despite these auguries, betokening a more than ordinary sanctity, Francis grew up a debauched youth, says Demilian, and having robbed his father, was disinherited, but he seemed not to be very much troubled at it. He was seized with a malignant fever, and the frenzy that had induced appears never to have wholly left him. He lay down on his bed of sickness a gay profligate and spendthrift, and he rose up from it entirely engrossed with the idea that all holiness and virtue consisted in poverty. He acted out his theory to the letter. He gave away all his property. He exchanged garments with a beggar whom he met on the highway, and, squalid, emaciated, covered with dirt and rags his eyes, burning with a strange fire, he wandered about the country around his native town of Assisi, followed by a crowd of boys, who hooted and jeered at the madman, which they believed him to be. Being joined by 7 disciples, he made his way to Rome, to lay his project before the Pope. On arriving there, he found Innocent III, ailing himself on the terrace of his palace of the Lateran. Was subject for a painter, the haughtiest of the pontiffs, the man who, like another Jove, had but to nod, and kings were tumbled from their thrones, and nations were smitten down with interdict, was pacing to and fro beneath the pillared portico of his palace, revolving, doubtless, new and mightier projects to illustrate the glory and strengthen the dominion of the papal throne. At times as I wanders as far as the Apennines, so grandly walling in the Campagna, which lies spread out beneath him, not as now a blackened expanse, but a glorious garden sparkling with villas and gay with vineyards and olive and fig trees. If in front of his palace was this goodly prospect, behind it was another, forming the obverse of that on which the pontiff's eye now rested. A hideous gap, covered with the fragments of what had once been temples and palaces, and extending from the Lateran to the Colosseum, marred the beauty of the pontifical city. This unsightly spectacle was the memorial of the war of investitures, and would naturally carry the thoughts of Innocent back to the times of Hildebrand and the fierce struggles which a zeal for the exaltation of the papal chair had provoked in Christendom. What a tide of prosperous fortune had flowed in upon Rome during the century which had elapsed since Gregory VII swayed the scepter that Innocent now wielded. Not a pontificate, not a decade, that had not witnessed an addition to the height of that stupendous Babel which the genius and statesmanship of all the popes from Gregory to Innocent had been continuously and successfully occupied in rearing. And now the fabric stood complete, for higher it was hardly possible to conceive of its being carried. Rome was now more truly mistress of the world than even in the days of the Caesars. Her sway went deeper into the heart and soul of the nations. Again was she sending forth her legates, as of old her proconsuls, to govern her subject kingdoms. Again was she issuing her edicts, which all the world obeyed. Again were kings and suppliant princes waiting at her gates. Again were her highways crowded with ambassadors and suitors from every quarter of Christendom. From the most distant regions came the pilgrim and the devotee to pray at her holy shrines. Night and day, without intermission, there flowed from her gates a spiritual stream to refresh the world. Croziers and palls, priestly offices and mystic virtues, pardons and dispensations, relics and amulets, benedictions and anathemas, and, in return for this, the tribute of all the earth was being carried into her treasuries. On these pleasurable subjects, doubtless, rested the thoughts of Innocent as Francis of Assisi drew near. The eye of the pontiff lights upon the strange figure. Innocent halts to survey more closely the man. His dress is that of a beggar. His looks are haggard. His eye is wild. Yet despite these untoward appearances, there is something about him that seems to say, I come with a mission, and therefore do I venture into this presence. I am here not to beg, but to give alms to the Pope Dom. And few kings have had it in their power to lay greater gifts at the feet of Rome than that which this man in rags had come to bestow. Curious to know what he would say, Innocent permitted his strange visitor to address him. Francis hurriedly described his project, but the Pope failed to comprehend its importance or to credit Francis with the power of carrying it out. He ordered the enthusiast to be gone, and Francis retired, disappointed and downcast, believing his scheme to be nipped in the bud. The incident, however, had made a deeper impression upon the pontiff than he was aware. As he lay on his couch by night, the beggar seemed again to stand before him and to plead his cause. A palm tree, so Innocent thought in his sleep, suddenly sprang up at his feet and waxed into a goodly stature. In a second dream, Francis seemed to stretch out his hand to prop up the Lateran, which was menaced with overthrow. When the Pope awoke, he gave orders to seek out the strange man from Umbria and bring him before him. Convening his cardinals, he gave them an opportunity of hearing the project. To Innocent and his conclave the idea of Francis appeared to be good. And to whom, thought they, could they better commit the carrying of it out than to the enthusiast who had conceived it? To this man in rags did Rome now give her commission, armed with the pontifical sanction, empowering him to found, arrange, and set a working such an order as he had sketched out. Francis now left the presence of the Pope and cardinals and departed to begin his work. The enthusiasm that burned so fiercely in his own brain kindled a similar enthusiasm in that of others. Soon St. Francis found a dozen men willing to share his views and take part in his project. The dozen speedily multiplied into 100, and the 100 into thousands, and the increase went on at a rate of which history scarcely affords another such example. Before his death, St. Francis had the satisfaction of seeing 5,000 of his monks assemble in his convent in Italy to hold a general chapter, and as each convent sent only 2 delegates, the convocation represented 2,500 convents. The solitary fanatic had become an army. His disciples filled all the countries of Christendom. Every object and idea they subordinated to that of their chief, and, bound together by their vow, they prosecuted with indefatigable zeal the service to which they had consecrated themselves. This order has had in it 5 popes and 45 cardinals. Saint Dominic, the founder of the Dominicans, was born in Aragon, 1170. He was cast in a different mold from Saint Francis. His enthusiasm was as fiery, his zeal as intense. But to these qualities he added a cool judgment, a firm will, somewhat stern temper, and great knowledge of affairs. Dominic had witnessed the ravages of heresy in the southern provinces of France. He had also had occasion to mark the futility of those splendidly equipped missions that Rome sent forth from time to time to convert the Albigenses. He saw that these missionaries left more heretics on their departure than they had found on their arrival. Mitred dignitaries, mounted on richly caparisoned mules, followed by a sumptuous train of priests and monks, and other attendants, too proud or too ignorant to preach, and able only to dazzle the gaze of the multitude by the magnificence of their ceremonies, attested most conclusively the wealth of Rome, but did not attest with equal conclusiveness the truth of her tenets. Instead of bishops on palfreys, Dominic called for monks in wooden stalls to preach to the heretics. Repairing to Rome, he too laid his scheme before Innocent, offering to raise an army that would perambulate Europe in the interests of the papal see, organized after a different fashion, and that, he hoped, would be able to give a better account of the heretics. Their garb as humble, their habits as austere, and their speech as plain as those of the peasants they were to address. These missionaries would soon win the heretics from the errors into which they had been seduced, and, living on alms, they would cost the papal exchequer nothing. Innocent, for some reason or other, perhaps from having sanctioned the Franciscans so recently, refused his consent. But Pope Honorius was more compliant. He confirmed the proposed order of Dominic, and from beginnings equally small with those of the Franciscans, the growth of the Dominicans in popularity and numbers was equally rapid. The Dominicans were divided into 2 bands. The business of the one was to preach, that of the other to slay those whom the first were not able to convert. The one refuted heresy, the other exterminated heretics. This happy division of labor, it was thought, would secure the thorough doing of the work. The preachers rapidly multiplied, and in a few years the sound of their voices was heard in almost all the cities of Europe. Their learning was small, but their enthusiasm kindled them into eloquence, and their harangues were listened to by admiring crowds. The Franciscans and Dominicans did for the papacy in the centuries that preceded the Reformation what the Jesuits have done for it in the centuries that have followed it. Before proceeding to speak of the battle which Wycliffe was called to wage with the new fraternities, it is necessary to indicate the peculiarities in their constitution and organization that fitted them to cope with the emergencies amid which their career began and which had made it necessary to call them into existence. The elder order of monks were recluses. They had no relation to the world which they had abandoned, and no duties to perform to it, beyond the example of austere piety which they offered for its edification. Their sphere was the cell or the walls of the monastery, where their whole time was presumed to be spent in prayer and meditation. The newly created orders, on the other hand, were not confined to a particular spot. They had convents, it is true, but these were rather hotels or temporary abodes, where they might rest when on their preaching tours. Their sphere was the world. They were to perambulate provinces and cities, and to address all who were willing to listen to them. Preaching had come to be one of the lost arts. The secular or parochial clergy seldom entered a pulpit. They were too ignorant to write a sermon, too indolent to preach one even were it prepared to their hand. They instructed their flocks by a service of ceremonials, and by prayers and litanies, in a language which the people did not understand. Wycliffe assures us that in his time there were many unable curates that knew not the 10 Commandments, nor could read their Psalter, nor could understand a verse of it. The friars, on the other hand, betook themselves to their mother tongue, and, mingling familiarly with all classes of the community, they revived the forgotten practice of preaching and plied it assiduously Sunday and weekday. They held forth in all places, as well as on all days, erecting their pulpit in the market, at the street's corner, or in the chapel. In one point, especially the friars stood out in marked and advantageous contrast to the old monastic orders. The latter were scandalously rich, the former were severely and edifyingly poor. They lived on alms, and literally were beggars, hence their name of mendicants. Christ and his apostles, it was affirmed, were mendicants. The profession, therefore, was an ancient and a holy one. The early monastic orders, it is true, equally with the Dominicans and Franciscans, had taken a vow of poverty, but the difference between the elder and the later monks lay in this, that while the former could not, in their individual capacity, possess property, in their corporate capacity they might and did possess it to an enormous amount. The latter, both as individuals and as a body, were disqualified by their vow from holding any property whatever. They could not so much as possess a penny in the world, and as there was nothing in their humble garb and frugal diet to belie their profession of poverty, their repute for sanctity was great, and their influence with all classes was in proportion. They seemed the very men for the times in which their lot was cast, and for the work which had been appointed them. They were emphatically the soldiers of the Pope, the household troops of the Vatican, traversing Christendom in 2 bands, yet forming one united army, which continually increased, and which, having no impedimenta to retard its march, advanced alertly and victoriously to combat heresy, and extended the fame and dominion of the Papal See. If the rise of the mendicant orders was unexampled in its rapidity, equally unexampled was the rapidity of their decline. The rock on which they split was the same which had proved so fatal to their predecessors, riches. But how was it possible for wealth to enter when the door of the monastery was so effectually barred by a most stringent vow of poverty? Neither as individuals nor as a corporation could they accept or hold a penny. Nevertheless, the fact was so, their riches increased prodigiously, and their degeneracy, consequent thereon, was even more rapid than the declension which former ages had witnessed in the Benedictines and Augustinians. The original constitution of the mendicant orders remained unaltered. Their vow of poverty still stood unrepealed. They still lived on the alms of the faithful, and still wore their gown of coarse woolen cloth, white in the case of the Dominicans, and girded with a broad sash, brown in the case of the Franciscans, and tied with a cord of 3 knots. In both cases curiously provided with numerous and capacious pouches, in which little images, square bits of paper, amulets, and rosaries were, mixed with bits of bread and cheese, morsels of flesh, and other victuals collected by begging. But in the midst of all these signs of poverty, and of the professed observance of their vow, their hoards increased every day. How came this? Among the brothers were some subtle intellects, who taught them the happy distinction between proprietors and stewards. In the character of proprietors, they could possess absolutely nothing. In the character of stewards, they might hold wealth to any amount and dispense it for the ends and uses of their order. This ingenious distinction unlocked the gates of their convents, and straightway a stream of gold, fed by the piety of their admirers, began to flow into them. They did not, like the other monastic fraternities, become landed proprietors, this kind of property not coming within the scope of that interpretation by which they had so materially qualified their vow, but in other respects they claimed a very ample freedom. The splendor of their edifices eclipsed those of the Benedictines and Augustinians. Churches which the skill of the architect and the genius of the painter did their utmost to glorify, convents and cloisters which monarchs might have been proud to inhabit, rose in all countries for the use of the friars. With this wealth came a multiform corruption, indolence, insolence, a dissolution of manners, and a grievous abuse of those vast privileges and powers which the papal see, finding them so useful, had heaped upon them. "It is an awful presage," exclaims Matthew Paris, only 40 years after their institution, "that in 300 years, nay, in 400 years and more, the old monastic orders have not so entirely degenerated as these fraternities." Such was the state in which Wycliffe found the friars. Nay, we may conclude that in his time the corruption of the mendicants far exceeded what it was in the days of Matthew Paris, a century earlier. He found in fact a plague fallen upon the kingdom, which was daily spreading and hourly intensifying its ravages. It was in 1360 that he began his public opposition to them. The Dominican friars entered England in 1321. In that year, Gilbert de Fresney and 12 of his brethren settled at Oxford. The same causes that favored their growth on the continent operated equally in England, and this little band recruited their ranks so rapidly that soon they spread their swarms over all the kingdom. 43 houses of the Dominicans were established in England, where from their black cloak and hood they were popularly termed the Black Friars. Finding themselves now powerful, they attacked the laws and privileges of the University of Oxford, where they had established themselves, claiming independence of its jurisdiction. This drew on a battle between them and the college authorities. The first to oppose their encroachments was Fitzralph Armacanus, who had been appointed to the chancellorship of Oxford in 1333, and in 1347 became Archbishop of Armagh. Fitzralph declared that under this pestiferous canker, as he styled mendicancy, everything that was good and fair, letters, industry, obedience, morals, was being blighted. He carried his complaints all the way to Avignon, where the popes then lived, in the hope of effecting a reformation of this crying evil. The heads of the address, which he delivered before the pontiff, were as follow: that the friars were propagating a pestiferous doctrine, subversive of the testament of Jesus Christ; that, owing to their machinations, the ministers of the church were decreasing; that the universities were decaying; that students could not find books to carry on their studies; that the friars were recruiting their ranks by robbing and circumventing children; that they cherished ambition under a feigned humility; that they concealed riches under a simulated poverty, and crept up by subtle means to be lords, archbishops, cardinals, chancellors of kingdoms, and privy councillors of monarchs. We must give a specimen of his pleading before the pontiff, as Fox has preserved it. "By the privileges," says Armacanus, "granted by the popes to the friars, great enormities do arise." Among other abuses, he enumerates the following: "The true shepherds do not know the faces of their flock." Item, great contention and sometimes blows arise between the friars and the secular curates, about titles, impropriations, and other avails. Item, diverse young men, as well in universities as in their fathers' houses, are allured craftily by the friars, their confessors, to enter their orders, from whence, also, they cannot get out, though they would, to the great grief of their parents, and no less repentance to the young men themselves. No less inconvenience and danger also by the said friars riseth to the clergy, forsomuch as laymen, seeing their children thus to be stolen from them in the universities by the friars, do refuse therefore to send them to their studies, rather willing to keep them at home to their occupation, or to follow the plough, than so to be circumvented and defeated of their sons at the university, as by daily experience doth manifestly appear. For, whereas, in my time there were in the University of Oxford 30,000 students, now there are not to be found 6,000. The occasion of this great decay is to be ascribed to no other cause than the circumvention only of the friars above mentioned. As the consequence of these very extraordinary practices of the friars, every branch of science and study was decaying in England. For that these begging friars, continues the Archbishop, through their privileges obtained of the popes to preach, to hear confessions, and to bury, and through their charters of impropriations, did thereby grow to such great riches and possessions by their begging, craving, catching, and intermeddling with church matters, that no book could stir of any science, either of divinity, law, or physic, but they were both able and ready to buy it up. So that every convent having a great library, full, stuffed, and furnished with all sorts of books, and being so many convents within the realm, and in every convent so many friars increasing daily more and more, by reason thereof it came to pass that very few books or none at all remained for other students. He himself sent to the university 4 of his own priests or chaplains, who sent him word again that they neither could find the Bible, nor any other good profitable book of divinity profitable for their study, and so they returned to their own country. In vain had the archbishop undertaken his long journey. In vain had he urged these complaints before the pontiff at Avignon. The pope knew that these charges were but too well-founded, but what did that avail? The friars were indispensable to the pope. They had been created by him. They were dependent upon him. They lived for him. They were his obsequious tools, and weighed against the services they were rendering to the papal throne, the interests of literature in England were but as dust in the balance. Not a finger must be lifted to curtail the privileges or check the abuses of the mendicants. The archbishop, finding that he had gone on a bootless errand, returned to England and died 3 years after. Chapter 5. The Friars versus the Gospel in England. Table of Contents. The joy of the friars. Wycliffe resumes the battle, demands the abolition of the orders, the arrogance of the friars, their luxury, their covetousness, their oppression of the poor, the agitation in England, questions touching the gospel raised thereby. Is it from the friar or from Christ that pardon is to be had? Were Christ and the apostles mendicants? Wycliffe's tractate, Objections to Friars. It launches him on his career as a reformer. Preaches in this tractate the gospel to England, attack on the power of the keys, no pardon but from God, salvation without money. The joy of the friars when they heard that their enemy was dead was great, but it was of short duration. The same year in which the archbishop died, 1360, Wycliffe stood up and began that opposition to the mendicants which he maintained more or less to the very close of his life. John Wycliffe, says an unknown writer, the singular ornament of his time, began at Oxford in the year of our Lord 1360, in his public lectures, to correct the abuses of the clergy and their open wickedness, King Edward III, being living, and continued secure, a most valiant champion of the truth among the tyrants of Sodom. Wycliffe sought deeper into the evil than our Machinus had done. The very institution of the order was unscriptural and corrupt, and while it existed, nothing, he felt, but abuse could flow from it, and therefore, not content, as his predecessor would have been, with the reformation of the order, he demanded its abolition. The friars, vested in an independent jurisdiction by the Pope, were overriding the canons and regulations of Oxford, where their headquarters were pitched. They were setting at defiance the laws of the state. They were inveigling young children into their rotten habit. They were perambulating the country. And while they would allow no one but themselves to preach, their sermons were made up, Wycliffe tells us, of fables, chronicles of the world, and stories from the siege of Troy. The Pope, moreover, had conferred on them the right of shriving men, and they performed their office with such a hearty goodwill, and gave absolution on terms so easy, that malefactors of every description flocked to them for pardon, and the consequence was a frightful increase of immorality and crime. The alms which ought to have been given to the bedrid, the feeble, the crooked, they intercepted and devoured. In flagrant contempt of the declared intention of their founder, and their own vow of poverty, their hoards daily increased. The wealth thus gathered they expended in palatial buildings, in sumptuous tables, or other delights, or they sent it abroad to the impoverishing of the kingdom. Not the money only, but the secrets of the nation they were suspected of discovering to the enemies of the realm. To obey the Pope, to pray to St. Francis, to give alms to the friar, with a sum of all piety. This was better than all learning and all virtue, for it could open the gates of heaven. Wycliffe saw nothing in the future, provided the mendicants were permitted to carry on their trade, but the speedy ruin of both church and state. The controversy on which Wycliffe now entered was eminently wholesome. wholesome to himself and to the nation. It touched the very foundations of Christianity and compelled men to study the nature of the gospel. The mendicants went through England, selling to men the pardons of the Pope. Can our sins be forgiven for a little money? Men were led to ask, is it with innocent or with God that we have to do? This led them to the gospel, to learn from it the ground of the acceptance of sinners before God. Thus the controversy was no mere quarrel between the regulars and the seculars. It was no mere collision between the jurisdiction of the Oxford authorities and the jurisdiction of the mendicants. The question was one between the mendicants and the gospel. Is it from the friars or from Jesus Christ that we are to obtain the forgiveness of our sins? This was a question which the England of that age eminently needed to have stirred. The arguments, too, by which the friars endeavored to cover the lucrative trade they were driving, helped to import a salutary element into the controversy. They pleaded the sanction of the Savior for their begging. Christ and the apostles said they were mendicants and lived on alms. This led men to look into the New Testament to see if this really were so. The friars had made an unwitting appeal to the right of private judgment and advertised a book about which, had they been wise for their own interests, they would have been profoundly silent. Wycliffe, especially, was led to the yet closer study of the Bible. The system of truth in Holy Scripture revealed itself more and more to him. He saw how widely the Church of Rome had departed from the gospel of Christ, and what a gulf separated salvation by the blood of the Lamb from salvation by the pardons of the Pope. It was now that the professor of divinity in Oxford rose up into the reformer of England, the great pioneer and founder of the Reformation of Christendom. About this time, he published his Objections to Friars, which fairly launched him on his career as a reformer. In this tractate, he charges the friars with 50 heresies and errors, and many mo, if men wolle, seek them well out. Let us mark that in this tract the reformer does not so much dispute with the friars as preach the gospel to his countrymen. There cometh, says Wycliffe, no pardon but of God. The worst abuses of these friars consist in their pretended confessions, by means of which they affect, with numberless artifices of blasphemy, to purify those whom they confess, and make them clear from all pollution in the eyes of God, setting aside the commandments and satisfaction of our Lord. There is no greater heresy than for a man to believe that he is absolved from his sins if he give money, or if a priest lay his hand on his head, and say that he absolveth thee. For thou must be sorrowful in thy heart, and make amends to God, else God absolveth thee not. Many think if they give a penny to a pardoner, they shall be forgiven the breaking of all the commandments of God, and therefore they take no heed how they keep them. But I say this for certain, though thou have priests and friars to sing for thee, and though thou, each day, hear many masses, and found churches and colleges, and go on pilgrimages all thy life, and give all thy goods to pardoners, this will not bring thy soul to heaven. May God of his endless mercy destroy the pride, covetousness, hypocrisy, and heresy of this reigned pardoning, and make men busy to keep his commandments, and to set fully their trust in Jesus Christ. I confess that the indulgences of the Pope, if they are what they are said to be, are a manifest blasphemy. The friars give a color to this blasphemy by saying that Christ is omnipotent, and that the Pope is his plenary vicar, and so possesses in everything the same power as Christ in his humanity. Against this rude blasphemy, I have elsewhere inveighed. Neither the Pope nor the Lord Jesus Christ can grant dispensations or give indulgences to any man, except as the deity has eternally determined by his just counsel. Thus did John Wycliffe, with the instincts of a true reformer, strike at that ghostly principle which serves the Pope as the foundation stone of his kingdom. Luther's first blows were in like manner aimed at the same principle. He began his career by throwing down the gauntlet to the pardon-mongers of Rome. It was the power of the keys which gave to the Pope the lordship of the conscience. For he who can pardon sin, open or shut the gate of paradise, is God to men. Wycliffe perceived that he could not shake into ruin that great fabric of spiritual and temporal power which the pontiffs had reared, and in which, as within a vast prison house, they kept immured the souls and bodies of men, otherwise than by exploding the false dogma on which it was founded. It was this dogma, therefore, first of all, which he challenged. "Think not," said he, in effect, to his countrymen, "that God has given the keys to Innocent of Rome. Think not that the friar carries heaven in his wallet. Think not that God sends his pardons wrapped up in those bits of paper which the mendicants carry about with them, and which they sell for a piece of silver. Listen to the voice of the gospel. Ye are not redeemed with corruptible things such as silver and gold, but with the precious blood of Christ, the Lamb without blemish and without spot. God pardons men without money and without price." Thus did Wycliffe begin to preach the acceptable year of the Lord, and to proclaim liberty to the captive and the opening of the prison to them that are bound. Chapter 6. The Battle of the Parliament with the Pope. Table of Contents. Resume of political progress. Foreign ecclesiastics appointed to English benefices. Statutes of provisors and praemunire meant to put an end to the abuse. The practice still continued. Instances. Royal commissioners sent to treat with the Pope concerning this abuse. Wycliffe chosen one of the commissioners. The negotiation a failure. Nevertheless of benefit to Wycliffe by the insight it gave him into the papacy. Arnold Garnier, the good Parliament, its battle with the Pope, a greater victory than Cressy. Wycliffe waxes bolder, rage of the monks. We have already spoken of the encroachments of the papal see on the independence of England in the 13th century. The cession of the kingdom to Innocent III by King John. The promise of an annual payment to the Pope of 1,000 marks by the English king. The demand preferred by Urban V. After payment of this tribute had lapsed for 35 years. The reply of the Parliament of England, and the share Wycliffe had in the resolution to which the Lords temporal and spiritual came to refuse the papal impost. We have also said that the opposition of Parliament to the encroachments of the popes on the liberties of the kingdom did not stop at this point, that several stringent laws were passed to protect the rights of the crown and the property of the subjects, and that more especially the statutes of provisors and praemunire were framed with this view. The abuses which these laws were meant to correct had long been a source of national irritation. There were certain benefices in England which the Pope, in the plenitude of his power, reserved to himself. These are generally the more wealthy livings. But it might be inconvenient to wait till a vacancy actually occurred. Accordingly, the Pope, by what he termed a provisor, issued an appointment beforehand. The rights of the chapter, or of the crown, or whoever was patron, were thus set aside, and the legal presentee must either buy up the provisor, or permit the Pope's nominee, often a foreigner, to enjoy the benefice. The very best of these dignities and benefices were enjoyed by Italians, Frenchmen, and other foreigners, who were, says Lewis, some of them mere boys, and not only ignorant of the English language, but even of Latin, and who never so much as saw their churches, but committed the care of them to those they could get to serve them the cheapest, and had the revenues of them remitted to them at Rome or elsewhere by their proctors, to whom they let their tithes. It was to check this abuse that the statute of provisors was passed, and the law of praemunire, by which it was followed, was intended to fortify it, and effectually to close the drain of the nation's wealth by forbidding any one to bring into the kingdom any bull or letter of the Pope appointing to an English benefice. The grievances were continued nevertheless, and became even more intolerable. The Parliament addressed a new remonstrance to the king, setting forth the unbearable nature of these oppressions, and the injury they were doing to the royal authority, and praying him to take action on the point. Accordingly, in 1373, the king appointed 4 commissioners to proceed to Avignon, where Pope Gregory XI was residing, and laying the complaints of the English nation before him, request that for the future he would forbear meddling with the reservations of benefices. The ambassadors were courteously received, but they could obtain no redress. The Parliament renewed their complaint and request that remedy be provided against the provisions of the Pope, whereby he reaps the first fruits of ecclesiastical dignities, the treasure of the realm being thereby conveyed away, which they cannot bear. A royal commission was issued in 1374 to inquire into the number of ecclesiastical benefices and dignities in England held by aliens, and to estimate their exact value. It was found that the number of livings in the hands of Italians, Frenchmen, and other foreigners was so great that, says Fox, were it all set down, it would fill almost half a quire of paper. The clergy of England was rapidly becoming an alien and a merely nominal one. The sums drained from the kingdom were immense. The king resolved to make another attempt to arrange this matter with the papal court. He named another commission, and it is an evidence of the growing influence of Wycliffe that his name stands second on the list of these delegates. The first named is John, Bishop of Bangor, who had served on the former commission. The second is John de Wycliffe, STP. The names that follow are John Guter, Dean of Secco, Simon de Moulton, Doctor of Laws, William de Burton Knight, Robert Belknap, and John de Hennington. The Pope declined receiving the king's ambassadors at Avignon. The manners of the papal court in that age could not bear close inspection. It was safer that foreign eyes should contemplate them from a distance. The Pope made choice of Bruges in the Netherlands, and thither he sent his nuncios to confer with the English delegates. The negotiation dragged on for 2 years. The result was a compromise, the Pope engaging, on his part, to desist from the reservation of benefices, and the king promising, on his, no more to confer them by his writ quer impedit. This arrangement left the power of the Pope over the benefices of the Church of England at least equal to that of the sovereign. The Pope did not renounce his right. He simply abstained from the exercise of it, tactics exceedingly common and very convenient in the papal policy, and this was all that could be obtained from a negotiation of 2 years. The result satisfied no one in England. It was seen to be a hollow truce that could not last. Nor indeed did it. For hardly had the commissioners returned home, when the Pope began to make as free with English benefices and their revenues as though he had never tied his hands by promise or treaty. There is cause, indeed, to suspect that the interests of England were betrayed in this negotiation. The Bishop of Bangor, on whom the conduct of the embassy chiefly devolved, on his return home, was immediately translated to the See of Hereford, and in 1389 to that of St. David's. His promotion, in both instances the result of papal provisors, bore the appearance of being the reward of subserviency. Wycliffe returned home in disgust at the time which had been wasted and the little fruit which had been obtained. But these 2 years were to him far from lost years. Wycliffe had come into communication with the Italian, Spanish, and French dignitaries of the Church, who enjoyed the confidence of the Pope and the cardinals. It was given him an insight into a circle which would not have readily opened to his view in his own country. Other lessons, too, he had been learning, unpleasant no doubt, but most important. He had not been so far removed from the papal court, but he could see the principles that reigned there and the motives that guided its policy. If he had not met the Pope, he had met his representatives, and he had been able to read the master and his servants. And when he returned to England, it was to proclaim on the housetops what before he had spoken in the closet. Avarice, ambition, hypocrisy, these were the gods that were worshipped in the Roman Curia. These were the virtues that adorned the papal throne. So did Wycliffe proclaim. In his public lectures, he now spoke of the Pope as Antichrist, the proud, worldly priest of Rome, and the most cursed of clippers and purse scurvers. And in one of his tracts that remain, he thus speaks, that the Pope and his collectors draw out of our land poor men's livelihood, and many thousand marks by the year, of the king's money, for sacraments and spiritual things, that is cursed heresy of simony, and mocketh all Christendom assent and maintain his heresy. And certes, though our realm had a huge hill of gold, and never other man took thereof, but only this proud worldly priest collector, by process of time this hill must be spended. For he taketh ever money out of our land, and sendeth not Aitken, but God's curse for his simony. Soon after his return from Bruges, Wycliffe was appointed to the rectorship of Lutterworth in Leicestershire, and as this preferment came not from the Pope but the king, it may be taken as a sign of the royal approval of his conduct as a commissioner and his growing influence at the court. The Parliament, finding that the negotiation at Bruges had come to nothing, resolved on more decisive measures. The Pope took advantage of the king's remissness in enforcing the statutes directed against the papal encroachments, and promised many things, but performed nothing. He still continued to appoint aliens to English livings, notwithstanding his treaties to the contrary. If these usurpations were allowed, he would soon proceed to greater liberties, and would appoint to secular dignities also, and end by appropriating as his own the sovereignty of the realm. It was plain to the Parliament that a battle must be fought for the country's independence, and there were none but themselves to fight it. They drew up a bill of indictment against the papal usurpations. In that document, they set forth the manifold miseries under which the country was groaning from a foreign tyranny, which had crept into the kingdom under spiritual pretexts, but which was rapaciously consuming the fruits of the earth and the goods of the nation. The Parliament went on to say that the revenue drawn by the Pope from the realm was 5 times that which the king received, that he contrived to make one and the same dignity yield him 6 several taxes, that to increase his gains he frequently shifted bishops from one see to another, that he filled livings with ignorant and unworthy persons, while meritorious Englishmen were passed over, to the great discouragement of learning and virtue, that everything was venal in the sinful city of Rome, and that English patrons, corrupted by this pestilential example, had learned to practice simony without shame or remorse, that the Pope's collector had opened an establishment in the capital with a staff of officers, as if it were one of the great courts of the nation, transporting yearly to the Pope 20,000 marks, and most commonly more, that the Pope received a richer revenue from England than any prince in Christendom drew from his kingdom, that this very year he had taken the first fruits of all benefices, that he often imposed a special tax upon the clergy, which he sometimes expended in subsidizing the enemies of the country, that God hath given his sheep to the Pope to be pastured, and not shorn and shaven, that therefore it would be good to renew all the statutes against provisions from Rome, and that no papal collector or proctor should remain in England, upon pain of life and limb, and that no Englishman, on the like pain, should become such collector or proctor, or remain at the court of Rome. In February 1372, there appeared in England an agent of the Pope, named Arnold Garnier, who traveled with a suite of servants and 6 horses through England, and after remaining uninterruptedly 2.5 years in the country, went back to Rome with no inconsiderable sum of money. He had a royal license to return to England, of which he afterwards made use. He was required to swear that in collecting the papal dues he would protect the rights and interests of the crown and the country. He took the oath in 1372 in the Palace of Westminster, in presence of the councillors and dignitaries of the crown. The fears of patriots were in no way allayed by the ready oath of the papal agent, and Wycliffe in especial wrote a treatise to show that he had sworn to do what was a contradiction and an impossibility. It was Wycliffe who breathed this spirit into the commons of England, and emboldened them to fight this battle for the prerogatives of their prince, and their own rights as the free subjects of an independent realm. We recognize his graphic and trenchant style in the document of the Parliament. The Pope stormed when he found the gauge of battle thrown down in this bold fashion. With an air of defiance, he hastened to take it up by appointing an Italian to an English benefice. But the Parliament stood firm. The temporal lords sided with the Commons. "We will support the crown," said they, "against the tiara." The lords spiritual adopted a like course. Reserving their judgment on the ecclesiastical sentences of the Pope, they held that the temporal effects of his sentences were null, and that the papal power availed nothing in that point against the royal prerogative. The nation rallied in support of the estates of the realm. It pronounced no equivocal opinion when it styled the Parliament, which had enacted these stringent edicts against the papal bulls and agents, the good Parliament. The Pope languidly maintained the conflict for a few years, but he was compelled ultimately to give way before the firm attitude of the nation. The statutes no longer remained a dead letter. They were enforced against every attempt to carry out the papal appointments in England. Thus were the prerogatives of the sovereign and the independence of the country vindicated, and a victory achieved more truly valuable in itself, and more lasting in its consequences than the renowned triumphs of Crécy and Poitiers, which rendered illustrious the same age and the same reign. This was the second great defeat which Rome had sustained. England had refused to be a fief of the papal see by withholding the tribute to Urban, and now, By repelling the pontifical jurisdiction, she claimed to be mistress in her own territory. The clergy divined the quarter whence these rebuffs proceeded. The real author of this movement, which was expanding every day, was at little pains to conceal himself. Ever since his return from Bragues, Wycliffe had felt a new power in his soul, propelling him onward in this war. The unscriptural constitution and blasphemous assumptions of the papacy had been more fully disclosed to him, and he began to oppose it with a boldness, an eloquence, and a force of argument which he had not till now been able to wield. Through many channels was he leavening the nation: his chair in Oxford, his pulpit in Lutterworth, the Parliament, whose debates and edicts he inspired, and the court, whose policy he partly molded. His sentiments were finding an echo in public opinion. The tide was rising. The hierarchy took the alarm. They cried for help, and the Pope espoused their cause, which was not theirs only, but his as well. The whole glut of monks, or begging friars, says Fox, were set in a rage or madness, which even as hornets with their stings, did assail this good man on every side, fighting, as is said, for their altars, paunches, and bellies. After them the priests, and then after them the archbishop took the matter in hand, being then Simon Sudbury. Chapter 7. Persecution of Wycliffe by the Pope and the Hierarchy. Table of Contents. Wycliffe's writings examined, his teachings submitted to the Pope, 3 bulls issued against him, cited to appear before the Bishop of London. John of Gaunt accompanies him. Portrait of Wycliffe before his judges. Tumult. Altercation between Duke of Lancaster and Bishop of London. The mob rushes in. The court broken up. Death of Edward III. Meeting of Parliament. Wycliffe summoned to its councils. Question touching the papal revenue from English sees submitted to him. Its solution: England coming out of the house of bondage. The man who was the mainspring of a movement so formidable to the papacy must be struck down. The writings of Wycliffe were examined. It was no difficult matter to extract from his works doctrines which militated against the power and wealth of Rome. The Oxford professor had taught that the Pope has no more power than ordinary priests to excommunicate or absolve men, that neither bishop nor pope can validly excommunicate any man, unless by sin he has first made himself obnoxious to God, that princes cannot give endowments in perpetuity to the Church, that when their gifts are abused they have the right to recall them, and that Christ has given no temporal lordship to the popes and no supremacy over kings. These propositions, culled from the tracts of the Reformer, were sent to Pope Gregory XI. These doctrines were found to be of peculiarly bad odor at the papal court. They struck at a branch of the pontifical prerogative on which the holders of the tiara have always put a special value. If the world should come to be of Wycliffe's sentiments, farewell to the temporal power of the popes, the better half of their kingdom. The matter portended a terrible disaster to Rome, unless prevented in time. For broaching a similar doctrine, Arnold of Brescia had done expiation amid the flames. Wycliffe had been too long neglected. He must be immediately attended to. 3 separate bulls were drafted on the same day, May 22nd, 1377, and dispatched to England. These bulls hinted surprise at the supineness of the English clergy in not having ere now crushed this formidable heresy which was springing up on their soil, and they commanded them no longer to delay, but to take immediate steps for silencing the author of that heresy. One of the bulls was addressed to Simon Sudbury, Archbishop of Canterbury, and William Courtenay, Bishop of London. The second was addressed to the king, and the third to the University of Oxford. They were all of the same tenor. The one addressed to the king dwelt on the greatness of England, as glorious in power and richness, but more illustrious for the piety of its faith, and for its using to shine with the brightness of the sacred page. The Scriptures had not yet been translated into the vernacular tongue, and the papal compliment which turns on this point is scarcely intelligible. The university was commanded to take care that tares did not spring up among its wheat, and that from its chairs propositions were not taught, detestable and damnable, tending to subvert the state of the whole Church, and even of the civil government. The bull addressed to the bishops was expressed in terms still more energetic. The Pope could not help wishing that the rector of Lutterworth and professor of divinity was not a master of errors, and had run into a kind of detestable wickedness, not only in openly publishing, but also vomiting out of the filthy dungeon of his breast divers professions, false and erroneous conclusions, and most wicked and damnable heresies, whereby he might defile the faithful sort, and bring them from the right path headlong into the way of perdition. They were therefore to apprehend the said John Wycliffe, to shut him up in prison, to send all proofs and evidence of his heresy to the Pope, taking care that the document was securely sealed and entrusted to a faithful messenger, and that meanwhile they should retain the prisoner in safe custody and await further instructions. Thus did Pope Gregory throw the wolf's hide over Wycliffe, that he might let slip his Dominicans in full cry upon his track. The zeal of the bishops anticipated the orders of the Pope. Before the bulls had arrived in England, the prosecution of Wycliffe was begun. At the instance of Courtenay, Bishop of London, Wycliffe was cited to appear on the 19th of February, 1377, in Our Lady's Chapel in St. Paul's, to answer for his teaching. The rumor of what was going on got wind in London, and when the day came, a great crowd assembled at the door of St. Paul's. Wycliffe, attended by two powerful friends, John, Duke of Lancaster, better known as John of Gaunt, and Lord Percy, Earl Marshal of England, appeared at the skirts of the assemblage. The Duke of Lancaster and Wycliffe had first met, it is probable, at Bruges, where it chanced to both to be on a mission at the same time. Lancaster held the reformer in high esteem on political, if not on religious grounds. Favoring his opinions, he resolved to go with him and show him countenance before the tribunal of the bishops. Here stood Wycliffe in the presence of his judges, a meager form dressed in a long light mantle of black cloth, similar to those worn at this day by doctors, masters, and students in Cambridge and Oxford, with a girdle round the middle. His face, adorned with a long, thick beard, showed sharp, bold features, a clear, piercing eye, firmly closed lips, which bespoke decision. His whole appearance full of great earnestness, significance, and character. But the three friends had found it no easy matter to elbow their way through the crowd. In forcing a passage, something like an uproar took place, which scandalized the court. Percy was the first to make his way into the chapel of Our Lady, where the clerical judges were assembled in their robes and insignia of office. "Percy," said Bishop Courtenay, sharply, more offended, it is probable, at seeing the humble rector of Lutterworth so powerfully befriended, than at the tumult which their entrance had created. "If I had known what masteries you would have kept in the church, I would have stopped you from coming in hither." "He shall keep such masteries," said John of Gaunt, gruffly, "though you say nay." "Sit down, Wycliffe," said Percy, having but scant reverence for a court which owed its authority to a foreign power. "Sit down. You have many things to answer to, and have need to repose yourself on a soft seat." "He must and shall stand," said Courtenay, still more chafed. "It is unreasonable that one on his trial before his ordinary should sit." "Lord Percy's proposal is but reasonable," interposed the Duke of Lancaster. "And as for you," said he, addressing Bishop Courtenay, "who are grown so arrogant and proud, I will bring down the pride not of you alone, but that of all the prelacy in England." To this menace the bishop calmly replied that his trust was in no friend on earth, but in God. This answer but the more inflamed the anger of the duke, and the altercation became yet warmer, till at last John of Gaunt was heard to say that, rather than take such words from the bishop, he would drag him out of the court by the hair of the head. It is hard to say what the strife between the duke and the bishop might have grown to, had not other parties suddenly appeared upon the scene. The crowd at the door, hearing what was going on within, burst the barrier and precipitated itself en masse into the chapel. The angry contention between Lancaster and Courtenay was instantly drowned by the louder clamors of the mob. All was now confusion and uproar. The bishops had pictured to themselves the humble rector of Lutterworth standing meekly, if not tremblingly, at their bar. It was their turn to tremble. Their citation, like a dangerous spell which recoils upon the man who uses it, had evoked a tempest which all their art and authority were not able to allay. To proceed with the trial was out of the question. The bishops hastily retreated. Wycliffe returned home. And so, says one, that council, being broken up with scolding and brawling, was dissolved before 9 o'clock. The issues of the affair were favorable to the Reformation. The hierarchy had received a check, and the cause of Wycliffe began to be more widely discussed and better understood by the nation. At this juncture, events happened in high places which tended to shield the reformer and his opinions. Edward III, who had reigned with glory but lived too long for his fame, now died, June 21st, 1377. His yet more renowned son, the Black Prince, had preceded him to the grave, leaving his heir to the throne a child of 11 years, who succeeded on his grandfather's death, under the title of Richard II. His mother, the Dowager Princess of Wales, was a woman of spirit, friendly to the sentiments of Wycliffe, and not afraid, as we shall see, to avow them. The new sovereign, 2 months after his accession, assembled his first parliament. It was composed of nearly the same men as the Good Parliament, which had passed such stringent edicts against the provisions and other usurpations of the Pope. The new parliament was disposed to carry the war against the papacy a step farther than its predecessor had done. It summoned Wycliffe to its councils. His influence was plainly growing. The trusted commissioner of princes, the councillor of parliaments, he had become a power in England. We do not wonder that the Pope singled him out as the man to be struck down. While the bulls which were meant to crush the reformer were still on their way to England, the Parliament unequivocally showed the confidence it had in his wisdom and integrity by submitting the following question to him: whether the kingdom of England might not lawfully, in case of necessity, detain and keep back the treasure of the kingdom for its defense, that it be not carried away to foreign and strange nations, the Pope himself demanding and requiring the same, under pain of censure. This appears a very plain matter to us, but our ancestors of the 14th century found it encompassed with great difficulties. The best and bravest of England at that day were scared by the ghostly threat with which the Pope accompanied his demand, and they durst not refuse it till assured by Wycliffe that it was a matter in which the Pope had no right to command, and in which they incurred no sin and no danger by disobedience. Nothing could better show the thraldom in which our fathers were held, and the slow and laborious steps by which they found their way out of the house of their bondage. But out of what matter did the question now put to Wycliffe arise? It related to an affair which must have been peculiarly irritating to Englishmen. The popes were then enduring their Babylonish captivity, as they called their residence at Avignon. All through the reign of Edward III, the papacy, banished from Rome, had made its abode on the banks of the Rhone. One result of this was that each time the papal chair became vacant, it was filled with a Frenchman. The sympathies of the French pope were, of course, with his native country. In the war now waging between France and England, it was natural to suppose that part at least of the treasure which the popes received from England went to the support of the war on the French side. Not only was the country drained of its wealth, but that wealth was turned against the country from which it was taken. Should this be longer endured? It was generally believed that at that moment the Pope's collectors had a large sum in their hands ready to send to Avignon to be employed, like that sent already to the same quarter, in paying soldiers to fight against England. Had they not better keep this gold at home? Wycliffe's reply was in the affirmative, and the grounds of his opinion were briefly and plainly stated. He did not argue the point on the canon law, or on the law of England, but on that of nature and the Bible. God, he said, had given to every society the power of self-preservation, and any power given by God to any society or nation may, without doubt, be used for the end for which it was given. This gold was England's own, and might unquestionably be retained for England's use and defense. But it might be objected, was not the Pope, as God's vice-regent, supreme proprietor of all the temporalities, of all the sees and religious corporations in Christendom? It was on the ground of his temporal supremacy that he demanded this money, and challenged England at its peril to retain it. But who, replied the reformer, gave the Pope this temporal supremacy? I do not find it in the Bible. The Apostle Peter could give the Pope only what he himself possessed, and Peter possessed no temporal lordship. The Pope, argued Wycliffe, must choose between the apostleship and the kingship. If he prefers to be a king, then he can claim nothing of us in the character of an apostle. Or should he abide by his apostleship? Even then he cannot claim this money, for neither Peter nor any one of the apostles ever imposed a tax upon Christians. They were supported by the free will offerings of those to whom they ministered. What England gave to the papacy she gave not as a tribute, but as alms. But alms could not be righteously demanded unless when the claimant was necessitous. Was the papacy so? Were not its coffers overflowing? Was not England the poorer of the two? Her necessities were great, occasioned by a twofold drain, the exactions of the popes and the burdens of the war. Let charity, then, begin at home, and let England, instead of sending her money to these poor men of Avignon, who are clothed in purple and fare sumptuously every day, keep her own gold for her own uses. Thus did the reformer lead on his countrymen, step by step, as they were able to follow. Chapter 8. Hierarchical persecution of Wycliffe resumed. Table of contents. Arrival of the three bulls, Wycliffe's anti-papal policy, entirely subversive of Romanism. New citation. Appears before the bishops at Lambeth. The crowd, its reverent behavior to Wycliffe. Message from the Queen, Dowager to the court, dismay of the bishops. They abruptly terminate the sitting. English tumults in the 14th century compared with French revolutions in the 19th. Substance of Wycliffe's defense, the binding and loosing power. Meanwhile, the three bulls of the Pope had arrived in England. The one addressed to the king found Edward in his grave. That sent to the university was but coldly welcomed. Not in vain had Wycliffe taught so many years in its halls. Oxford, moreover, had too great a regard for its own fame to extinguish the brightest luminary it contained. But the bull addressed to the bishops found them in a different mood. Alarm and rage possessed these prelates. Mainly by the instrumentality of Wycliffe had England been rescued from sheer vassalage to the papal see. It was he, too, who had put an extinguisher upon the papal nominations, thereby vindicating the independence of the English Church. He had next defended the right of the nation to dispose of its own property, in defiance of the ghostly terrors by which the popes strove to divert it into their own coffers. Thus, guided by his counsel, and fortified by the sanction of his name, the Parliament was marching on and adopting one bold measure after another. The penetrating genius of the man, his sterling uprightness, his cool, cautious, yet fearless courage, made the humble rector of Lutterworth a formidable antagonist. Besides, his deep insight into the papal system enabled him to lead the Parliament and nation of England, so that they were being drawn on unawares to deny not merely the temporal claims, but the spiritual authority. Also of Rome. The acts of resistance which had been offered to the papal power were ostensibly limited to the political sphere, but they were done on principles which impinged on the spiritual authority, and could have no other issue than the total overthrow of the whole fabric of the Roman power in England. This was what the hierarchy foresaw. The arrival of the papal bulls, therefore, was hailed by them with delight, and they lost no time in acting upon them. The primate summoned Wycliffe to appear before him in April 1378. The court was to sit in the Archbishop's chapel at Lambeth. The substance of the papal bulls on which the prelates acted we have given in the preceding chapter. Following in the steps of condemned heresiarchs of ancient times, Wycliffe, said the papal missive, had not only revived their errors, but had added new ones of his own, and was to be dealt with as men deal with a common thief. The latter injunction the prelates judged it prudent not to obey. It might be safe enough to issue such an order at Avignon or at Rome, but not quite so safe to attempt to execute in England. The friends of the reformer, embracing all ranks from the prince downward, were now too numerous to see with unconcern Wycliffe seized and incarcerated as an ordinary caitiff. The prelates, therefore, were content to cite him before them, in the hope that this would lead, in regular course, to the dungeon in which they wished to see him immured. When the day came, a crowd quite as great as and more friendly to the reformer than that which besieged the doors of St. Paul's on occasion of his first appearance, surrounded the palace of Lambeth, on the right bank of the Thames, opposite Westminster, where several councils had been held since the times of Anselm of Canterbury. Wycliffe now stood high in popular favor as a patriot, although his claims as a theologian and reformer were not yet acknowledged, or indeed understood. Hence this popular demonstration in his favor. To the primate this concourse gave anything but an assuring augury of a quiet termination to the trial. But Sudbury had gone too far to retreat. Wycliffe presented himself, but this time no John Gaunt was by his side. The controversy was now passing out of the political into the spiritual sphere, where the stout and valorous baron, having a salutary dread of heresy, and especially of the penalties thereunto annexed, feared to follow. God was training his servant to walk alone, or rather to lean only upon himself. But at the gates of Lambeth, Wycliffe saw enough to convince him that if the batons were forsaking him, the people were coming to his side. The crowd opened reverently to permit him to pass in, and the citizens, pressing in after him, filled the chapel and testified, by gestures and speeches more energetic than courtly, their adherence to the cause, and their determination to stand by its champion. It seemed as if every citation of Wycliffe was destined to evoke a tempest around the judgment seat. The primate and his peers were consulting how they might eject or silence the intruders, when a messenger entered who added to their consternation. This was Sir Lewis Clifford, who had been dispatched by the Queen Mother to forbid the bishop's passing sentence upon the reformer. The dismay of the prelates was complete, and the proceedings were instantly stopped. At the wind of a reed shaken, says Walsingham, who describes the scene, their speech became as soft as oil, to the public loss of their own dignity and the damage of the whole church. They were struck with such a dread that you would think them to be as a man that heareth not, and in whose mouth are no reproofs. The only calm and self-possessed man in all that assembly was Wycliffe. A second time he returned unhurt and uncondemned from the tribunal of his powerful enemies. He had been snatched up and carried away, as it were, by a whirlwind. A formidable list of charges had been handed to Wycliffe along with his citation. It were tedious to enumerate these, nor is it necessary to go with any minuteness into the specific replies which he had prepared and was about to read before the court when the storm broke over it, which brought its proceedings so abruptly to a close. But the substance of his defense, it is important to note, because it enables us to measure the progress of the reformer's own emancipation, and the stages of Wycliffe's enlightenment are just the stages of the Reformation. We now stand beside the cradle of Protestantism in England, and we behold the nation, roused from its deep sleep by the reformer's voice, making its first essay to find the road of liberty. If a little noise accompanies these efforts, if crowds assemble and raise fanatical cries, and scare prelates on the judgment seat, this rudeness must be laid at the door of those who had withheld that instruction which would have taught the people to reform religion without violating the laws, and to utter their condemnation of falsehoods without indulging their passions against persons. Would have been better that England should have lain still in her chains, than that she should disturb the repose of dignified ecclesiastics by her efforts to break them. There may be some who would have preferred the torpor of slavery. But, after all, how harmless the tumults which accompanied the awakening of the English people in the 14th century, compared with the tragedies, the revolutions, the massacres, and the wars, amid which we have seen nations since, which slept on while England awoke, inaugurate their liberties. The paper handed in by Wycliffe to his judges, stripped of its scholastic form, for after the manner of the schools it begins with a few axioms, runs out in numerous divisions, and reaches its conclusions through a long series of nice disquisitions and distinctions, is in substance as follows: that the popes have no political dominion, and that their kingdom is one of a spiritual sort only, that their spiritual authority is not absolute, so as that they may be judged of none but God. On the contrary, the pope may fall in a sin like other men, and when he does so he ought to be reproved, and brought back to the path of duty by his cardinals, and if they are remiss in calling him to account, the inferior clergy and even the laity may medicinally reprove him and implead him, and reduce him to lead a better life. That the Pope has no supremacy over the temporal possessions of the clergy and the religious houses, in which some priests have vested him, the better to evade the taxes and burdens which their sovereign for the necessities of the state imposes upon their temporalities. That no priest is at liberty to enforce temporal demands by spiritual censures, that the power of the priest in absolving or condemning is purely ministerial, that absolution will profit no one unless along with it there comes the pardon of God, nor will excommunication hurt anyone unless by sin he has exposed himself to the anger of the great judge. This last is a point on which Wycliffe often insists. It goes very deep, striking as it does at one of the main pillars on which the Pope's kingdom stands, and plucking from his grasp that terrible trident which enables him to govern the world, the power of anathema. On this important point, the power of the keys, as it has been technically designated, the sum of what Wycliffe taught is expressed in his 14th article. We ought, says he, to believe that then only does a Christian priest bind or loose, when he simply obeys the law of Christ, because it is not lawful for him to bind or loose, but in virtue of that law, and by consequence not unless it be in conformity to it. Could Wycliffe have dispelled the belief in the Pope's binding and loosing power, he would have completely rent the fetters which enchained the conscience of his nation. Knowing that the better half of his country's slavery lay in the thraldom of its conscience, Wycliffe, in setting free its soul, would virtually, by a single stroke, have achieved the emancipation of England. Chapter 9. Wycliffe's Views on Church Property and Church Reform. Table of Contents. Rome, founded on the dogma of persecution, begins to act upon it. Territory of the Albigenses, Innocent III. Persecuting edicts of councils. Crusade preached by the monks of Citeaux. First crusade launched. Paradise, Simon de Montfort. Raymond of Toulouse. His territories overrun and devastated. Crusade against Raymond Roger of Béziers. Burning of his towns. Massacre of their inhabitants. Destruction of the Albigenses. There was another matter to which Wycliffe often returned, because he held it as second only in importance to the power of the keys. This was the property of the Church. The Church was already not only enormously rich, but she had even proclaimed a dogma, which was an effectual preventive against that wealth ever being less by so much as a single penny, nay, which secured that her accumulation should go on while the world stood. What is given to the Church, said the canon law, is given to God. It is a devoted thing, consecrated and set apart forever to a holy use, and never can it be employed for any secular or worldly end whatever. And he who shall withdraw any part thereof from the Church robs God, and commits the awful sin of sacrilege. Over the man, whoever he might be, whether temporal baron or spiritual dignitary, who should presume to subtract so much as a single acre from her domains, or a single penny from her coffers, the canon law suspended a curse. This wealth could not even be recovered. It was the Church's sole, absolute, and eternal inheritance. This grievance was aggravated by the circumstance that these large possessions were exempt from taxes and public burdens. The clergy kept no connection with the country farther than to prey on it. The Third Council of the Lateran forbade all laics, under the usual penalties, to exact any taxes from the clergy or lay any contributions upon them or upon their churches. If, however, the necessities of the state were great, and the lands of the laity insufficient, the priests might, of their own good pleasure, grant a voluntary subsidy. The Fourth General Council of Lateran renewed this canon, hurling excommunication against all who should disregard it, but graciously permitting the clergy to aid in the exigencies of the state if they saw fit and the Pope were willing. Here was a kingdom of priests, the owners of half the soil, every inch of which was enclosed within a sacred rail, so that no one durst lay a finger upon it, unless indeed their foreign head, the pontiff, should first give his consent. In these overgrown riches Wycliffe discerned the source of innumerable evils. The nation was being beggared, and the government was being weakened. The lands of the Church were continually growing wider, and the area which supported the burdens of the state and furnished the revenues of the crown was constantly growing narrower. Nor was the possession of this wealth less hurtful to the corporation that owned it than its abstraction was to that from whom it had been torn, whence flowed the many corruptions of the Church, the pride, the luxury, the indolence of churchmen. manifestly from these enormous riches. Sacred uses. So as it pleaded, the more that wealth increased, the less sacred the uses to which it was devoted, and the more flagrant the neglect of the duties which those who possessed it were appointed to discharge. But Wycliffe's own words will best convey to us an idea of his feelings on this point, and the height to which the evil had grown. "Prelates and priests," says he, "cry aloud and write that the king hath no jurisdiction or power over the persons and goods of Holy Church. And when the king and the secular lords, perceiving that their ancestors' alms are wasted in pomp and pride, gluttony and other vanities, wish to take again the superfluity of temporal goods, and to help the land and themselves and their tenants, these worldly clerks bawl loudly that they ought to be cursed for intromitting with the goods of Holy Church, as if secular lords and commons were no part of Holy Church." And again he complains that property which was not too holy to be spent in gluttony and other vanities was yet accounted too holy to bear the burdens of the state and contribute to the defense of the realm. "By their new law of decretals," says he, "they have ordained that our clergy shall pay no subsidy nor tax for keeping of our king and realm, without leave and assent of the worldly priest of Rome. And yet many times this proud worldly priest is an enemy of our land, and secretly maintains our enemies in war against us with our own gold. And thus they make an alien priest, and he the proudest of all priests, to be the chief lord of the whole of the goods which clerks possess in the realm, and that is the greatest part thereof." Wycliffe was not a mere corrector of abuses. He was a reformer of institutions, and accordingly he laid down a principle which menaced the very foundations of this great evil. Those acres, now covering half the face of England, those cathedral and conventual buildings, those tithes and revenues which constitute the goods of the Church are not, Wycliffe affirmed, in any legal or strict sense the Church's property. She neither bought it, nor did she win it by service in the field, nor did she receive it as a feudal, unconditional gift. It is the alms of the English nation. The Church is but the administrator of this property. The nation is the real proprietor, and the nation is bound through the king and parliament, its representatives, to see that the Church devotes this wealth to the objects for which it was given to her, and if it shall find that it is abused or diverted to other objects, it may recall it. The ecclesiastic who becomes immoral and fails to fulfill the duties of his office forfeits that office with all its temporalities, and the same law which applies to the individual applies to the whole corporation or church. Such, in brief, was the doctrine of Wycliffe. But further, the reformer distinguished between the lands of the abbacy or the monastery and the acres of the neighboring baron. The first were national property, the second were private. The first were held for spiritual uses, the second for secular. And by how much the issues depending on the right use of the first, as regarded both the temporal and eternal interests of mankind, exceeded those depending upon the right use of the second, by so much was the nation bound closely to oversee, and jealously to guard against all perversion and abuse in the case of the former. The baron might feast, hunt, and ride out attended by ever so many men at arms. He might pass his days in labor or in idleness, just as suited him. But the bishop must eschew these delights and worldly vanities. He must give himself to reading, to prayer, to the ministry of the word. He must instruct the ignorant, and visit the sick, and approve himself in all things as a faithful minister of Jesus Christ. But while Wycliffe made this most important distinction between ecclesiastical and lay property, he held that as regarded the imposts of the king, the estates of the bishop and the estates of the baron were on a level. The sovereign had as good a right to tax the one as the other, and both were equally bound to bear their fair share of the expense of defending the country. Further, Wycliffe held the decision of the king, in all questions touching ecclesiastical property, to be final. And let no one, said the reformer in effect, be afraid to embrace these opinions, or be deterred from acting on them, by terror of the papal censures. The spiritual thunder hurts no one whose cause is good. Even tithes could not now be claimed, Wycliffe held, on a divine authority. The tenth of all that the soil yielded was, by God's command, set apart for the support of the church under the economy of Moses. But that enactment, the reformer taught, was no longer binding. The ritual and the polity of that dispensation had passed away, and only the moral remained. And that moral Wycliffe summed up in the words of the apostle, "Let him that is taught in the word minister to him that teacheth in all good things." And while strenuously insisting on the duty of the instructed to provide for their spiritual teachers, he did not hesitate to avow that where the priest notoriously failed in his office, the people were under no obligation to support him. And if he should seek by the promise of paradise or the threat of anathema to extort a livelihood for work which he did not do and for men whom he never taught, they were to hold the promise and the threat as alike empty and futile. "True men say," wrote Wycliffe, "that prelates are more bound to preach truly the gospel than their subjects are to pay them dimes tithes, for God chargeth that more, and is more profitable to both parties. Prelates, therefore, are more accursed who cease from their preaching than are their subjects who cease to pay tithes, even while their prelates do their office well." These were novel and startling opinions in the age of Wycliffe. It required no ordinary independence of mind to embrace such views. They were at war with the maxims of the age. They were opposed to the opinions on which churches and states had acted for 1,000 years, and they went to the raising of the whole ecclesiastical settlement of Christendom. If they were to be applied, all existing religious institutions must be remodeled. But if true, why should they not be carried out? Wycliffe did not shrink from even this responsibility. He proposed, and not only did he propose, he earnestly pleaded with the king and parliament that the whole ecclesiastical estate should be reformed in accordance with the principles he had enunciated. Let the church surrender all her possessions, her broad acres, her palatial building, her tithes, her multiform dues, and return to the simplicity of her early days, and depend only on the free will offerings of the people, as did the apostles and first preachers of the gospel. Such was the plan Wycliffe laid before the men of the 14th century. We may well imagine the amazement with which he was listened to. Did Wycliffe really indulge the hope that his scheme will be carried into effect? Did he really think that powerful abbots and wealthy prelates would sacrifice their principalities, their estates and honors at the call of duty, in exchanging riches for dependence and luxurious ease for labor, go forth to instruct the poor and ignorant as humble ministers of the gospel? There was not faith in the world for such an act of self-denial. Had it been realized, it would have been one of the most marvelous things in all history. Nor did Wycliffe himself expect it to happen. He knew too well the ecclesiastics of his time and the avarice and pride that animated them, from their head at Avignon down to the barefooted mendicant of England, to look for such a miracle. But his duty was not to be measured by his chance of success. Reform was needed. It must be attempted if church and state were to be saved, and here was the reform which stood enjoined, as he believed, in the Scriptures, in which the example of Christ and his apostles confirmed and sanctioned. And though it was a sweeping and comprehensive one, reversing the practice of 1,000 years, condemning the maxims of past ages, and necessarily provoking the hostility of the wealthiest and most powerful body in Christendom, yet he believed it to be practicable, if men had only virtue and courage enough. Above all, he believed it to be sound, and the only reform that would meet the evil. And therefore, though princes were forsaking him, and popes were fulminating against him, and bishops were summoning him to their bar, he fearlessly did his duty by displaying his plan of reform in all its breadth before the eyes of the nation, and laying it at the foot of the throne. But Wycliffe, a man of action as well as of thought, did not aim at carrying this revolution by a stroke. All great changes, he knew, must proceed gradually. What he proposed was that as benefices fell vacant, the new appointments should convey no right to the temporalities, and thus in a short time, without injury or hardship to any one, the whole face of England would be changed. It is well known, says he, that the King of England, in virtue of his regalia, on the death of a bishop or abbot, or any one possessing large endowments, takes possession of these endowments as the sovereign, and that a new election is not entered upon without a new assent, nor will the temporalities in such a case pass from their last occupant to his successor without that assent. Let the king, therefore, refuse to continue what has been the great delinquency of his. predecessors, and in a short time the whole kingdom will be freed from the mischiefs which have flowed from this source. It may perhaps be objected that thus to deprive the church of her property was to injure vitally the interests of religion and civilization. With the abstract question, we have here nothing to do. Let us look at the matter practically, and as it must have presented itself to Wycliffe. The withdrawal of the church's property from the service of religion was already all but complete. So far as concerned the religious instruction and the spiritual interests of the nation, this wealth profited about as little as if it did not exist at all. It served but to maintain the pomps of the higher clergy and the excesses which reigned in the religious houses. The question then, practically, was not, shall this property be withdrawn for religious uses? But, shall it be withdrawn from its actual uses, which certainly are not religious, and be devoted to other objects more profitable to the commonwealth? On that point Wycliffe had a clear opinion. He saw a better way of supporting the clergy, and he could not, he thought, devise a worse than the existing one. It is thus, he says, that the wretched beings of this world are estranged from faith and hope and charity, and become corrupt in heresy and blasphemy, even worse than heathens. Thus it is that a clerk, a mere collector of pence, who can neither read nor understand a verse in a psalter, nor repeat the commandments of God, bringeth forth a bull of lead, testifying in opposition to the doom of God and of manifest experience, that he is able to govern many souls. And to act upon this false bull, he will incur costs and labor, and often fight, and get fees, and give much gold out of our land to aliens and enemies, and many are thereby slaughtered by the hand of our enemies, to their comfort and our confusion. Elsewhere he describes Rome as a market, where the cure of souls was openly sold, and where the man who offered the highest price got the fattest benefice. In that market, virtue, piety, learning were not. The only coin current was gold. But the men who trafficked there, and came back invested with a spiritual office, he thus describes. As much, therefore, as God's word, and the bliss of heaven in the souls of men, are better than earthly goods, so much are these worldly prelates, who withdraw the great debt of holy teaching, worse than thieves, more accursedly sacrilegious than ordinary plunderers, who break into churches, and steal thence chalices and vestments, and never so much gold. Whatever may be the reader's judgment of the sentiments of Wycliffe on this point, there can be but one opinion touching his independence of mind and his fidelity to what he believed to be the truth. Looking back on history and looking around in the world, he could see only a unanimous dissent from his doctrine. All the ages were against him. All the institutions of Christendom were against him. The Bible only, he believed, was with him. Supported by it, he bravely held and avowed his opinion. His peril was great, for he had made the whole hierarchy of Christendom his enemy. He had specially provoked the wrath of that spiritual potentate whom few kings in that age could brave with impunity. But he saw by faith him who is invisible, and therefore he feared not Gregory. The evil this wealth was doing, the disorders and weakness with which it was afflicting the state, the immorality and ignorance with which it was corrupting society, and the eternal ruin in which it was plunging the souls of men, deeply affected him. And though the riches which he so earnestly entreated men to surrender had been 1,000,000 of times more than they were, they would have been in his account but as dust in the balance compared with the infinite damage which it cost to keep them, and the infinite good which would be reaped by parting with them. Nor even to the men of his own time did the measure of the reformer seem so very extravagant. Doubtless the mere mention of it took away the breath from those who had touched this gold. But the more sober and thoughtful in the nation began to see that it was not so impracticable as it looked, and that instead of involving the destruction, it was more likely to be the saving of the institutions of learning and religion. About 24 years after the Reformer's death, a great measure of church reform, based on the views of Wycliffe, was proposed by the Commons. The plan took shape in a petition which Parliament presented to the king, and which was to the following effect: that the crown should take possession of all the property of the church, that it should appoint a body of clergy, 15,000 in number, for the religious service of the kingdom, that it should assign an annual stipend to each, and that the surplus of the ecclesiastical property should be devoted to a variety of state purposes, of which the building and support of almshouses was one. Those who had the power could not or would not see the wisdom of the reformer. Those who did see it had not the power to act upon it, and so the wealth of the church remained untouched, and, remaining untouched, it continued to grow, and along with it all the evils it engendered, till at last these were no longer bearable. Then even popish governments recognized the wisdom of Wycliffe's words and began to act upon his plan. In Germany, under the Treaty of Westphalia, in Holland, in our own country, many of the richest benefices were secularized, when, at a later period, most of the Catholic monarchies suppressed the Jesuits. The wealth of that opulent body was seized by the sovereign. In these memorable examples, we discover no trace of property, but simply the resumption by the state of the salaries of its public servants, when it deemed their services or the mode of them no longer useful. These examples are the best testimony to the substantial soundness of Wycliffe's views, and the more we contemplate the times in which he formed them, the more are we amazed at the sagacity, the comprehensiveness, the courage, and the faith of the reformer. In these events, we contemplate the march of England out of the house of her bondage. Wycliffe is the one and only leader in this glorious exodus. No heir marches by the side of this Moses, but the nation follows its heroic guide and steadfastly pursues the sublime path of its emancipation. Every year places a greater distance between it and the slavery it is leaving, and brings it nearer the liberty that lies before it. What a change since the days of King John! Then Innocent III stood with his heel on the country. England was his humble vassal, fain to buy off his interdicts and curses with its gold, and to bow down even to the dust before his legates. But now, thanks to John Wycliffe, England stands erect and meets the haughty pontiff on at least equal terms. And what a fine logical sequence is seen running through the process of the emancipation of the country. The first step was to cast off its political vassalage to the papal chair. The second was to vindicate the independence of its church against her who haughtily styles herself the mother and mistress of all churches. The third was to make good the sole and unchallenged use of its own property, by forbidding the gold of the nation to be carried across the sea for the use of the country's foes. And now another step forward is taken. A proposal is heard to abate the power of superstition within the realm, by curtailing its overgrown resources, heedless of the cry of sacrilege, the only weapon by which the Church attempted to protect the wealth that had been acquired by means not the most honorable, and which was now devoted to ends not the most useful. England is the first of the European communities to flee from that prison house in which the crown priest of the Seven Hills had shut up the nations. That cruel taskmaster had decreed an utter and eternal extinction of all national independence and of all human rights. But he who openeth the eyes of the blind, and riseth them that are bowed down, had pity on those whom their oppressor had destined to endless captivity, and opened their prison doors. We celebrate in songs the exodus of early times. We magnify the might of that hand and the strength of that arm, which broke the power of Pharaoh, which opened the gates of brass, and cut the bars of iron in sunder, which divided the sea, and led the marshaled hosts of the Hebrews out of bondage. Here is the reality of which the other was but the figure. England comes forth, the first of the nations, led on by Wycliffe, and giving assurance to the world by her reappearance that all the captive nationalities which have shared her bondage shall, each in its appointed season, share her deliverance. Rightly understood, is there in all history a grander spectacle, or a drama more sublime? We forget the wonders of the first Exodus when we contemplate the mightier scale and the more enduring glories of the second. When we think of the bitterness and baseness of the slavery which England left behind her, and the glorious of freedom and God-given religion to which she now began to point her steps, we can find no words in which to vent our gratitude and praise but those of the divine ode written long before, and meant at once to predict and to commemorate this glorious emancipation. He brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death, and break their bands in sunder. Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness, and for his wonderful works to the sons of men. Psalm 107 verses 14 and 15. Chapter 10. The translation of the Scriptures, or the English Bible. Table of contents. Peril of Wycliffe, death of Gregory XI. Death of Edward III. Consequent safety of Wycliffe, schism in the papal chair, division in Christendom. Which is the true pope? A papal thunderstorm. Wycliffe retires to Lutterworth, his views still enlarging. Supreme authority of Scripture, sickness, and interview with the friars. Resolved to translate the Bible. Early translations, Bede, etc. Wycliffe's translation. Its beauty. The day of the Reformation has fairly broken. Transcription and publication. Impression produced. Right to read the Bible. Denounced by the priests, defended by Wycliffe. Transformation accomplished on England. While Wycliffe was struggling to break first of all his own fetters, and next the fetters of an enslaved nation, God was working in the high places of the earth for his preservation. Every day, the number of his enemies increased. The shield of John of Gaunt no longer covered his head. Soon not a friend would there be by his side, and he would be left naked and defenseless to the rage of his foes. But he who said to the patriarch of old, "Fear not, I am thy shield," protected his own chosen champion. Wycliffe had offered inexpiable affront to Gregory. He had plucked England as a prey out of his very teeth. He had driven away his tax-gatherers, who continually hovered like a flock of cormorants around the land. But not content with clipping the talons of the papacy and checking her rapacity in time to come, he was even now meditating how he might make her reckon for the past, and disgorge the wealth which by so many and so questionable means she had already devoured, and send forth abbot and monk as poor as were the apostles and first preachers. This was not to be borne. For 100th part of this, how many men had ere this done expiation in the fire? No wonder that Wycliffe was marked out as the man to be struck down. 3 bulls did Gregory dispatch with this object: the university, the hierarchy, the king. On all were the pontifical commands laid to arrest and imprison the heretic, the short road to the stake. Wycliffe was as good as dead. So doubtless was it thought at Avignon. Death was about to strike, but it was on Gregory XI that the blow was destined to fall. Instead of a stake at Oxford, there was a bier at the Vatican. The Pope a little while before had returned to Rome, so terminating the Babylonish captivity, but he had returned only to die 1378. But death struck a second time. There was a bier at Westminster as well as at the Vatican. When Courtenay, Bishop of London, was about to summon Wycliffe to his bar, Edward III, whose senility the bishop was likely to take advantage of against the reformer, died also, and John of Gaunt became regent of the kingdom. So now, when the papal toils were closing around Wycliffe, death suddenly stiffened the hand that had woven them, and the commission of delegates which the now defunct Gregory had appointed to try, and which he had commanded to condemn the reformer, was dissolved. In another way did the death of the Pope give a breathing time to the reformer and the young Reformation of England. On the 7th of April, 1378, the cardinals assembled in the Quirinal to elect a successor to Gregory. The majority of the Sacred College being Frenchmen, the Roman populace, fearing that they would place one of their own nation in the vacant chair, and that the pontifical court would again retire to Avignon, gathered round the palace where the cardinals were met, and with loud tumult and terrible threats demanded a Roman for their pope. Not a cardinal should leave the hall alive. So did the rioters threaten, unless their request was complied with. An Italian, the Archbishop of Bari, was chosen. The mob was soothed, and instead of stoning the cardinals, it saluted them with vivas. But the new pope was austere, penurious, tyrannical, and selfish. The cardinals soon became disgusted, and escaping from Rome, they met and chose a Frenchman, Robert, Bishop of Geneva, for the tiara, declaring the former election null on the plea that the choice had been made under compulsion. Thus was created the famous schism in the papal chair, which for a full half-century divided and scandalized the papal world. Christendom now saw, with feelings bordering on affright, 2 popes in the chair of Peter, which was the true vicar, and which carried the key that alone could open and shut the gates of paradise. This became the question of the age, and a most momentous question. It was to men who believed that their eternal salvation hung upon its solution. Consciences were troubled. Council was divided against council, bishop baffled with bishop, and kings and governments were compelled to take part in the quarrel. Germany and England, and some of the smaller states in the center of Europe, sided with the first elected pope, who took possession of the Vatican under the title of Urban VI. Spain, France, and Scotland espoused the cause of the second, who installed himself at Avignon under the name of Clement VII. Thus, as the first dawn of the gospel day was breaking on Christendom, God clave the papal head in twain and divided the papal world. But for this schism Wycliffe, to all human appearance, would have been struck down and his work in England stamped out. But now the popes found other work than to pursue heresy. Fast and furious from Rome to Avignon, and from Avignon back again to Rome, flew the papal bolts. Far above the humble head of the Lutterworth rector flashed these lightnings and rolled these thunders. While this storm was raging, Wycliffe retired to his country charge, glad doubtless to escape for a little while from the attacks of his enemies, and to solace himself in the bosom of his loving flock. He was not idle, however. While the popes were hurling curses at each other and shedding torrents of blood, for by this time they had drawn the sword in support of their rival claims to be Christ's vicar, while flagrant scandals and hideous corruptions were ravaging the church, and frightful crimes and disorder were distracting the state. For it would take another Iliad, as Fox says, to narrate all the miseries and woes that afflicted the world during this schism. Wycliffe was sowing by the peaceful waters of the Avon, and in the rural homesteads of Lutterworth, that divine seed which yields righteousness and peace in this world, and eternal life in that which is to come. It was now that the reformer opened the second part of his great career. Hitherto his efforts had been mainly directed to breaking the political fetters in which the papacy had bound his countrymen. But stronger fetters held fast their souls. These his countrymen needed more to have rent, though perhaps they galled them less. And to this higher object the reformer now exclusively devoted what of life and strength remained to him. In this instance, too, his own fuller emancipation preceded that of his countrymen. The schism, with the scandals and crimes that flowed from it, helped to reveal to him yet more clearly the true character of the papacy. He published a tract on the schism of the popes, in which he appealed to the nation whether those men who were denouncing each other as the Antichrist were not, in this case, speaking the truth, and whether the present was not an opportunity given them by Providence for grasping those political weapons which he had wrested from the hands of the hierarchy, and using them in the destruction of those oppressive and iniquitous laws and customs under which England had so long groaned. The fiend, he said, no longer reigns in one but in two priests, that men may the more easily, in Christ's name, overcome them both. We trace from this time a rapid advance in the views of the reformer. It was now that he published his work on the truth and meaning of Scripture. In this work he maintains the supreme authority of Scripture, the right of private judgment, and that Christ's law sufficeth by itself to rule Christ's church. This was to discrown the Pope, and to raise the foundations of his kingdom. Here he drops the first hint of his purpose to translate the Bible into the English vernacular, a work which was to be the crown of his labors. Wycliffe was now getting old, but the reformer was worn out rather by the harassing attacks of his foes and his incessant and ever-growing labors than with the weight of years, for he was not yet 60. He fell sick. With unbounded joy the friars heard that their great enemy was dying. Of course he was overwhelmed with horror and remorse for the evil he had done them, and they would hasten to his bedside and receive the expression of his penitence and sorrow. In a trice a little crowd of shaven crowns assembled round the couch of the sick man, delegates from the 4 orders of friars. They began fair, wishing him health and restoration from his distemper, but speedily changing their tone, they exhorted him, as one on the brink of the grave, to make full confession and express his unfeigned grief for the injuries he had inflicted on their order. Wycliffe lay silent till they should have made an end. Then, making his servant raise him a little on his pillow, and fixing his keen eyes upon them, he said with a loud voice, I shall not die, but live and declare the evil deeds of the friars. The monks rushed in astonishment and confusion from the chamber. As Wycliffe had foretold, so it came to pass. His sickness left him, and he rose from his bed to do the most daring of his impieties as his enemies accounted it, the most glorious of his services as the friends of humanity will ever esteem it. The work of which so very different estimates have been formed was that of giving the Bible to the people of England in their own tongue. True, there were already copies of the Word of God in England, but they were in a language the commonalty did not understand, and so the revelation of God to man was as completely hidden from the people as if God had never spoken. To this ignorance of the will of God, Wycliffe traced the manifold evils that afflicted the kingdom. I will fill England with light, he might have said, and the ghostly terrors inspired by the priests, and the bondage in which they keep the people through their superstitious fears, will flee away as do the phantoms of the night when the sun rises. I will reopen the appointed channel of holy influence between earth and the skies, and the face of the world will be renewed. It was a sublime thought. Till the 7th century, we meet with no attempt to give the Bible to the people of England in their mother tongue. Cadman, an Anglo-Saxon monk, was the first to give the English people a taste of what the Bible contained. We cannot call his performance a translation. Cadman appears to have possessed a poetic genius, and deeming the opening incidents of inspired history well fitted for the drama, he wove them into a poem, which, beginning with the creation, ran on through the scenes of patriarchal times, the miracles of the Exodus, the journey through the desert, till it terminated at the gates of Palestine and the entrance of the tribes into the Promised Land. Such a book was not of much account as an instruction in the will of God and the way of life. Others followed with attempts at paraphrasing rather than translating portions of the Word of God, among whom were Alfric and Alfred the Great. The former epitomized several of the books of the Old Testament. The latter, in the 9th century, summoned a body of learned men to translate the Scriptures, but scarcely was the task begun when the great prince died, and the work was stopped. The attempt of Bede in the 8th century deserves our notice. He is said to have translated into the Anglo-Saxon tongue the Gospel of John. He was seized with a fatal illness after beginning, but he vehemently longed to finish before breathing forth his spirit. He toiled at his task day by day, although the malady continued, and his strength sank lower and lower. His life and his work were destined to end together. At length the morning of that day dawned which the venerable man felt would be his last on earth. There remained yet one chapter to be translated. He summoned the amanuensis to his bedside. "Take your pen," said Bede, who felt that every minute was precious. "Quick, take your pen and write." The amanuensis read verse by verse from the Vulgate, which, rendered into Anglo-Saxon by Bede, was taken down by the swift pen of the writer. As they pursued their joint labor, they were interrupted by the entrance of some officials, who came to make arrangements to which the assent of the dying man was required. This over, the loving scribe was again at his task. "Dear master," said he, "there is yet one verse." "Be quick," said Bede. It was read in Latin, repeated in Anglo-Saxon, and put down in writing. "It is finished," said the amanuensis in a tone of exultation. "Thou hast truly said it is finished," responded in soft and grateful accents the dying man. Then gently raising his hands, he said, "Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost," and expired. From the reign of Alfred in the 9th century till the age of Wycliffe, there was no attempt, if we accept that, of Richard Rolle, hermit of Hampole, in the same century with Wycliffe, to give a literal translation of any portion of the Bible. And even if the versions of which we have spoken had been worthier and more complete, they did not serve the end their authors sought. They were rarely brought beyond the precincts of the cell, or they were locked up as curiosities in the library of some nobleman at whose expense copies had been made. They did not come into the hands of the people. Wycliffe's idea was to give the whole Bible in the vernacular to the people of England, so that every man in the realm might read in the tongue wherein he was born the wonderful works of God. No one in England had thought of such a thing before. As one who turns away from the sun to guide his steps by the light of a taper, so did the men of those days turn to tradition, to the scholastic philosophy, to papal infallibility. But the more they followed these guides, the farther they strayed from the true path. God was in the world. The divine light was in the pavilion of the Word, but no one thought of drawing aside the curtain and letting that light shine upon the path of man. This was the achievement Wycliffe now set himself to do. If he could accomplish this, he would do more to place the liberties of England on an immutable foundation and to raise his country to greatness than would 100 brilliant victories. He had not, however, many years in which to do his great work. There remained only the portion of a decade of broken health. But his intellectual rigor was unimpaired, his experience and graces were at their ripest. What had the whole of his past life been but a preparation for what was to be the glorious task of his evening? He was a good Latin scholar. He set himself down in his quiet rectory of Lutterworth. He opened the Vulgate Scriptures, that book which all his life he had studied, and portions of which he had already translated. The world around him was shaken with convulsions. 2 popes were hurling their anathemas at one another. Wycliffe pursued his sublime work undisturbed by the roar of the tempest. Day by day, he did his self-appointed task. As verse after verse was rendered into the English tongue, the reformer had the consolation of thinking that another ray had been shot into the darkness which brooded over his native land, that another bolt had been forged to rend the shackles which bound the souls of his countrymen. In 4 years from beginning his task, the reformer had completed it. The message of heaven was now in the speech of England. The dawn of the Reformation had fairly broken. Wycliffe had assistance in his great work. The whole of the New Testament was translated by himself, but Dr. Nicholas de Herford of Oxford is supposed to have been the translator of the Old Testament, which, however, was partly revised by Wycliffe. This version is remarkably truthful and spirited. The antique Saxon gives a dramatic air to some passages. Wycliffe's version of the Bible rendered other services than the religious one, though that was preeminent and paramount. It powerfully contributed to form the English tongue, in the way of perfecting its structure and enlarging its vocabulary. The sublimity and purity of the doctrines reacted on the language into which they were rendered, communicating to it a simplicity, a beauty, a pathos, a precision, and a force unknown to it till then. Wycliffe has been called the father of English prose, as Chaucer is styled the father of English poetry. No man in his day wrote so much as Wycliffe. Writing for the common people, he studied to be simple and clear. He was in earnest, and the enthusiasm of his soul supplied him with direct and forcible terms. He wrote on the highest themes, and his style partook of the elevation of his subject. It is graphic and trenchant, and entirely free from those conceits and puerilities which disfigure the productions of all the other writers of his day. But his version of the Bible surpasses all his other compositions in tenderness and grace and dignity. Leckler has well said on this point. If we compare, however, Wycliffe's Bible, not with his own English writings, but with the other English literature before and after him, a still more important consideration suggests itself. Wycliffe's translation marks in its own way quite as great an epoch in the development of the English language as Luther's translation does in the history of the German language. Luther's Bible opened the period of the New High German. Wycliffe's Bible stands at the top of the medieval English. It is true, Geoffrey Chaucer, the father of English poetry, and not Wycliffe, is generally considered as the pioneer of medieval English literature. But with much more reason have later philologists assigned that rank to the prose of Wycliffe's Bible. Chaucer has certainly some rare traits: liveliness of description, charming grace of expression, genuine English humor, and masterly power of language. But such qualities address themselves more to men of culture. They are not adapted to be a form of speech for the mass of the people. That which is to propagate a new language must be something on which the weal and woe of mankind depend, which therefore irresistibly seizes upon all, the highest as well as the lowest, and, as Luther says, fills the heart. It must be a moral, religious truth, which, grasped with a new inspiration, finds acceptance and diffusion in a new form of speech. As Luther opened up in Germany a higher development of the Teutonic language, so Wycliffe and his school have become, through his Bible, the founders of the medieval English, in which last lie the fundamental features of a new English since the 16th century. The Reformer had done his great work, 1382. What an epoch in the history of England! What mattered it when a dungeon or a grave might close over him? He had kindled a light which could never be put out. He had placed in the hands of his countrymen their true Magna Carta. That which the barons at Runnymede had wrested from King John would have been turned to but little account had not this mightier charter come after. Wycliffe could now see the Saxon people, guided by this pillar of fire, marching steadily onward to liberty. It might take 1 or it might take 5 centuries to consummate their emancipation, but with the Bible in their mother tongue, no power on earth could retain them in thraldom. The doors of the house of their bondage had been flung open. When the work of translating was ended, the nearly as difficult work of publishing began. In those days, there was no printing press to multiply copies by the thousand as in our times, and no publishing firm to circulate these thousands over the kingdom. The author himself had to see to all this. The methods of publishing a book in that age were various. The more common way was to place a copy in the hall of some convent or in the library of some college, where all might come and read, and if the book pleased, order a copy to be made for their own use. Much as, at this day, an artist displays his picture in a hall or gallery, where its merits find admirers and often purchasers. Others set up pulpits at crossways and places of public resort, and read portions of their work in the hearing of the audiences that gathered round them, and those who liked what they heard bought copies for themselves. But Wycliffe did not need to have recourse to any of these expedients. The interest taken in the man and in his work enlisted 100 expert hands, who, though they toiled to multiply copies, could scarcely supply the many who were eager to buy. Some ordered complete copies to be made for them. Others were content with portions. The same copy served several families in many instances, and in a very short time Wycliffe's English Bible had obtained a wide circulation and brought a new life into many an English home. As when the day opens on some weary traveler who, all night long, has been groping his way amid thickets and quagmires, so was it with those of the English people who read the word of life now presented to them in their mother tongue. As they were toiling amid the fatal pitfalls of superstition, or were held fast in the thorny thickets of a skeptical scholasticism, suddenly this great light broke upon them. They rejoiced with an exceeding great joy. They now saw the open path to the divine mercy seat, and putting aside the many mediators whom Rome had commissioned to conduct them to it, but who in reality had hidden it from them, they entered boldly by the one mediator, and stood in the presence of him who sitteth upon the throne. The hierarchy, when they learned what Wycliffe had done, were struck with consternation. They had comforted themselves with the thought that the movement would die with Wycliffe, and that he had but a few years to live. They now saw that another instrumentality, mightier than even Wycliffe, had entered the field, that another preacher was destined to take his place when the Reformer's voice should be silent. This preacher they could not bind to a stake and burn. With silent foot, he was already traversing the length and breadth of England. When head of princely abbot and lordly prelate reposed on pillow, this preacher, who did not know sleep with his eye day nor night, was executing his mission, entering the homes and winning the hearts of the people. They raised a great cry. Wycliffe had attacked the church. He wished to destroy religion itself. This raised the question of the right of the people to read the Bible. The question was new in England, for the plain reason that till now there had been no Bible to read, and for the same reason there was no law prohibiting the use of the Bible by the people, it being deemed both useless and imprudent to enact a law against an offense it was then impossible to commit. The Romance version, the vernacular of the south of Europe in the Middle Ages, had been in existence for 2 centuries, and the Church of Rome had forbidden its use. The English was the first of the modern tongues into which the Word of God was translated, and though this version was to fall under the ban of the Church, as the Romance had done before it, the hierarchy, taken unawares, were not yet ready with their fulmination, and meanwhile the Word of God spread mightily. The waters of life were flowing through the land, and spots of verdure were beginning to beautify the desert of England. But if not illegal, a moral interdict was instantly promulgated against the reading of the Bible by the people. Henry de Knighton, Canon of Leicester, uttered a mingled wail of sorrow and denunciation. Christ, said he, delivered his gospel to the clergy and doctors of the church, that they might administer to the laity and to weaker persons, according to the state of the times and the wants of men. But this Master John Wycliffe translated it out of Latin into English, and thus laid it more open to the laity and to women who could read than it had formerly been to the most learned of the clergy, even to those of them who had the best understanding. And in this way the gospel pearl is cast abroad and trodden under foot of swine, and that which was before precious to both clergy and laity is rendered, as it were, common jest to both. In short, a great clamor was raised against the reformer by the priests and their followers, unhappily the bulk of the nation. He was a heretic, a sacrilegious man. He had committed a crime unknown to former ages. He had broken into the temple and stolen the sacred vessels. He had fired the house of God. Such are the terms in which the man was spoken of, who had given to his country the greatest boon England ever received. Wycliffe had to fight the battle alone. No peer or great man stood by his side. It would seem as if there must come, in the career of all great reformers, and Wycliffe stands in the first rank, a moment when, forsaken of all, and painfully sensible of their isolation, they must display the perfection and sublimity of faith by leaning only on one, even God. Such a moment had come to the reformer of the 14th century. Wycliffe stood alone in the storm, but he was tranquil. He looked his raging foes calmly in the face. He retorted on them the charges they had hurled against himself. "You say," said he, "that it is heresy to speak of the Holy Scriptures in English. You call me a heretic because I have translated the Bible into the common tongue of the people. Do you know whom you blaspheme? Did not the Holy Ghost give the Word of God at first in the mother tongue of the nations, to whom it was addressed? Why do you speak against the Holy Ghost? You say that the Church of God is in danger from this book. How can that be? Is it not from the Bible only that we learn that God has set up such a society as a church on the earth? Is it not the Bible that gives all her authority to the church? Is it not from the Bible that we learn who is the builder and sovereign of the church, what are the laws by which she is to be governed, and the rights and privileges of her members? Without the Bible, what charter has the church to show for all these? It is you who place the church in jeopardy by hiding the divine warrant, the missive royal of her king, for the authority she wields and the faith she enjoins. The circulation of the Scriptures had arrayed the Protestant movement in the panoply of light. Wielding the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God, it was marching on, leaving behind it, as the monuments of its prowess, in many an English homestead, eyes once blind now opened, hearts lately depraved now purified. Majestic as the morning when, descending from the skies, she walks in steps of silent glory over the earth, so was the progress of the Book of God. There was a track of light wherever it had passed in the crowded city, in the lofty baronial hall, in the peasant's humble cot. Though Wycliffe had lived 1,000 years, and occupied himself during all of them in preaching, he could not have hoped for the good which he now saw in course of being accomplished by the silent action of the English Bible. Chapter 11. Wycliffe and Transubstantiation. Table of Contents. Wycliffe Old continues the war, attacks transubstantiation, history of the dogma, Wycliffe's doctrine on the Eucharist condemned by the University Court. Wycliffe appeals to the king and Parliament and retires to Lutterworth. The insurrection of Wat Tyler. The primate Sudbury beheaded. Courtney elected primate. He cites Wycliffe before him. The synod at Blackfriars. An earthquake. The primate reassures the terrified bishops. Wycliffe's doctrine on the Eucharist condemned. The primate gains over the king. The first persecuting edict. Wycliffe's friends fall away. Did the reformer now rest? He was old and sickly and needed repose. His day had been a stormy one. Sweet it were at its eventide to taste a little quiet. But no, he panted, if it were possible and if God were willing, to see his country's emancipation completed and England a reformed land, before closing his eyes and descending into his grave. It was, he felt, a day of visitation. That day had come first of all to England. Oh, that she were wise, and that in this her day she knew the things that belonged to her peace. If not, she might have to buy with many tears and much blood, through years, and it might be centuries of conflict, what seemed now so nearly within her reach. Wycliffe resolved, therefore, that there should be no pause in the war. He had just ended one battle. He now girded himself for another. He turned to attack the doctrinal system of the Church of Rome. He had come ere this to be of opinion that the system of Rome's doctrines and the ceremonies of her worship were anti-Christian, a new religion founded of sinful men and opposed to the rule of Jesus Christ given by him to his apostles. But in beginning this new battle, he selected one particular dogma as the object of attack. That dogma was transubstantiation. It is here that the superstition of Rome culminates. It is in this more than in any other dogma that we find the sources of her prodigious authority and the springs of her vast influence. In making his blow to fall here, Wycliffe knew that the stroke would have tenfold more effect than if directed against a less vital part of the system. If he could abolish the sacrifice of the priest, he would bring back the sacrifice of Christ, which alone is the gospel, because through it is the remission of sins and the life everlasting. Transubstantiation, as we have already shown, was invented by the monk Paschasius Radbertus in the 9th century. It came into England in the train of William the Conqueror and his Anglo-Norman priests. It was zealously preached by Lanfranc, a Benedictine monk and abbot of St. Stephen of Caen in Normandy, who was raised to the see of Canterbury under William. And from the time of Lanfranc to the days of Wycliffe this teller was received by the Anglo-Norman clergy of England. It was hardly to be expected that they would very narrowly or critically examine the foundations of a doctrine which contributed so greatly to their power. And as regards the laity of those days, it was enough for them if they had the word of the Church that this doctrine was true. In the spring of 1381, Wycliffe posted up at Oxford 12 propositions denying the dogma of transubstantiation and challenging all of the contrary opinion to debate the matter with him. The first of these propositions was as follows. The consecrated host, which we see upon the altar, is neither Christ nor any part of him, but an efficacious sign of him. He admitted that the words of consecration invest the elements with a mysterious and venerable character, but that they do in no wise change their substance. The bread and wine are as really bread and wine after as before their consecration. Christ, he goes on to reason, called the elements bread and my body. They were bread, and they were Christ's body, as he himself is very man and very God, without any commingling of the two natures. So the elements are bread and Christ's body, bread really, and Christ's body figuratively and spiritually. Such, in brief, is what Wycliffe avowed as his opinion on the Eucharist at the commencement of the controversy, and on this ground he continued to stand all throughout it. Great was the commotion at Oxford. There were astonished looks, there was a buzz of talk, heads were laid close together in earnest and subdued conversation. But no one accepted the challenge of Wycliffe. All shouted heresy. On that point there was a clear unanimity of opinion, but no one ventured to prove it to the only man in Oxford who needed to have it proved to him. The Chancellor of the University, William de Barton, summoned a council of 12, for secular doctors and 8 monks. The council unanimously condemned Wycliffe's opinion as heretical and threatened diverse heavy penalties against anyone who should teach it in the university or listen to the teaching of it. The council, summoned in haste, met, it would seem, in comparative secrecy, for Wycliffe knew nothing of what was going on. He was in his classroom, expounding to his students the true nature of the Eucharist, when the door opened and a delegate from the council made his appearance in the hall. He held in his hand the sentence of the doctors, which he proceeded to read. It enjoined silence on Wycliffe as regarded his opinions on transubstantiation, under pain of imprisonment, suspension from all scholastic functions, and the greater excommunication. This was tantamount to his expulsion from the university. But, interposed Wycliffe, You ought first to have shown me that I am in error." The only response was to be reminded of the sentence of the court, to which he was told he must submit himself or take the penalty. "Then," said Wycliffe, "I appeal to the king and the Parliament." But some time was to elapse before Parliament should meet, and meanwhile the reformer, watched and lettered his chair, thought best to withdraw to Lutterworth. The jurisdiction of the chancellor of the university could not follow him to his parish. He passed a few quiet months ministering the true bread to his loving flock, being all the more anxious, since he could no longer make his voice heard at Oxford, to diffuse through his pulpit and by his pen those blessed truths which he had drawn from the fountains of revelation. He needed, moreover, this heavenly bread for his own support. "Come aside with me and rest a while," was the language of this providence. In communion with his master, he would efface the pain of past conflicts and arm himself for new ones. His way hitherto had been far from smooth, but what remained of it was likely to be even rougher. This, however, should be as God willed. One thing he knew, and oh, how transporting the thought, that he should find a quiet home at the end of it. New and unexpected clouds now gathered in the sky. Before Wycliffe could prosecute his appeal in Parliament, an insurrection broke out in England. The causes and the issues of that insurrection do not here concern us, farther than as they bore on the fate of the reformer. Wat Tyler, and a priest of the name of John Ball, traversed England, rousing the passions of the populace with fiery harangues preached from the text they had written upon their banners. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? These tumults were not confined to England. They extended to France and other continental countries, and like the sudden yawning of a gulf, they show us the inner condition of society in the 14th century. How different from its surface! The theater of wars and pageants, which alone the historian thinks it worth his while to paint. There was nothing in the teaching of Wycliffe to minister stimulus to such ebullitions of popular wrath, yet it suited his enemies to lay them at his door, and to say, "See what comes of permitting these strange and demoralizing doctrines to be taught." It were a wholly superfluous task to vindicate Wycliffe or the gospel on this score. But in one way these events did connect themselves with the reformer. The mob apprehended Sudbury the primate and beheaded him. Courtenay, the bitter enemy of Wycliffe, was installed in the vacant see, and now he looked for more decisive measures against him. Yet God, by what seemed an oversight at Rome, shielded the venerable reformer. The bull appointing Courtenay to the primacy arrived, but the pall did not come with it. The pall, it is well known, is the most essential of all those badges and insignia by which the Pope conveys to bishops the authority to act under him. Courtenay was too obedient a son of the Pope, knowingly to transgress one of the least of his father's commandments. He burned with impatience to strike the head of heresy in England, but his scrupulous conscience would not permit him to proceed even against Wycliffe till the pall had given him full investiture with office. Hence the refreshing quiet and spiritual solace which the reformer continued to enjoy at his country rectory. It was now that Wycliffe shot another bolt. The wicket. At last the pall arrived. The primate, in possession of the mysterious and potent symbol, could now exercise the full powers of his great office. He immediately convoked a synod to try the rector of Lutterworth. The court met on the 17th of May, 1382, in a place of evil augury, when we take into account with whom Wycliffe's life battle had been waged, the monastery of Blackfriars, London. The judges were assembled, including 8 prelates, 14 doctors of the canon and of the civil law, 6 bachelors of divinity for monks, and 15 mendicant friars. They had taken their seats, and were proceeding to business, when an ominous sound filled the air, and the building in which they were assembled began to rock. The monastery and all the city of London were shaken by an earthquake. Startled and terrified, the members of the court, turning to the president, demanded an adjournment. It did seem as if the stars in their courses were fighting against the primate. On the first occasion on which he summoned Wycliffe before him, the populace forced their way into the hall, and the court broke up in confusion. The same thing happened over again on the second occasion on which Wycliffe came to his bar. A popular tempest broke over the court, and the judges were driven from the judgment seat. A third time Wycliffe is summoned, and the court meets in a place where it was easier to take precautions against interference from the populace. When lo, the ground is suddenly rocked by an earthquake. But Courtenay had now got his pall from Rome, and was above these weak fears. So turning to his brother judges, he delivered to them a short homily on the earthly uses and mystic meanings of earthquakes, and bade them be of good courage and go on. This earthquake, said he, portends the purging of the kingdom from heresies. For as there are shut up in the bowels of the earth many noxious spirits, which are expelled in an earthquake, and so the earth is cleansed, but not without great violence. So there are many heresies shut up in the hearts of reprobate men. But by the condemnation of them the kingdom is to be cleansed, but not without irksomeness and great commotion. The court accepting, on the archbishop's authority, the earthquake as a good omen, went on with the trial of Wycliffe. An officer of the court read out 26 propositions selected from the writings of the reformer. The court sat 3 days in good deliberation over them. It unanimously condemned 10 of them as heretical, and the remainder as erroneous. Among those specially branded as heresies were the propositions relating to transubstantiation, the temporal emoluments of the hierarchy, and the supremacy of the Pope, which last Wycliffe admitted might be deduced from the emperor, but certainly not from Christ. The sentence of the court was sent to the Bishop of London and all his brethren, the suffragans of the Diocese of Canterbury, as also to the Bishop of Lincoln, Wycliffe's diocesan, accompanied by the commands of Courtenay, as primate of all England, that they should look to it that these pestiferous doctrines were not taught in their diocese. Besides these 2 missives, a third was dispatched to the University of Oxford, which was, in the primate's eyes, nothing better than a hotbed of heresy. The Chancellor, William de Barton, who presided over the court that condemned Wycliffe the year before, was dead, and his office was now filled by Robert Rigg, who was friendly to the reformer. Among the professors and students were many who had imbibed the sentiments of Wycliffe, and needed to be warned against the venomous serpent, to whose seductions they had already began to listen. When the primate saw that his counsel did not find the ready ear which he thought it entitled to from that learned body, but that, on the contrary, they continued to toy with the danger, he resolved to save them in spite of themselves. He carried his complaint to the young king, Richard II. If we permit this heretic, said he, to appeal continually to the passions of the people, our destruction is inevitable. We must silence these lollards. The king was gained over. He gave authority to confine in the prisons of the state any who should maintain the condemned propositions. The Reformation was advancing, but appeared at this moment as if the reformer was on the eve of being crushed. He had many friends. Every day was adding to their number, but they lacked courage and remained in the background. His lectures at Oxford had planted the gospel in the schools. The Bible, which he had translated, was planting it in the homes of England. But if the disciples of the Reformation multiplied, so too did the foes of the reformer. The hierarchy had all along withstood and persecuted him. Now the mailed hand of the king was raised to strike him. When this was seen, all his friends fell away from him. John of Gaunt had deserted him at an earlier stage. This prince stood stoutly by Wycliffe, so long as the reformer occupied himself in simply repelling encroachments of the hierarchy upon the prerogatives of the crown and independence of the nation. That was a branch of the controversy the Duke could understand. But when it passed into the doctrinal sphere, when the bold reformer, not content with cropping off a few excrescences, began to lay the axe to the root, to deny the sacrament and abolish the altar, the valiant prince was alarmed. He felt that he had stepped on ground which he did not know, and that he was in danger of being drawn into a bottomless pit of heresy. John of Gaunt, therefore, made all haste to draw off. But others, too, of whom better things might have been expected, quailed before the gathering storm, and stood aloof from the reformer. Dr. Nicholas Herford, who had aided him in translating the Old Testament, and John Ashton, the most eloquent of those preachers whom Wycliffe had sent forth to traverse England, consulted their own safety rather than the defense of their leader and the honor of the cause they had espoused. This conduct doubtless grieved, but did not dismay Wycliffe. Not an iota of heart or hope did he abate therefore. Nay, he chose this moment to make a forward movement and to aim more terrible blows at the papacy than any he had yet dealt it. Chapter 12. Wycliffe's Appeal to Parliament. Table of Contents. Parliament meets, Wycliffe appears, and demands a sweeping reform. His propositions touching the monastic orders, the Church's temporalities, transubstantiation, his growing boldness, his views find an echo in Parliament. The persecuting edict repealed. The Parliament met on the November 19th, 1382. Wycliffe could now prosecute his appeal to the king against the sentence of the University Court, condemning his 12 propositions. But the prelates had been beforehand with him. They had inveigled the sovereign into lending them the sword of the state to wield at will against Wycliffe, and against all who should doubt the tremendous mystery of transubstantiation. Well, they might burn him tomorrow, but he lived today, and the doors of Parliament stood open. Wycliffe made haste to enter with his appeal and complaint. The hierarchy had secretly accused him to the king. He openly arraigned them before the estates of the realm. The complaint presented by Wycliffe touched on 4 heads, and on each it demanded a very sweeping measure of reform. The first grievance to be abated or abolished was the monastic orders. The reformer demanded that they should be released from the unnatural and immoral vow which made them the scandal of the Church and the pests of society. Since Jesus Christ shed his blood to free his Church, said Wycliffe, I demand its freedom. I demand that every one may leave these gloomy walls, the convents within which a tyrannical law prevails, and embrace a simple and peaceful life under the open vault of heaven. The second part of the complaint had reference to the temporalities of the Church. The corruption and inefficiency of the clergy, Wycliffe traced largely to their enormous wealth. That the clergy themselves would surrender these overgrown revenues he did not expect. He called, therefore, for the interference of the state, holding, despite the opposite doctrine promulgated by the priests, that both the property and persons of the priesthood were under the jurisdiction of king. Magistracy, he affirms, is God's ordinance, and he remarks that the Apostle Paul, who putteth all men in subjection to kings, taketh out never a one. And analogous to this was the third part of the paper, which related to tithes and offerings. Let these, said Wycliffe, be remodeled. Let tithes and offerings be on a scale which shall be amply sufficient for the support of the recipients in the discharge of their sacred duties, but not such as to minister to their luxury and pride. And if a priest shall be found to be indolent or vicious, let neither tithe nor offering be given him. I demand, he said, that the poor inhabitants of our towns and villages be not constrained to furnish a worldly priest, often a vicious man and a heretic, with the means of satisfying his ostentation, his gluttony, and his licentiousness, of buying a showy horse, costly saddles, bridles with tinkling bells, rich garments, and soft furs, while they see the wives and children of their neighbors dying of hunger. The last part of the paper went deeper. It touched on doctrine, and on that doctrine which occupies a central place in the Romish system, transubstantiation. His own views on the dogma he did not particularly define in this appeal to Parliament, though he did so a little while after before the convocation. He contented himself with craving liberty to have the true doctrine of the Eucharist, as given by Christ and his apostles, taught throughout England. In his Trialogus, which was composed about this time, he takes a luminous view of the dogma of transubstantiation. Its effects, he believed, were peculiarly mischievous and far-extending. Not only was it an error, it was an error which enfeebled the understanding of the man who embraced it, and shook his confidence in the testimony of his senses, and so prepared the way for any absurdity or error, however much in opposition to reason or even to sense. The doctrine of the real presence, understood in a corporeal sense, he declares to be the offspring of Satan, whom he pictures as reasoning thus while inventing it. Should I once so far beguile the faithful of the Church, by the aid of Antichrist my vicegerent, as to persuade them to deny that this sacrament is bread, and to induce them to regard it as merely an accident, There will be nothing then which I will not bring them to receive, since there can be nothing more opposite to the Scriptures, or to common discernment. Let the life of a prelate be then what it may. Let him be guilty of luxury, simony, or murder, the people may be led to believe that he is really no such man. Nay, they may then be persuaded to admit that the Pope is infallible, at least with respect to matters of Christian faith, and that, inasmuch as he is known by the name Most Holy Father, he is of course free from sin. It thus appears, says Dr. Vaughan, commenting on the above, that the object of Wycliffe was to restore the mind of man to the legitimate guidance of reason and of the senses in the study of Holy Writ and in judging of every Christian institute, and that if the doctrine of transubstantiation proved peculiarly obnoxious to him, it was because that dogma was seen as in the most direct opposition to this generous design. To him it appeared that while the authority of the Church was so far submitted to as to involve the adoption of this monstrous tenet, no limit could possibly be assigned to the schemes of clerical imposture and oppression. The enemies of the Reformer must have been confounded by this bold attack. They had persuaded themselves that the hour was come when Wycliffe must yield. Hereford, Repington, Ashton, all his friends, one after the other, had reconciled themselves to the hierarchy. The priests waited to see Wycliffe come forward, last of all, and bow his majestic head, and then they would lead him about in chains as a trophy of their victory, and a proof of the complete suppression of the movement of reform. He comes forward, but not to retract, not even to apologize, but with heart which grows only the stouter as his years increase and his enemies multiply, to reiterate his charges, and again to proclaim in the face of the whole nation the corruption, tyranny, and errors of the hierarchy. His sentiments found an echo in the Commons, and Parliament repealed the persecuting edict which the priests and the king had surreptitiously passed. Thus the gain remained with Wycliffe. Chapter 13. Wycliffe before convocation in person, and before the Roman Curia by letter. Table of contents. Convocation at Oxford. Wycliffe cited, arraigned on the question of transubstantiation. Wycliffe maintains and reiterates the teaching of his whole life. He arraigns his judges. They are dismayed. Wycliffe retires unmolested, returns to Lutterworth, cited by Urban VI. To Rome, unable to go, sends a letter, a faithful admonition, seen in the Vatican, Christ's and Antichrist portraits. Baffled before the Parliament, the primate turned to convocation. Here he could more easily reckon on a subservient court. Courtenay had taken care to assemble a goodly number of clergy to give eclat to the trial, and to be the spectators, as he fondly hoped, of the victory that awaited him. There were, besides the primate, 6 bishops, many doctors in divinity, and a host of inferior clergy. The concourse was swelled by the dignitaries and youth of Oxford. The scene where the trial took place must have recalled many memories to Wycliffe which could not but deeply stir him. It was now 40 years since he had entered Oxford as a scholar. These halls had witnessed the toils of his youth and the labors of his manhood. Here had the most brilliant of his achievements been performed. Here had his name been mentioned with honor, and his renown as a man of erudition and genius formed not the least constituent in the glory of his university. But this day Oxford opened her venerable gates to receive him in a new character. He came to be tried, perchance to be condemned, and, if his judges were able, to be delivered over to the civil power and punished as a heretic. The issue of the affair might be that that same Oxford, which had borrowed a luster from his name, would be lit up with the flames of his martyrdom. The indictment turned specially upon transubstantiation. Did he affirm or deny that cardinal doctrine of the Church? The reformer raised his venerable head in presence of the vast assembly. His eyes sought out Courtenay, the archbishop, on whom he fixed a steady and searching gaze, and proceeded. In this, his last address before any court, he retracts nothing. He modifies nothing. He reiterates and confirms the whole teaching of his life on the question of the Eucharist. His address abounded in distinctions after the manner of that scholastic age, but extorted praise for its unrivaled acuteness even from those who dissented from it. Throughout it, Wycliffe unmistakably condemns the tenet of transubstantiation, affirming that the bread still continues bread, that there is no fleshly presence of Christ in the sacrament, nor other presence save a sacramental and spiritual one. Wycliffe had defended himself with a rare acuteness, and with a courage yet more rare. But acquittal he will neither crave nor accept from such a court. In one of those transformations which it is given to only majestic moral natures to effect, he mounts the judgment seat and places his judges at the bar. Smitten in their consciences, they sat chained to their seats, deprived of the power to rise and go away, although the words of the bold reformer must have gone like burning arrows to their heart. They were the heretics, he said, who affirmed that the sacrament was an accident without a subject. Why do they propagate such errors? Why? Because, like the priests of Baal, they wanted to vend their masses. With whom, think you, he asked in closing, are ye contending? With an old man on the brink of the grave? No, with truth, truth which is stronger than you and will overcome you. With these words, he turned to leave the court. His enemies had not power to stop him. Like his divine master at Nazareth, says Dabine, he passed through the midst of them. Leaving Oxford, he retired to his cure at Lutterworth. Wycliffe must bear testimony at Rome also. It was Pope Urban, not knowing what he did, who arranged that the voice of this great witness, before becoming finally silent, should be heard speaking from the Seven Hills. One day about this time, as he was toiling with his pen in his quiet rectory, for his activity increased as his infirmities multiplied, and the night drew on in which he could not work, he received a summons from the pontiff to repair to Rome, and answer for his heresy before the papal see. Had he gone thither, he certainly would never have returned. But that was not the consideration that weighed with Wycliffe. The hand of God had laid an arrest upon him. He had had a shock of palsy, and, had he attempted a journey so toilsome, would have died on the way long before he could have reached the gates of the pontifical city. But though he could not go to Rome in person, he could go by letter, and thus the ends of Providence, if not the ends of Urban, would be equally served. The pontiff and his conclave, and, in short, all Christendom were to have another warning, another call to repentance, addressed to them before the reformer should descend into the tomb. John Wycliffe sat down in his rectory to speak, across intervening mountains and seas, to Urban of Rome. In the epistle of the rector of Lutterworth to the pontiff of Christendom, nothing can be imagined keener in its satire. Yet nothing could have been more Christian and faithful in its spirit. Assuming Urban to be what Urban held himself to be, Wycliffe went on to say that there was no one before whom he could so joyfully appear as before Christ's vicar, for by no one could he expect Christ's law to be more revered or Christ's gospel more loved. At no tribunal could he expect greater equity than that before which he now stood, and therefore, if he had strayed from the gospel, he was sure here to have his error proved to him and the path of truth pointed out. The vicar of Christ, he quietly assumes, does not affect the greatness of this world. Oh no, he leaves its pomps and vanities to worldly men, and contenting himself with the lowly estate of him who while on earth had not where to lay his head, he seeks no glory save the glory of resembling his master. The worldly lordship he is compelled to bear is, he is sure, an unwelcome burden, of which he is fain to be rid. The Holy Father ceases not, doubtless, to exhort all his priests throughout Christendom to follow herein his own example, and to feed with the bread of life the flocks committed to their care. The reformer closes by reiterating his willingness, if in aught he had erred, to be meekly amended, if needs be, by death. We can easily imagine the scowling faces amid which this letter was opened and read in the Vatican. Had Wycliffe indulged in vituperative terms, those to whom this epistle was addressed would have felt only assailed. As it was, they were arraigned, they felt themselves standing at the bar of the reformer. With severe and truthful hand Wycliffe draws the portrait of him whose servants Urban and his cardinals profess to be, and holding it up full in their sight, he asks, "Is this your likeness? Is this the poverty in which you live? Is this the humility you cultivate?" With the monuments of their pride on every hand, their palaces, their estates, their gay robes, their magnificent equipages, their luxurious tables, their tyranny the scourge, and their lives the scandal of Christendom. They dared not say, "This is our likeness." Thus were they condemned, but it was Christ who had condemned them. This was all that Urban had gained by summoning Wycliffe before him. He had but erected a pulpit on the 7 hills, from the lofty elevation of which the English reformer was able to proclaim, in the hearing of all the nations of Europe, that Rome was the Antichrist. Chapter 14. Wycliffe's Last Days. Table of Contents. Anticipation of a violent death. Wonderfully shielded by events. Struck with palsy. Dies December 31st, 1384. Estimate of his position and work. Completeness of his scheme of reform. The father of the Reformation. The founder of England's liberties. When Wycliffe had indeed and dispatched this letter, he had finished his testimony. It now remained only that he should rest a little while on earth, and then go up to his everlasting rest. He himself expected that his death would be by violence, that the chariot which should carry him to the skies would be a chariot of fire. The primate, the king, the pope, all were working to compass his destruction. He saw the iron circle contracting day by day around him, a few months or a few years, and it would close and crush him. That a man who defied the whole hierarchy, and who never gave way by so much as a footbreadth, but was always pressing on in the battle, should die at last, not in a dungeon or at a stake, but in his own bed, was truly a marvel. He stood alone. He did not consult for his safety. But his very courage, in the hand of God, was his shield. For while meaner men were apprehended and compelled to recant, Wycliffe, who would burn but not recant, was left at liberty. He that loveth his life shall lose it. The political troubles of England, the rivalry of the 2 popes, one event after another came to protect the life and prolong the labors of the reformer, till his work attained at last a unity, a completeness, and a grandeur, which the more we contemplate it appears the more admirable. That it was the fixed purpose of his enemies to destroy him cannot be doubted. They thought they saw the opportune moment coming. But while they waited for it, and thought that now it was near, Wycliffe had departed, and was gone whither they could not follow. On the last Sunday of the year 1384, he was to have dispensed the Eucharist to his beloved flock in the parish church of Lutterworth, and as he was in the act of consecrating the bread and wine, he was struck with palsy, and fell on the pavement. This was the 3rd attack of the malady. He was affectionately borne to the rectory, laid on his bed, and died on the 31st of December, his life and the year closing together. How fitting a conclusion to his noble life! None of its years, scarcely any of its days, were passed unprofitably on the bed of sickness. The moment his great work was finished, that moment the voice spake to him, which said, "Come up hither." As he stood before the earthly symbols of his Lord's passion, a cloud suddenly descended upon him, and when its darkness had passed, and the light had returned, serener and more bright than ever was dawn or noon of earthly day, it was no memorial or symbol that he saw. It was his Lord himself, in the august splendor of his glorified humanity. Blessed transition! The earthly sanctuary, whose gates he had that morning entered, became to him the vestibule of the eternal temple, and the Sabbath, whose services he had just commenced, became the dawn of a better Sabbath, to be closed by no evening with its shadows, and followed by no weekday with its toils. If we can speak of one center where the light which is spreading over the earth, and which is destined one day to illuminate it all, originally arose, that center is England. And if to one man the honor of beginning that movement which is renewing the world can be ascribed beyond controversy, that man is John Wycliffe. He came out of the darkness of the Middle Ages, a sort of Melchizedek. He had no predecessor from whom he borrowed his plan of church reform, and he had no successor in his office when he died, for it was not till more than 100 years that any other stood up in England to resume the work broken off by his death. Wycliffe stands apart, distinctly marked off from all the men in Christendom. Bursting suddenly upon a dark age, he stands before it in a light not borrowed from the schools, nor from the doctors of the church, but from the Bible. He came preaching a scheme of reinstitution and reformation so comprehensive that no reformer since has been able to add to it any one essential principle. On these solid grounds, he is entitled to be regarded as the father of the Reformation. With his rise, the night of Christendom came to an end, and the day broke which has ever since continued to brighten. Wycliffe possessed that combination of opposite qualities which marks the great man. As subtle as any schoolman of them all, he was yet as practical as any Englishman of the 19th century. With intuitive insight, he penetrated to the root of all the evils that afflicted England, and with rare practical sagacity he devised and set a-going the true remedies. The evil he saw was ignorance. The remedy with which he sought to cure it was light. He translated the Bible, and he organized a body of preachers, simple, pious, earnest men, who knew the gospel and were willing to preach it at crossroads and in marketplaces, in city and village and rural lane. Everywhere, in short. Before he died, he saw that his labors had been successful to a degree he had not dared to hope. His doctrine spread, said Aitken, his bitter enemy, like suckers from the root of a tree. Wycliffe himself reckoned that a third of the priests of England were of his sentiment on the question of the Eucharist, and among the common people his disciples were innumerable. You could not meet two men on the highway, said his enemies, but one of them is a Wycliffite. The political measures which Parliament adopted at Wycliffe's advice, to guard the country against the usurpations of the popes, show how deeply he saw into the constitution of the papacy as a political and worldly confederacy, wearing a spiritual guise only the better to conceal its true character and to gain its real object, which was to prey on the substance and devour the liberty of nations. Matters were rapidly tending to a sacerdotal autocracy. Christendom was growing into a kingdom of shorn and anointed men, with laymen as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Wycliffe said, "This shall not be." And the best proof of his statesmanship is the fact that since his day, all the other states of Europe, one after the other, have adopted the same measures of defense to which England had recourse in the 14th century. All of them, following in our wake, have passed laws to guard their throne, to regulate the appointment of bishops, to prevent the accumulation of property by religious houses, to restrict the introduction of bulls and briefs. They have done, in short, what we did, though to less advantage, because they did it later in the day. England foresaw the evil and took precautions in time. Other countries suffered it to come and began to protect themselves only after it had all but effected their undoing. It was under Wycliffe that English liberty had its beginnings. It is not the political constitution which has come out of the Magna Carta of King John and the barons, but the moral constitution which came out of that divine Magna Carta, that Wycliffe gave her in the 14th century, which has been the sheet anchor of England. The English Bible wrote, not merely upon the page of the statute book, but upon the hearts of the people of England, the two great commandments: fear God, honor the king. These two sum up the whole duty of nations, and on these two hangs the prosperity of states. There is no mysterious or latent virtue in our political constitution, which, as some seem to think, like a good genius protects us, and with invisible hand guides past our shores the tempests that cover other countries with the memorials of their devastating fury. The real secret of England's greatness is her permeation at the very dawn of her history, with the principles of order and liberty by means of the English Bible, and the capacity for freedom thereby created. This has permitted the development by equal stages of our love for freedom and our submission to law, of our political constitution and our national genius, of our power and our self-control, the two sets of qualities fitting into one another, and growing into a well-compacted fabric of political and moral power unexampled on earth. If nowhere else is seen a similar structure so stable and so lofty, it is because nowhere else has a similar basis been found for it. It was Wycliffe who laid that basis. But above all his other qualities, above his scholastic genius, his intuitive insight into the working of institutions, his statesmanship, was his fearless submission to the Bible. It was in this that the strength of Wycliffe's wisdom lay. It was this that made him a reformer, and that placed him in the first rank of reformers. He held the Bible to contain a perfect revelation of the will of God, a full, plain, an infallible rule of both what man is to believe and what he is to do. And turning away from all other teachers, from the precedents of the 1,000 years which had gone before, from all the doctors and councils of the church, he placed himself before the word of God and bowed to God's voice speaking in that word with the docility of a child. And the authority to which he himself so implicitly bowed, he called on all men to submit to. His aim was to bring men back to the Bible. The Reformer restored to the church, first of all, the principle of authority. There must be a divine and infallible authority in the church. That authority cannot be the church herself, for the guide, and those whom he guides cannot be the same. The divine infallible authority which Wycliffe restored for the guidance of men was the Bible, God speaking in his word. And by setting up this divine authority, he displaced that human and fallible authority which the corruption of the ages had imposed upon the church. He turned the eyes of men from popes and councils to the inspired oracles of God. Wycliffe, by restoring authority to the church, restored her liberty also. While he taught that the Bible was a sufficient and all-perfect rule, he taught also that every man had a right to interpret the Word of God for his own guidance, in a dependence upon the promised aid of the Holy Spirit. Thus he taught men to cast off that blind submission to the teaching of mere human authority, which is bondage, and to submit their understandings and consciences to God's speaking in his word, which alone is liberty. These are the two first necessities of the Church of God: authority and liberty, an infallible guide, and freedom to follow him. These two must ever go together. The one cannot exist without the other. Without authority, there can be no liberty, for liberty without order becomes anarchy. And without freedom, there can be no divine authority, for if the church is not at liberty to obey the will of her master, authority is overthrown. In the room of the rule of God is put the usurpation of man. Authority and freedom, like the twins of classic story, must together flourish or together die. Chapter 15. Wycliffe's Theological and Church System. Table of Contents. His theology drawn from the Bible solely. His teaching embraced the following doctrines. The fall, man's inability, did not formulate his views into a system. His postils, his views on church order and government, apostolic arrangements his model, his personal piety, Leckler's estimate of him as a reformer. Standing before the Bible, Wycliffe forgot all the teaching of man. For centuries before his day, the human mind had been busy in the field of theology. Systems have been invented and built up. The glosses of doctors, the edicts of councils, and the bulls of popes have been piled one above the other till the structure looked imposing indeed. Wycliffe dug down through it all till he came to the first foundations, to those even which the hands of prophets and apostles had laid. Hence the apostolic simplicity and purity of his doctrine. With all the early fathers, he gave prominence to the free grace of God in the matter of man's salvation. In fact, he ascribed it entirely to grace. He taught the eternal Godhead of Christ, very God and very man, his substitution in the room of the guilty, his work of obedience, his sacrifice upon the cross, and the free justification of the sinner through faith in that sacrifice. Here we must know, says he, the story of the old law. As a right looking on that adder of brass saved the people from the venom of serpents, so a right looking by full belief on Christ saveth his people. Christ died, not for his own sins as thieves do for theirs, but as our brother, who himself might not sin. He died for the sins that others had done. What Wycliffe did in the field of theology was not to compile a system, but to give a plain exposition of Scripture, to restore to the eyes of men, from whom they had long been hidden, those truths which are for the healing of their souls. He left it for those who should come after him to formulate the doctrines which he deduced from the inspired page. Traversing the field of revelation, he plucked its flowers all fresh as they grew, regaling himself and his flock therewith, but bestowing no pains on their classification. Of the sermons, or postils, of Wycliffe, some 300 remain. The most of these have now been given to the world through the press, and they enable us to estimate with accuracy the depth and comprehensiveness of the Reformer's views. The men of the 16th century had not the materials for judging which we possess, and their estimate of Wycliffe as a theologian, we humbly think, did him no little injustice. Melanchthon, for instance, in a letter to Myconius, declared him to be ignorant of the righteousness of faith. This judgment is excusable in the circumstances in which it was formed, but it is not the less untrue, for the passages adduced above make it unquestionable that Wycliffe both knew and taught the doctrine of God's grace, and of man's free justification through faith in the righteousness of Christ. The early models of church government and order Wycliffe also dug up from underneath the rubbish of 13th centuries. He maintained that the church was made up of the whole body of the faithful. He discarded the idea that the clergy alone are the church. The laity, he held, are equally an essential part of it. Nor ought there to be, he held, among its ministers, gradation of rank or official preeminence. The indolence, pride, and dissensions which reigned among the clergy of his day, he viewed as arising from violation of the law of the gospel, which declares it were better for the clerks to be all of one estate. From the faith of the Scriptures, says he in his Trialogus, it seems to me to be sufficient that there should be presbyters and deacons holding that state and office which Christ has imposed on them, since it appears certain that these degrees and orders have their origin in the pride of Caesar. And again he observes, I boldly assert one thing, namely, that in the primitive church, or in the time of Paul, 2 orders of the clergy were sufficient, that is, a priest and a deacon. In like manner, I affirm that in the time of Paul, the presbyter and bishop were names of the same office. This appears from the 3rd chapter of the 1st epistle to Timothy, and in the 1st chapter of the epistle to Titus. As regards the claims of the clergy alone to form the church, and to wield ecclesiastical power, Wycliffe thus expresses himself. When men speak of holy church, anon, they understand prelates and priests with monks and canons and friars and all men who have tonsures, though they live accursedly, and never so contrary to the law of God. But they call not the seculars men of holy church, though they live never so truly according to God's law, and die in perfect charity. Christian men, taught in God's law, call holy church the congregation of just men, for whom Jesus Christ shed his blood, and not mere stones and timber and earthly dross, which the clerks of Antichrist magnify more than the righteousness of God and the souls of men. Before Wycliffe could form these opinions, he had to forget the age in which he lived and place himself in the midst of apostolic times. He had to emancipate himself from the prestige which a venerable antiquity gave to the institutions around him, and seek his model and principles in the Word of God. It was an act of stupendous obedience done in faith, but by that act he became the pioneer of the Reformation, and the father of all those, in any age or country, who confess that, in their efforts after Reformation, they seek a city which hath its foundations in the teachings of prophets and apostles, and whose builder and maker is the Spirit of God. That whole circle of questions, says Dr. Hanna, concerning the canon of Scripture, the authority of Scripture, and the right of private interpretation of Scripture, with which the later controversies of the Reformation have made us so familiar, received their first treatment in this country at Wycliffe's hands. In conducting this fundamental controversy, Wycliffe had to lay all the foundations with his own unaided hand. And it is no small praise to render to his work to say that it was even as he laid them, line for line, and stone for stone, that they were relayed by the master builders of the Reformation. Of his personal piety there can be no doubt. There remain, it is true, scarce any memorials, written or traditional, of his private life. But his public history is an enduring monument of his personal Christianity. Such a life nothing could have sustained save a deep conviction of the truth, a firm trust in God, a love to the Savior, and an ardent desire for the salvation of men. His private character, we know, was singularly pure. None of the vices of the age had touched him. As a pastor he was loving and faithful, and as a patriot he was enlightened, incorruptible, and courageous. His friends fell away, but the reformer never hesitated, never wavered. His views continued to grow, and his magnanimity and zeal grew with them. Had he sought fame? or wealth, or promotion, he could not but have seen that he had taken the wrong road. Privation and continual sacrifice only could he expect in the path he had chosen. He acted on a maxim which he taught to others, that if we look for an earthly reward, our hope of eternal life perisheth. His sermons afford us a glimpse into his study at Lutterworth, and show us how his hours there were passed, even in meditation on God's Word and communion with its author. These are remarkable productions, expressed in vigorous rudimentary English, with no mystic haze in their thinking, disencumbered from the phraseology of the schools, simple and clear as the opening day, and fragrant as the breath of morning. They burst suddenly upon us like a ray of pure light from the very heart of the darkness, telling us that God's Word in all ages is light, and that the Holy Spirit has ever been present in the Church to discharge his office of leading into all truth those who are willing to submit their minds to his guidance. If we look from Wycliffe, says Leckler, backwards, in order to compare him with the men before him, and arrive at a scale of measurement for his own power, the fact is brought before us that Wycliffe concentratedly represented that movement towards reform of the foregoing centuries, which the degeneracy of the Church, arising from its secular possessions and simonies, rendered necessary. That which, in Gregory VII's time, Arnold of Brescia, and the community of the Waldenses, Francis of Assisi, and the begging orders of the Minorites strove after, what the holy Bernard of Clairvaux longed for, the return of the Church to apostolic order, that filled Wycliffe's soul specially at the beginning of his public career. In the collective history of the Church of Christ, Wycliffe makes an epoch in so far as he is the first reforming personality. Before him arose, it is true, here and there many schemes and active endeavors, which led also to dissensions and collisions, and ultimately to the formation of separate communities. But Wycliffe is the first important personality who devoted himself to the work of church reform with the whole bent of his mind, with all the thinking power of a superior intellect, and the full force of will and joyful self-devotion of a man in Christ Jesus. He worked at this his life long, out of an earnest, conscientious impulse, and in the confident trust that the work is not in vain in the Lord. 1 Corinthians 15, verse 58. He did not conceal from himself that the endeavors of evangelical men would in the first place be combated, persecuted, and repressed. Notwithstanding this, he consoled himself with the thought that it would yet come in the end to a renewing of the Church according to the apostolic pattern. How far Wycliffe's thoughts have been, first of all, rightly understood, faithfully preserved, and practically valued, till at last all that was true and well proved in them deepened and strengthened, and were finally established in the Reformation of the 16th century, must be proved by the history of the following generations. Wycliffe, had he lived 2 centuries later, would very probably have been to England what Luther was to Germany and Knox to Scotland. His appearance in the 14th century enabled him to discharge an office that in some respects was higher, and to fill a position that is altogether unique in the religious history of Christendom. With Wycliffe the world changes from stagnancy to progress. Wycliffe introduces the era of moral revivals. He was the forerunner of all the reformers, and the father of all the reformations of Christendom. Book 3, John Huss and the Hussite Wars. Table of Contents. Chapter 1. Birth, Education, and First Labors of Huss. Table of Contents. Bohemia. Introduction to the Gospel. Wycliffe's writings. Pioneers. Millet's, Stiechna, Genovius, Charles IV. Huss. Birth and Education. Prague. Bethlehem Chapel. In springtime, does the husbandman begin to prepare for the harvest. He turns field after field with the plow, and when all have been got ready for the processes that are to follow, he returns on his steps, scattering as he goes the precious seed on the open furrows. His next care is to see to the needful operations of weeding and cleaning. All the while the sun this hour and the shower the next are promoting the germination and growth of the plant. The husbandman returns a 3rd time, and lo, over all his fields there now waves the yellow ripened grain. It is harvest. So was it with the heavenly husbandman when he began his preparations for the harvest of Christendom. For while to the ages that came after it the Reformation was the springtime, it yet, to the ages that went before it, stood related as the harvest. We have witnessed the great husbandman plowing one of his fields, England namely, as early as the 14th century. The war that broke out in that age with France, the political conflicts into which the nation was plunged with the papacy, the rise of the universities with the mental fermentation that followed, broke up the ground. The soil turned. The husbandman sent forth a skillful and laborious servant to cast into the furrows of the plowed land the seed of the translated Bible. So far had the work advanced. At this stage it stopped, or appeared to do so. Alas, we exclaim, that all this labor should be thrown away. But it is not so. The laborer is withdrawn, but the seed is not. It lies in the soil, and while it is silently germinating and working its way hour by hour towards the harvest, the husbandman goes elsewhere and proceeds to plow and sow another of his fields. Let us cast our eyes over wide Christendom. What do we see? Lo, yonder in the far-off east is the same preparatory process begun which we have already traced in England. Verily, the husbandman is wisely busy. In Bohemia the plough is at work, and already the sowers have come forth and have begun to scatter the seed. In transferring ourselves to Bohemia, we do not change our subject, although we change our country. It is the same great drama under another sky. Surely the winter is past, and the great springtime has come, when, in lands lying so widely apart, we see the flowers beginning to appear and the fountains to gush forth. We read in the book of the persecutions of the Bohemian Church. In the year A.D. 1400, Jerome of Prague returned from England, bringing with him the writings of Wycliffe. A Taborite chronicler of the 15th century, Nicholas von Pellermo, testifies that the books of the evangelical doctor, Master John Wycliffe, opened the eyes of the blessed Master John Huss, as several reliable men know from his own lips, whilst he read and reread them together with his followers. Such is the link that binds together Bohemia and England. Already Protestantism attests its true Catholicity. Oceans do not stop its progress. The boundaries of states do not limit its triumphs. On every soil is it destined to flourish, and men of every tongue will it enroll among its disciples. The spiritually dead who are in their graves are beginning to hear the voice of Wycliffe. Rather of Christ speaking through Wycliffe, and to come forth. The first drama of Protestantism was acted and over in Bohemia before it had begun in Germany. So prolific in tragic incident and heroic character was this second drama, that it is deserving of more attention than it has yet received. It did not last long, but during its career it shed a resplendent luster upon the little Bohemia. It transformed its people into a nation of heroes. It made their wisdom in council the admiration of Europe, and their prowess on the field the terror of all the neighboring states. It gave, moreover, a presage of the elevation to which human character should attain, and the splendor that would gather round history. What time Protestantism should begin to display its regenerating influence on a wider area than that to which, until now, it had been restricted. It is probable that Christianity first entered Bohemia in the wake of the armies of Charlemagne. But the Western missionaries, ignorant of the Slavonic tongue, could effect little beyond a nominal conversion of the Bohemian people. Accordingly, we find the king of Moravia, a country whose religious condition was precisely similar to that of Bohemia, sending to the Greek emperor about the year 863 and saying, "Our land is baptized, but we have no teachers to instruct us and translate for us the Holy Scriptures. Send us teachers who may explain to us the Bible." Methodius and Cyrillus were sent. The Bible was translated, and divine worship established in the Slavonic language. The ritual in both Moravia and Bohemia was that of the Eastern Church, for which the missionaries had come. Methodius made the gospel be preached in Bohemia. There followed a great harvest of converts. Families of the highest rank crowded to baptism, and churches and schools arose everywhere. Though practicing the Eastern ritual, the Bohemian Church remained under the jurisdiction of Rome, for the great schism between the Eastern and the Western churches had not yet been consummated. The Greek liturgy, as we may imagine, was displeasing to the Pope, and he began to plot its overthrow. Gradually the Latin rite was introduced, and the Greek right in the same proportion displaced. At length, in 1079, Gregory VII, Hildebrand, issued a bull forbidding the Oriental ritual to be longer observed or public worship celebrated in the tongue of the country. The reasons assigned by the pontiff for the use of a tongue which the people did not understand in their addresses to the Almighty are such as would not readily occur to ordinary men. He tells his dear son, the King of Bohemia, that after long study of the Word of God, he had come to see that it was pleasing to the Omnipotent that his worship should be celebrated in an unknown language, and that many evils and heresies had arisen from not observing this rule. This missive closed in effect every church and every Bible, and left the Bohemians, so far as any public instruction was concerned, in total night. The Christianity of the nation would have sunk under the blow, but for another occurrence of an opposite tendency, which happened soon afterwards. It was now that the Waldenses and Albigenses, fleeing from the sword of persecution in Italy and France, arrived in Bohemia. Thonis informs us that Peter Waldo himself was among the number of these evangelical exiles. Reinerius, speaking of the middle of the 13th century, says, "There is hardly any country in which this sect is not to be found." If the letter of Gregory was like a hot wind to wither the Bohemian church, the Waldensian refugees were a secret due to revive it. They spread themselves in small colonies over all the Slavonic countries, Poland included. They made their headquarters at Prague. They were zealous evangelizers, not daring to preach in public, but teaching in private houses and keeping alive the truth during the 2 centuries which were yet to run before Huss should appear. It was not easy enforcing the commands of the Pope in Bohemia, lying as it did remote from Rome. In many places worship continued to be celebrated in the tongue of the people, and the sacrament to be dispensed in both kinds. The powerful nobles were in many cases the protectors of the Waldenses and native Christians, and for these benefits they received a tenfold recompense in the good order and prosperity which reigned on the lands that were occupied by professors of the evangelical doctrines. All through the 14th century, these Waldensian exiles continued to sow the seed of a pure Christianity in the soil of Bohemia. All great changes prognosticate themselves. The revolutions that happen in the political sphere never fail to make their advent felt. Is it wonderful that in every country of Christendom there were men who foretold the approach of a great moral and spiritual revolution? In Bohemia were 3 men who were the pioneers of Huss, and who, in terms more or less plain, foretold the advent of a greater champion than themselves. The first of these was John Malicius, or Militz, archdeacon and canon of the Archiepiscopal Cathedral of the Hradec in Prague. He was a man of rare learning, of holy life, and an eloquent preacher. When he appeared in the pulpit of the cathedral church, where he always used the tongue of the people, the vast edifice was thronged with a most attentive audience. He inveighed against the abuses of the clergy rather than against the false doctrines of the church, and he exhorted the people to communion in both kinds. He went to Rome in the hope of finding there, in a course of fasting and tears, greater rest for his soul. But alas, the scandals of Prague, against which he had thundered in the pulpit of Hradec, were forgotten in the greater enormities of the pontifical city. Shocked at what he saw in Rome, he wrote over the door of one of the cardinals, "Antichrist is now come, and sitteth in the church," and departed. The Pope, Gregory XI, sent after him a bull, addressed to the Archbishop of Prague, commanding him to seize and imprison the bold priest who had affronted the Pope in his own capital, and at the very threshold of the Vatican. No sooner had Malicius returned home than the Archbishop proceeded to execute the papal mandate. But murmurs began to be heard among the citizens, and fearing a popular outbreak, the Archbishop opened the prison doors, and Malicius, after a short incarceration, was set at liberty. He survived his 80th year, and died in peace, AD 1374. His colleague Conrad Stiechna, a man of similar character and great eloquence, and whose church in Prague was so crowded he was obliged to go outside and preach in the open square, died before him. He was succeeded by Matthew Genovius, who not only thundered in the pulpit of the cathedral against the abuses of the church, but traveled through Bohemia, preaching everywhere against the iniquities of the times. This drew the eyes of Rome upon him. At the instigation of the Pope, persecution was commenced against the confessors in Bohemia. They durst not openly celebrate the communion in both kinds, and those who desired to partake of the cup could enjoy the privilege only in private dwellings, or in the yet greater concealment of woods and caves. It fared hard with them when their places of retreat were discovered by the armed bands which were sent upon their track. Those who could not manage to escape were put to the sword, or thrown into rivers. At length the stake was decreed, 1376, against all who dissented from the established rites. These persecutions were continued till the times of Huss. Genovius, who taught that salvation was only to be found by faith in the crucified Savior, when dying, 1394, consoled his friends with the assurance that better times were in store. "The rage of the enemies of the truth," said he, "now prevails against us, but it will not be forever. There shall arise one from among the common people, without sword or authority, and against him they shall not be able to prevail." Politically, too, the country of Bohemia was preparing for the great part it was about to act. Charles I, better known in Western Europe as Charles IV, Emperor of Germany and author of the Golden Bull, had some time before ascended the throne. He was an enlightened and patriotic ruler. The friend of Petrarch and the protector of Genovius, he had caught so much of the spirit of the great poet and of the Bohemian pastor as to desire a reform of the ecclesiastical estate, especially in the enormous wealth and overgrown power of the clergy. In this, however, he could effect nothing. On the contrary, Rome had the art to gain his concurrence in her persecuting measures. But he had greater success in his efforts for the political and material amelioration of his country. He repressed the turbulence of the nobles. He cleared the highways of the robbers who infested them. And now the husbandman being able to sow and reap in peace, and the merchant to pass from town to town in safety, the country began to enjoy great prosperity. Nor did the labors of the sovereign stop here. He extended the municipal libraries of the towns, and in 1347 he founded a university in Prague on the model of those of Bologna and Paris, filling its chairs with eminent scholars and endowing it with ample funds. He specially patronized those authors who wrote in the Bohemian tongue, judging that there was no more effectual way of invigorating the national intellect than by cultivating the national language and literature. Thus, while in other countries the Reformation helped to purify and ennoble the national language by making it the vehicle of the sublimest truths, in Bohemia this process was reversed, and the development of the Bohemian tongue prepared the way for the entrance of Protestantism. Although the reign of Charles IV was an era of peace, and his efforts were mainly directed towards the intellectual and material prosperity of Bohemia, he took care, nevertheless, that the martial spirit of his subjects should not decline, and thus when the tempest burst in the beginning of the 15th century, and the anathemas of Rome were seconded by the armies of Germany, the Bohemian people were not unprepared for the tremendous struggle which they were called to wage for their political and religious liberties. Before detailing that struggle, we must briefly sketch the career of the man who so powerfully contributed to create in the breasts of his countrymen that dauntless spirit which bore them up till victory crowned their arms. John Huss was born on the 6th of July, 1373, in the market town of Hussenetz, on the edge of the Bohemian forest near the source of the Moldau River and the Bavarian boundary. He took his name from a place of his birth. His parents were poor, but respectable. His father died when he was young. His mother, when his education was finished at the provincial school, took him to Prague to enter him at the university of that city. She carried a present to the rector, but happening to lose it by the way, and grieved by the misfortune, she knelt down beside her son and implored upon him the blessing of the Almighty. The prayers of the mother were heard, though the answer came in a way that would have pierced her heart like a sword had she lived to witness the issue. The university career of the young student, whose excellent talent sharpened and expanded day by day, was one of great brilliance. His face was pale and thin. His consuming passion was a desire for knowledge. Blameless in life, sweet and affable in address, he won upon all who came in contact with him. He was made Bachelor of Arts in 1393, Bachelor of Theology in 1394, Master of Arts in 1396. Doctor of Theology he never was, any more than Melanchthon. 2 years after becoming Master of Arts, he began to hold lectures in the university. Having finished his university course, he entered the church, where he rose rapidly into distinction. By and by, his fame reached the court of Wenceslaus, who had succeeded his father, Charles IV, on the throne of Bohemia. His queen, Sophia of Bavaria, selected Huss as her confessor. He was at this time a firm believer in the papacy. The philosophical writings of Wycliffe he already knew and had ardently studied, but his theological treatises he had not seen. He was filled with unlimited devotion for the grace and benefits of the Roman Church, for he tells us that he went at the time of the Prague Jubilee, 1393, to confession in the Church of St. Peter, gave the last 4 groschen that he possessed to the confessor, and took part in the processions in order to share also in the absolution, an efflux of superabundant devotion of which he afterwards repented, as he himself acknowledged from the pulpit. The true career of John Huss dates from about A.D. 1402, when he was appointed preacher to the chapel of Bethlehem. This temple had been founded in the year 1392 by a certain citizen of Prague, Mulhamio by name, who laid great stress upon the preaching of the Word of God in the mother tongue of the people. On the death or the resignation of its first pastor, Stephen of Colonia, Huss was elected his successor. His sermons formed an epoch in Prague. The moral condition of that capital was then deplorable. According to Comenius, all classes wallowed in the most abominable vices. The king, the nobles, the prelates, the clergy, the citizens indulged without restraint in avarice, pride, drunkenness, lewdness, and every profligacy. In the midst of this sunken community stood up Huss, like an incarnate conscience. Now it was against the prelates, now against the nobles, and now against the ordinary clergy that he launched his bolts. These sermons seemed to have benefited the preacher as well as the hearers, for it was in the course of their preparation and delivery that Huss became inwardly awakened. A great clamor arose. But the queen and the archbishop protected Huss, and he continued preaching with indefatigable zeal in his chapel of Bethlehem, founding all he said on the Scriptures, and appealing so often to them, that it may be truly affirmed of him that he restored the Word of God to the knowledge of his countrymen. The minister of Bethlehem Chapel was then bound to preach on all church days early and after dinner, in Advent and fast times only in the morning, to the common people in their own language. Obliged to study the Word of God, and left free from the performance of liturgical acts and pastoral duties, Huss grew rapidly in the knowledge of Scripture and became deeply imbued with its spirit. While around him was a daily increasing devout community, he himself grew in the life of faith. By this time he had become acquainted with the theological works of Wycliffe, which he earnestly studied, and learned to admire the piety of their author, and to be not wholly opposed to the scheme of reform which he had promulgated. Already Huss had commenced a movement, the true character of which he did not perceive, and the issue of which he little foresaw. He placed the Bible above the authority of pope or council, and thus he had entered, without knowing it, the road of Protestantism. But as yet he had no wish to break with the Church of Rome, nor did he dissent from a single dogma or creed, the one point of divergence to which we have just referred excepted. But he had taken a step which, if he did not retrace it, would lead him in due time far enough from her communion. The echoes of a voice which had spoken in England, but was now silent there, had already reached the distant country of Bohemia. We have narrated above the arrival of a young student in Prague, with copies of the works of the great English heresiarch. Other causes favored the introduction of Wycliffe's books. One of these was the marriage of Richard II, of England with and sister of the King of Bohemia, and the consequent intercourse between the two countries. On the death of that princess, the ladies of her court, on their return to their native land, brought with them the writings of the great reformer, whose disciple their mistress had been. The university had made Prague a center of light, and the resort of men of intelligence. Thus, despite the corruption of the higher classes, the soil was not unprepared for the reception and growth of the opinions of the rector of Lutterworth, which now found entrance within the walls of the Bohemian capital. Chapter 2. Huss begins his warfare against Rome. Table of contents. The two frescoes, the University of Prague, exile of Huss, return, arrival of Jerome, the two yoke fellows, the rival popes, etc. An incident which is said to have occurred at this time, 1404, contributed to enlarge the views of Huss and to give strength to the movement he had originated in Bohemia. There came to Prague two theologians from England, James and Conrad of Canterbury. Graduates of Oxford and disciples of the gospel, they had crossed the sea to spread on the banks of the Moldau the knowledge they had learned on those of the Isis. Their plan was to hold public disputations, and selecting the Pope's primacy, they threw down the gauge of battle to its maintainers. The country was hardly ripe for such a warfare, and the affair coming to the ears of the authorities, they promptly put a stop to the discussions. Arrested in their work, the two visitors did not fail to consider by what other way they could carry out their mission. They bethought them that they had studied art as well as theology and might now press the pencil into their service. Having obtained their host's leave, they proceeded to give a specimen of their skill in a drawing in the corridor of the house in which they resided. On the one wall they portrayed the humble entrance of Christ into Jerusalem, meek and riding upon an ass. On the other, they displayed the more than royal magnificence of a pontifical cavalcade. There was seen the Pope, adorned with triple crown, attired in robes bespangled with gold, and all lustrous with precious stones. He rode proudly on a richly caparisoned horse, with trumpeters proclaiming his approach, and a brilliant crowd of cardinals and bishops following in his rear. In an age when printing was unknown, and preaching nearly as much so, this was a sermon, and a truly eloquent and graphic one. Many came to gaze, and to mark the contrast presented between the lowly estate of the Church's founder and the overgrown haughtiness and pride of his pretended vicar. The city of Prague was moved, and the excitement became at last so great that the English strangers deemed it prudent to withdraw. But the thoughts they had awakened remained to ferment in the minds of the citizens. Among those who came to gaze at this antithesis of Christ and Antichrist was John Huss, and the effect of it upon him was to lead him to study more carefully than ever the writings of Wycliffe. He was far from able at first to concur in the conclusions of the English reformer. Like a strong light thrown suddenly upon a weak eye, the bold views of Wycliffe and the sweeping measure of reform which he advocated alarmed and shocked Huss. The Bohemian preacher had appealed to the Bible, but he had not bowed before it with the absolute and unreserved submission of the English pastor. To overturn the hierarchy and replace it with the simple ministry of the Word, to sweep away all the teachings of tradition and put in their room the doctrines of the New Testament, was a revolution for which, though marked alike by its simplicity and its sublimity, Huss was not prepared. It may be doubted whether, even when he came to stand at the stake, Huss's views had attained the breadth and clearness of those of Wycliffe. Lying miracles helped to open the eyes of Huss still farther and to aid his movement. In the church at Wilsnack, near the lower Elbe, there was a pretended relic of the blood of Christ. Many wonderful cures were reported to have been done by the holy blood. People flocked thither, not only out of the neighboring countries, but also from those at a greater distance, Poland, Hungary, and even Scandinavia. In Bohemia itself, there were not wanting numerous pilgrims who went to Wilsnack to visit the wonderful relic. Many doubts were expressed about the efficacy of the blood. The Archbishop of Prague appointed a commission of 3 masters, among whom was Huss, to investigate the affair and to inquire into the truth of the miracles said to have been wrought. The examination of the persons on whom the alleged miracles had been performed proved that they were simply impostures. One boy was said to have had a sore foot cured by the blood of Wilsnack, but the foot on examination was found, instead of being cured, to be worse than before. 2 blind women were said to have recovered their sight by the virtue of the blood, but, on being questioned, they confessed that they had had sore eyes, but had never been blind, and so, as regarded other alleged cures. As the result of the investigation, the Archbishop issued a mandate in the summer of 1405, in which all preachers were enjoined, at least once a month, to publish to their congregations the episcopal prohibition of pilgrimages to the blood of Wilsnack, under pain of excommunication. Huss was able soon after 1409 to render another service to his nation, which, by extending his fame and deepening his influence among the Bohemian people, paved the way for his great work. Crowds of foreign youth flocked to the University of Prague, and their numbers enabled them to monopolize its emoluments and honors, to the partial exclusion of the Bohemian students. By the original constitution of the university, the Bohemians possessed 3 votes, and the other nations united only 1. In process of time, this was reversed. The Germans usurped 3 of the 4 votes, and the remaining 1 alone was left to the native youth. Huss protested against this abuse and had influence to obtain its correction. An edict was passed, giving 3 votes to the Bohemians and only 1 to the Germans. No sooner was this decree published than the German professors and students, to the number, say some, of 40,000, but according to Aeneas Sylvius, a contemporary, of 5,000, left Prague, having previously bound themselves to this step by oath, under pain of having the 2 first fingers of their right hand cut off. Among these students were not a few on whom had shone, through Huss, the first rays of divine knowledge, and who were instrumental in spreading the light over Germany. Elevated to the rectorship of the university, Huss was now, by his greater popularity and higher position, abler than ever to propagate his doctrines. What was going on at Prague could not long remain unknown at Rome. On being informed of the proceedings in the Bohemian capital, the Pope, Alexander V, fulminated a bull, in which he commanded the Archbishop of Prague, Spinko, with the help of the secular authorities, to proceed against all who preached in private chapels, and who read the writings or taught the opinions of Wycliffe. There followed a great auto de fe, not of persons but of books. Upwards of 200 volumes, beautifully written, elegantly bound, and ornamented with precious stones, the works of John Wycliffe, were, by the order of Spinko, piled upon the street of Prague, and, amid the tolling bells, publicly burned. Their beauty and costliness showed that their owners were men of high position, and their number, collected in one city alone, attests how widely circulated were the writings of the English reformer on the continent of Europe. This act but the more inflamed the zeal of Huss. In his sermons, he now attacked indulgences as well as the abuses of the hierarchy. A second mandate arrived from Rome. The Pope summoned him to answer for his doctrine in person. To obey the summons would have been to walk into his grave. The king, the queen, the university, and many of the magnates of Bohemia sent a joint embassy requesting the Pope to dispense with Huss's appearance in person and to hear him by his legal counsel. The Pope refused to listen to this supplication. He went on with the case, condemned John Huss in absence, and laid the city of Prague under interdict. The Bohemian capital was thrown into perplexity and alarm. On every side, tokens met the eye to which the imagination imparted a fearful significance. Prague looked like a city stricken with sudden and terrible calamity. The closed church doors, the extinguished altar lights, the corpses waiting burial by the wayside, the images which sanctified and guarded the streets, covered with sackcloth, or laid prostrate on the ground, as if in supplication for a land on which the impieties of its children had brought down a terrible curse, gave emphatic and solemn warning that every hour the citizens harbored within their walls the man who had dared to disobey the Pope's summons, they but increased the heinousness of their guilt and added to the vengeance of their doom. "Let's cast out the rebel," was the cry of many, "before we perish." Tumult was beginning to disturb the peace, and slaughter to dye the streets of Prague. What was Huss to do? Should he flee before the storm, and leave a city where he had many friends and not a few disciples? What had his master said? "The hireling fleeth because he is an hireling, and careth not for the sheep." This seemed to forbid his departure. His mind was torn with doubts. But had not the same master commanded, "When they persecute you in one city, flee ye to another"? His presence could but entail calamity upon his friends. So, quitting Prague, he retired to his native village of Hussenetz. Here Huss enjoyed the protection of the territorial lord, who was his friend. His first thoughts were of those he had left behind in Prague, the flock to whom he had so lovingly ministered in his chapel of Bethlehem. "I have retired," he wrote to them, "not to deny the truth, for which I am willing to die, but because impious priests forbid the preaching of it. The sincerity of this avowal was attested by the labors he immediately undertook. Making Christ his pattern, he journeyed all through the surrounding region, preaching in the towns and villages. He was followed by great crowds, who hung upon his words, admiring his meekness not less than his courage and eloquence. "The Church," said his hearers, "has pronounced this man a heretic and a demon, yet his life is holy, and his doctrine is pure and elevating." The mind of Huss, at this stage of his career, would seem to have been the scene of a painful conflict. Although the Church was seeking to overwhelm him by her thunderbolts, he had not renounced her authority. The Roman Church was still to him the spouse of Christ, and the Pope was the representative and vicar of God. What Huss was warring against was the abuse of authority, not the principle itself. This brought on a terrible conflict between the convictions of his understanding and the claims of his conscience. If the authority was just and infallible, as he believed it to be, how came it that he felt compelled to disobey it? To obey, he saw, was to sin. But why should obedience to an infallible church lead to such an issue? This was the problem he could not solve. This was the doubt that tortured him hour by hour. The nearest approximation to a solution, which he was able to make, was that it had happened again, as once before in the days of the Savior, that the priests of the church had become wicked persons and were using their lawful authority for unlawful ends. This led him to adopt for his own guidance, and to preach to others for theirs, the maxim that the precepts of Scripture, conveyed through the understanding, are to rule the conscience. In other words, that God speaking in the Bible, and not the church speaking through the priesthood, is the one infallible guide of men. This was to adopt the fundamental principle of Protestantism, and to preach a revolution which Huss himself would have recoiled from, had he been able at that hour to see the length to which it would lead him. The axe which he had grasped was destined to lay low the principle of human supremacy in matters of conscience. But the fetters yet on his arm did not permit him to deliver such blows as would be dealt by the champions who were to follow him, and to whom was reserved the honor of extirpating that bitter root which had yielded its fruits in the corruption of the church and the slavery of society. Gradually things quieted in Prague, although it soon became evident that the calm was only on the surface. Intensely had Huss longed to appear again in his chapel of Bethlehem, the scene of so many triumphs, and his wish was granted. Once more he stand in the old pulpit, once more his loving flock gather round him. With zeal quickened by his banishment, he thunders more courageously than ever against the tyranny of the priesthood in forbidding the free preaching of the gospel. In proportion as the people grew in knowledge, the more, says Fox, they complained of the court of Rome and the bishop's consistory, who plucked from the sheep of Christ the wool and milk, and did not feed them either with the word of God or good examples. A great revolution was preparing in Bohemia, and it could not be ushered into the world without evoking a tempest. Huss was perhaps the one tranquil man in the nation. A powerful party, consisting of the doctors of the university and the members of the priesthood, was now formed against him. Chief among these were two priests, Palates and Causus, who had once been his friends, but had now become his bitterest foes. This party would speedily have silenced him and closed the chapel of Bethlehem, the center of the movement, had they not feared the people. Every day, the popular indignation against the priests waxed stronger. Every day, the disciples and defenders of the reformer waxed bolder, and around him were now powerful as well as numerous friends. The queen was on his side. The lofty character and resplendent virtues of Huss had won her esteem. Many of the nobles declared for him, some of them because they had felt the divine power of the doctrines which he taught, and others in the hope of sharing in the spoils which they foresaw would by and by be gleaned in the wake of the movement. The great body of the citizens were friendly, captivated by his eloquence, and taught by his pure and elevating doctrine. They had learned to detest the pride, the debaucheries, and the avarice of the priests, and to take part with the man whom so many powerful and unrighteous confederacies were seeking to crush. But Huss was alone. He had no fellow worker, and had doubtless his hours of loneliness and melancholy. One single companion of sympathizing spirit, and of like devotion to the same great cause, would have been to Huss a greater stay and a sweeter solace than all the other friends who stood around him. And it pleased God to give him such a true yokefellow, who brought to the cause he espoused an intellect of great subtlety and an eloquence of great fervor, combined with a fearless courage and a lofty devotion. This friend was Jerome of Fallfish, a Bohemian knight, who had returned some time before from Oxford, where he had imbibed the opinions of Wycliffe. As he passed through Paris and Vienna, he challenged the learned men of these universities to dispute with him on matters of faith, but the theses which he maintained with a triumphant logic were held to savor of heresy, and he was thrown into prison. Escaping, however, he came to Bohemia to spread with all the enthusiasm of his character and all the brilliancy of his eloquence the doctrines of the English reformer. With the name of Huss, that of Jerome is henceforward indissolubly associated. Alike in their great qualities and aims, they were yet in minor points sufficiently diverse for one to be the complement of the other. Huss was the more powerful character, Jerome was the more eloquent orator, greater in genius, and more popular in gifts. Jerome maintained nevertheless towards Huss the relation of a disciple. It was a beautiful instance of Christian humility. The calm reason of the master was a salutary restraint upon the impetuosity of the disciple. The union of these two men gave a sensible impulse to the cause. While Jerome debated in the schools and thundered in the popular assemblies, Huss expounded the scriptures in his chapel, or toiled with his pen at the refutation of some manifesto of the doctors of the university, or some bull of the Vatican. Their affection for each other ripened day by day, and continued unbroken till death came to set its seal upon it, and unite them in the bonds of an eternal friendship. The drama was no longer confined to the limits of Bohemia. Events were lifting up Huss and Jerome to a stage where they would have to act their part in the presence of all Christendom. Let's cast our eyes around and survey the state of Europe. There were at that time 3 popes reigning in Christendom. The Italians had elected Balthasar Casa, who, as John XXII, had set up his chair at Bologna. The French had chosen Angelo Correio, who lived at Rimini, under the title of Gregory XII, and the Spaniards had elected Peter de Lune, Benedict XIII, who resided in Aragon. Each claimed to be the legitimate successor of Peter and the true vicegerent of God, and each strove to make good his claim by the bitterness and rage with which he hurled his maledictions against his rival. Christendom was divided, each nation naturally supporting the pope of its choice. The schism suggested some questions which it was not easy to solve. "If we must obey," said Huss and his followers, "to whom is our obedience to be paid? Balthasar Casa, called John XXII, is at Bologna. Angelo Correio, named Gregory XII, is at Rimini. Peter de Lune, who calls himself Benedict XIII, is in Aragon. If all 3 are infallible, why does not their testimony agree? And if only one of them is the most Holy Father, why is it that we cannot distinguish him from the rest?" Nor was much help to be got toward a solution by putting the question to the men themselves. If they asked John XXII, he told them that Gregory XII was a heretic, a demon, the Antichrist. Gregory XII obligingly bore the same testimony respecting John XXII, and both Gregory and John united in sounding, in similar fashion, the praises of Benedict XIII, whom they stigmatized as an impostor and schismatic, while Benedict paid back with prodigal interest the compliments of his 2 opponents. It came to this, that if these men were to be believed, instead of 3 popes, there were 3 antichrists in Christendom. And if they were not to be believed, where was the infallibility, and what had become of the apostolic succession? The chroniclers of the time labor to describe the distractions, calamities, and woes that grew out of this schism. Europe was plunged into anarchy. Every petty state was a theater of war and rapine. The rival popes sought to crush one another, not with the spiritual bolts only, but with temporal arms also. They went into the market to purchase swords and hire soldiers, and as this could not be done without money, they opened a scandalous traffic in spiritual things to supply themselves with the needful gold. Pardons, dispensations, and places in paradise they put up to sale in order to realize the means of equipping their armies for the field. The bishops and inferior clergy, quick to profit by the example set them by the popes, enriched themselves by simony. At times they made war on their own account, attacking at the head of armed bands the territory of a rival ecclesiastic or the castle of a temporal baron. A bishop newly elected to Hildesheim, having requested to be shown the library of his predecessors, was led into an arsenal, in which all kinds of arms were piled up. "Those," said his conductors, "are the books which they made use of to defend the church. Imitate their example." How different were the words of St. Ambrose. "My arms," said he, as the Goths approached his city, "are my tears. With other weapons I dare not fight." It is distressing to dwell on this deplorable picture. Of the practice of piety, nothing remained save a few superstitious rites. Truth, justice, and order banished from among men. Force was the arbiter in all things, and nothing was heard but the clash of arms and the sighings of oppressed nations, while above the strife rose the furious voices of the rival popes frantically hurling anathemas at one another. This was truly a melancholy spectacle, but it was necessary, perhaps, that the evil should grow to this head, if peradventure the eyes of men might be opened, and they might see that it was indeed a bitter thing, that they had forsaken the easy yoke of the gospel, and submitted to a power that set no limits to its usurpations, and which, clothing itself with the prerogatives of God, was waging a war of extermination against all the rights of man. Chapter 3. Growing opposition of Huss to Rome. Table of contents. The 6 errors. The Pope's bull against the King of Hungary. Huss on indulgences and crusades. Prophetic words. Huss closes his career in Prague. The frightful picture which society now presented had a very powerful effect on John Huss. He studied the Bible, he read the early fathers, he compared these with the sad spectacles passing before his eyes, and he saw more clearly every day that the Church had departed far from her early model, not in practice only, but in doctrine also. A little while ago we saw him leveling his blows at abuses. Now we find him beginning to strike at the root on which all these abuses grew, if haply he might extirpate both root and branch together. It was at this time that he wrote his treatise on the Church, a work which enables us to trace the progress of his emancipation from the shackles of authority. He establishes in it the principle that the true Church of Christ is not necessarily an exterior constitution, but that communion with its invisible head, the Lord Jesus Christ, is alone necessary for it, and that the Catholic Church is the assembly of all the elect. This tractate was followed by another under the title of the 6 errors. The first error was that of the priests who boasted of making the body of Jesus Christ in the Mass, and of being the creator of their Creator. The second was the confession exacted of the members of the Church. "I believe in the Pope and the saints," in opposition to which Huss taught that men are to believe in God only. The third error was the priestly pretension to remit the guilt and punishment of sin. The fourth was the implicit obedience exacted by ecclesiastical superiors to all their commands. The fifth was the making no distinction between a valid excommunication and one that was not so. The 6th error was simony. This Huss designated a heresy, and scarcely, he believed, could a priest be found who was not guilty of it. This list of errors was placarded on the door of the Bethlehem chapel. The tract in which they were set forth was circulated far and near, and produced an immense impression throughout the whole of Bohemia. Another matter which now happened helped to deepen the impression which his tract on the 6 errors had made. John XXII fulminated a bull against Ladislaus, King of Hungary, excommunicating him and all his children to the 3rd generation. The offense which had drawn upon Ladislaus this burst of pontifical wrath was the support he had given to Gregory XII, one of the rivals of John. The Pope commanded all emperors, kings, princes, cardinals, and men of whatever degree, by the sprinkling of the blood of Jesus Christ, to take up arms against Ladislaus, and utterly to exterminate him and his supporters. And he promised to all who should join the crusade, or who should preach it, or collect funds for its support, the pardon of all their sins, and immediate admission into paradise should they die in the war. In short, the same indulgences which were accorded to those who bore arms for the conquest of the Holy Land. This fulmination wrapped Bohemia in flames, and Huss seized the opportunity of directing the eyes of his countrymen to the contrast, so perfect and striking, between the vicar of Christ and Christ himself, between the destroyer and the savior, between the commands of the bull, which proclaimed war, and the precepts of the gospel, which preached peace. A few extracts from his refutation of the papal bull will enable us to measure the progress Huss was making in evangelical sentiments, and the light which through his means was breaking upon Bohemia. If the disciples of Jesus Christ, said he, were not allowed to defend him who is chief of the church against those who wanted to seize on him, much more will it not be permissible to a bishop to engage in war for a temporal domination and earthly riches. As the secular body, he continues, to whom the temporal sword alone is suitable, cannot undertake to handle the spiritual one, in like manner the ecclesiastics ought to be content with the spiritual sword, and not make use of the temporal. This was flatly to contradict a solemn judgment of the papal chair, which asserted the Church's right to both swords. Having condemned crusades, the carnage of which was doubly iniquitous when done by priestly hands, Huss next attacks indulgences. They are an affront to the grace of the gospel. God alone possesses the power to forgive sins in an absolute manner. The absolution of Jesus Christ, he says, ought to precede that of the priest. Or, in other words, the priest who absolves and condemns ought to be certain that the case in question is one which Jesus Christ himself has already absolved or condemned. This implies that the power of the keys is limited and conditional. In other words, that the priest does not pardon, but only declares the pardon of God to the penitent. If, he says again, the Pope uses his power according to God's commands, he cannot be resisted without resisting God himself. But if he abuses his power by enjoining what is contrary to the divine law, then it is a duty to resist him as should be done to the pale horse of the Apocalypse, to the dragon, to the beast, and to the Leviathan. Waxing bolder as his views enlarged, he proceeded to stigmatize many of the ceremonies of the Roman Church as lacking foundation and as being foolish and superstitious. He denied the merit of abstinences. He ridiculed the credulity of believing legends and the groveling superstition of venerating relics, bowing before images, and worshiping the dead. They are profuse, said he, referring to the latter class of devotees, towards the saints in glory, who want nothing. They array bones of the latter with silk and gold and silver, and lodge them magnificently. But they refuse clothing and hospitality to the poor members of Jesus Christ who are amongst us, at whose expense they feed to repletion, and drink till they are intoxicated. Friars he no more loved than Wycliffe did, if we may judge from a treatise which he wrote at this time, entitled The Abomination of Monks, and which he followed by another, wherein he was scarcely more complimentary to the Pope and his court, styling them the members of Antichrist. Plainer and bolder every day became the speech of Huss. Fiercer grew his invectives and denunciations. The scandals which multiplied around him had, doubtless, roused his indignation, and the persecutions which he endured may have heated his temper. He saw John XXII, than whom a more infamous man never wore the tiara, professing to open and shut the gates of paradise, and scattering simoniacal pardons over Europe that he might kindle the flames of war and extinguish a rival in torrents of Christian blood. It was not easy to witness all this and be calm. In fact, the Pope's bull of crusade had divided Bohemia and brought matters in that country to extremity. The king and the priesthood were opposed to Ladislaus of Hungary, and consequently supported John XXI, defending as best they could his indulgences and simonies. On the other hand, many of the magnates of Bohemia and the great body of the people sided with Ladislaus, condemned the crusade which the Pope was preaching against him, together with all the infamous means by which he was furthering it, and held the clergy guilty of the blood which seemed about to flow in torrents. The people kept no measure in their talk about the priests. The latter trembled for their lives. The archbishop interfered, but not to throw oil on the waters. He placed Prague under interdict, and threatened to continue the sentence so long as John Huss should remain in the city. The archbishop persuaded himself that if Huss should retire, the movement would go down, and the war of factions subside into peace. He but deceived himself. It was not now in the power of any man, even of Huss, to control or to stop that movement. Two ages were struggling together, the old and the new. The reformer, however, fearing that his presence in Prague might embarrass his friends, again withdrew to his native village of Husinec. During his exile, he wrote several letters to his friends in Prague. The letters discover a mind full of that calm courage which springs from trust in God, and in them occur for the first time those prophetic words which Huss repeated afterwards at more than one important epoch in his career, the prediction taking each time a more exact and definite form. If the goose, his name in the Bohemian language, signifies goose, which is but a timid bird and cannot fly very high, has been able to burst its bonds, there will come afterwards an eagle, which will soar high into the air and draw to it all the other birds. So he wrote, adding, "It is in the nature of truth that the more we obscure it, the brighter will it become." Huss had closed one career and was bidden rest a while before opening his second and sublimer one. Sweet, it was to leave the strife and clamor of Prague for the quiet of his birthplace. Here he could calm his mind in the perusal of the inspired page and fortify his soul by communion with God. For himself, he had no fears. He dwelt beneath the shadow of the Almighty. By the teaching of the Word and the Spirit, he had been wonderfully emancipated from the darkness of error. His native country of Bohemia had, too, by his instrumentality, been rescued partially from the same darkness. Its reformation could not be completed, nor indeed carried much farther, till the rest of Christendom had come to be more nearly on a level with it in point of spiritual enlightenment. So now the reformer is withdrawn. Never again was his voice to be heard in his favorite chapel of Bethlehem. Never more were his living words to stir the hearts of his countrymen. There remains but one act more for Huss to do, the greatest and most enduring of all. As the preacher of Bethlehem Chapel, he had largely contributed to emancipate Bohemia. As the martyr of Constance, he was largely to contribute to emancipate Christendom. Chapter 4. Preparations for the Council of Constance. Table of Contents. Picture of Europe, the Emperor Sigismund, Pope John XXII. Shall a council be convoked? Assembling of the Council at Constance. Entry of the Pope. Coming of John Huss. Arrival of the Emperor. We have now before us a wider theater than Bohemia. It is the year 1413. Sigismund, a name destined to go down to posterity along with that of Huss, though not with like fame, had a little before mounted the throne of the empire. Wherever he cast his eyes, the new emperor saw only spectacles that distressed him. Christendom was afflicted with a grievous schism. There were 3 popes, whose personal profligacies and official crimes were the scandal of that Christianity of which each claimed to be the chief teacher, and the scourge of that church of which each claimed to be the supreme pastor. The most sacred things were put up to sale, and were the subject of simoniacal bargaining. The bonds of charity were disrupted, and nation was going to war with nation. Everywhere strife raged, and blood was flowing. The Poles and the Knights of the Teutonic Order were waging a war which raged only with a greater fury inasmuch as religion was its pretext. Bohemia seemed on the point of being rent in pieces by intestine commotions. Germany was convulsed. Italy had as many tyrants as princes. France was distracted by its factions, and Spain was embroiled by the machinations of Benedict XIII, whose pretensions that country had espoused. To complete the confusion, the Mussulman hordes, encouraged by these dissensions, were gathering on the frontier of Europe and threatening to break in and repress all disorders, in a common subjugation of Christendom to the yoke of the Prophet. To the evils of schism, of war, and Turkish invasion was now added the worse evil, as Sigismund doubtless accounted it, of heresy. A sincere devotee, he was moved even to tears by this spectacle of Christendom. Disgraced and torn asunder by its popes, and undermined and corrupted by its heretics. The emperor gave his mind anxiously to the question how these evils were to be cured. The expedient he hit upon was not an original one, certainly. It had come to be a stereotyped remedy, but it possessed a certain plausibility that fascinated men, and so Sigismund resolved to make trial of it. It was a general council. This plan had been tried at Pisa, and it had failed. This did not promise much for a second attempt, but the failure had been set down to the fact that then the mitre and the empire were at war with each other, whereas now the Pope and the Emperor were prepared to act in concert. In these more advantageous circumstances, Sigismund resolved to convene the whole Church, all its patriarchs, cardinals, bishops, and princes, and to summon before this august body the three rival popes and the leaders of the new opinions, not doubting that a general council would have authority enough, more especially when seconded by the imperial power, to compel the popes to adjust their rival claims and put the heretics to silence. These were the two objects which the emperor had in eye, to heal the schism and to extirpate heresy. Sigismund now opened negotiations with John XXII. To the Pope, the idea of a council was beyond measure alarming. Nor can one wonder at this, if his conscience was loaded with but half the crimes of which popish historians have accused him. But he dared not refuse the emperor. John's crusade against Ladislaus had not prospered. The king of Hungary was in Rome with his army, and the Pope had been compelled to flee to Bologna. And terrible as a council was to Pope John, he resolved to face it, rather than offend the emperor, whose assistance he needed against the man whose ire he had wantonly provoked by his bull of crusade, and from whose victorious arms he was now fain to seek a deliverer. Pope John was accused of opening his way to the tiara by the murder of his predecessor, Alexander V, and he lived in continual fear of being hurled from his chair by the same dreadful means by which he had mounted to it. It was finally agreed that a general council should be convoked for November 1st, 1414, and that it should meet in the city of Constance. The day came, and the council assembled. From every kingdom and state, and almost from every city in Europe, came delegates to swell that great gathering. All that numbers and princely rank and high ecclesiastical dignity and fame and learning could do to make an assembly illustrious, contributed to give eclat to the Council of Constance. 30 cardinals, 20 archbishops, 150 bishops, and as many prelates, a multitude of abbots and doctors, and 1,800 priests came together in obedience to the joint summons of the emperor and the pope. Among the members of sovereign rank were the electors of Palatine, of Mainz, and of Saxony, the dukes of Austria, of Bavaria, and of Silesia. There were margraves, counts, and barons without number. But there were three men who took precedence of all others in that brilliant assemblage, though each on a different ground. These three men were the Emperor Sigismund, Pope John XXII, and, last and greatest of all, John Huss. The two anti-popes had been summoned to the council. They appeared, not in person, but by delegates, some of whom were of the cardinalate. This raised a weighty question in the council, whether these cardinal delegates should be received in their red hats. To permit the ambassadors to appear in the insignia of their rank might, it was argued, be construed into a tacit admission by the council of the claims of their masters, both of whom had been deposed by the Council of Pisa. But, for the sake of peace, it was agreed to receive the deputies in the usual costume of the cardinalate. In that assembly were the illustrious scholar, Poggio, the celebrated Tyrannime, secretary to several popes, and whom, it has been remarked, Providence placed near the source of so many iniquities for the purpose of unveiling and stigmatizing them. Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, greater as the elegant historian than as the wearer of the triple crown. Manuel Chrysoloras, the restorer to the world of some of the writings of Demosthenes and of Cicero. The almost heretic, John Charlier. Gerson, the brilliant disputant, Peter d'Ailly, Cardinal of Cambrai, surnamed the Eagle of France, and a host of others. In the train of the council came a vast concourse of pilgrims from all parts of Christendom. Men from beyond the Alps and the Pyrenees mingled here with the natives of the Hungarian and Bohemian plains. Room could not be found in Constance for this great multitude, and booths and wooden erections rose outside the walls. Theatrical representations and religious processions proceeded together. Here was seen a party of revelers and masqueraders busy with their cups and their pastimes, their knots of cowled and hooded devotees devoutly telling their beads. The orison of the monk and the stave of the bacchanal rose blended in one. So great an increase of the population of the little town, amounting, it is supposed, to 100,000 souls, rendered necessary a corresponding enlargement of its commissariat. All the highways leading to Constance were crowded with vehicles, conveying thither all kinds of provisions and delicacies, the wines of France, the breadstuffs of Lombardy, the honey and butter of Switzerland, the venison of the Alps and the fish of their lakes, the cheese of Holland, and the confections of Paris and London. The emperor and the pope, in the matter of the council, thought only of circumventing one another. Sigismund professed to regard John XXII as the valid possessor of the tiara. Nevertheless, he had formed the secret purpose of compelling him to renounce it, and the pope on his part pretended to be quite cordial in the calling of the council. But his firm intention was to dissolve it as soon as it had assembled if, after feeling its pulse, he should find it to be unfriendly to himself. He set out from Bologna on the 1st of October with store of jewels and money. Some he would corrupt by presents, others he hoped to dazzle by the splendor of his court. All agree in saying that he took this journey very much against the grain, and that his heart misgave him 1,000 times on the road. He took care, however, as he went onward, to leave the way open behind for his safe retreat. As he passed through the Tyrol, he made a secret treaty with Frederick, Duke of Austria, to the effect that one of his strong castles should be at his disposal if he found it necessary to leave Constance. He made friends, likewise, with John, Count of Nassau, Elector of Mainz. When he had arrived within a league of Constance, he prudently conciliated the abbot of St. Ulrich by bestowing the mitre upon him. This was a special prerogative of the popes, of which the bishops thought they had cause to complain. Not a stage did John advance without taking precautions for his safety, all the more that several incidents befell him by the way, which his fears interpreted into auguries of evil. When he had passed through the town of Trent, his jester said to him, "The pope who passes through Trent is undone." In descending the mountains of the Tyrol, at that point of the road where the city of Constance, with the lake and plain, comes into view, his carriage was overturned. The pontiff was thrown out and rolled on the highway. He was not hurt the least, but the fall brought the color into his face. His attendants crowded round him, anxiously inquiring if he had come by harm. "By the devil," said he, "I am down. I had better have stayed at Bologna." And casting a suspicious glance at the city beneath him, "I see how it is," he said. "That is the pit where the foxes are snared." John XXII entered Constance on horseback the 28th of October, attended by 9 cardinals, several archbishops, bishops, and other prelates, and a numerous retinue of courtiers. He was received at the gates with all possible magnificence. "The body of the clergy," says L'Enfant, "went to meet him in solemn procession, bearing the relics of saints. All the orders of the city assembled also to do him honor, and he was conducted to the episcopal palace by an incredible multitude of people. 4 of the chief magistrates rode by his side, supporting a canopy of cloth of gold, and the Count Rodolphe de Montfort and the Count Berthold de Ursins held the bridle of his horse. The sacrament was carried before him upon a white pad, with a little bell about its neck. After the sacrament, a great yellow and red hat was carried, with an angel of gold at the button of the ribbon. All the cardinals followed in cloaks and red hats. Rykinthal, who has described this ceremony, says there was a great dispute among the Pope's officers as to who should have his horse. But Henry of Ulm put an end to it by saying that the horse belonged to him, as he was burgomaster of the town, and so he caused him to be put into his stables. The city made the presents to the Pope that are usual on these occasions. It gave a silver gilt cup weighing 5 marks for small casks of Italian wine, for great vessels of wine of Alsace, 8 great vessels of the country wine, and 40 measures of oats, all which presents were given with great ceremony. Henry of Ulm carried the cup on horseback, accompanied by 6 counselors, who were also on horseback. When the Pope saw them before his palace, he sent an auditor to know what was coming. Being informed that it was presents from the city to the Pope, the auditor introduced them and presented the cup to the Pope in the name of the city. The Pope, on his part, ordered a robe of black silk to be presented to the consul. While the Pope was approaching Constance on the one side, John Huss was traveling towards it on the other. He did not conceal from himself the danger. He ran in appearing before such a tribunal. His judges were parties in the cause. What hope could Huss entertain that they would try him dispassionately by the scriptures to which he had appealed? Where would they be if they allowed such an authority to speak? But he must appear. Sigismund had written to King Wenceslaus to send him thither, and, conscious of his innocence and the justice of his cause, thither he went. In prospect of the dangers before him, he obtained, before setting out, a safe conduct from his own sovereign, also a certificate of his orthodoxy from Nicholas, Bishop of Nazareth, Inquisitor of the Faith in Bohemia, and a document drawn up by a notary and duly signed by witnesses, setting forth that he had offered to purge himself of heresy before a provincial synod of Prague, but had been refused audience. He afterwards caused writings to be affixed to the doors of all the churches and all the palaces of Prague, notifying his departure, and inviting all persons to come to Constance who were prepared to testify either to his innocence or his guilt. To the door of the royal palace even did he affix such notification, addressed to the king, to the queen, and to the whole court. He made papers of this sort be put up at every place on his road to Constance. In the imperial city of Nuremberg, he gave public notice that he was going to the council to give an account of his faith, and invited all who had anything to lay to his charge to meet him there. He started, not from Prague, but from Karlowitz. Before setting out, he took farewell of his friends as of those he never again should see. He expected to find more enemies at the council than Jesus Christ had at Jerusalem, but he was resolved to endure the last degree of punishment rather than betray the gospel by any cowardice. The presentiments with which he began his journey attended him all the way. He felt it to be a pilgrimage to the stake. At every village and town on his route, he was met with fresh tokens of the power that attached to his name and the interest his cause had awakened. The inhabitants turned out to welcome him. Several of the country cures were especially friendly. It was their battle which he was fighting as well as his own, and heartily did they wish him success. At Nuremberg and other towns through which he passed, the magistrates formed a guard of honor, and escorted him through streets thronged with spectators eager to catch a glimpse of the man who had begun a movement which was stirring Christendom. His journey was a triumphal procession in a sort. He was enlisting at every step new adherents and gaining accessions of moral force to his cause. He arrived in Constance on the 3rd of November, and took up his abode at the house of a poor widow, whom he likened to her of Sarepta. The emperor did not reach Constance until Christmas Eve. His arrival added a new attraction to the melodramatic performance proceeding at the little town. The Pope signalized the event by singing a pontifical mass, the emperor assisting, attired in dalmatic in his character as deacon, and reading the gospel. There came an edict from Caesar Augustus that all the world, etc. The ceremony was ended by John XXI presenting a sword to Sigismund, with an exhortation to the man into whose hand he put it to make vigorous use of it against the enemies of the Church. The Pope, doubtless, had John Huss mainly in his eye. Little did he dream that it was upon himself that its first stroke was destined to descend. The Emperor Sigismund, whose presence gave a new splendor to the fates and a new dignity to the council, was 47 years of age. He was noble in person, tall in stature, graceful in manners, and insinuating in address. He had a long beard and flaxen hair, which fell in a profusion of curls upon his shoulders. His narrow understanding had been improved by study, and he was accomplished beyond his age. He spoke with facility several languages, and was a patron of men of letters. Having one day conferred nobility upon a scholar, who was desirous of being ranked among nobles rather than among doctors, Sigismund laughed at him, and said that he could make 1,000 gentlemen in a day, but that he could not make a scholar in 1,000 years. The reverses of his mature years had sobered the impetuous and fiery spirit of his youth. He committed the error common to almost all the princes of his age, in believing that in order to reign it was necessary to dissemble, and that craft was an indispensable part of policy. He was a sincere devotee, but just in proportion as he believed in the Church, was he scandalized and grieved at the vices of the clergy. It cost him infinite pains to get this council convoked, but all had been willingly undertaken in the hope that assembled Christendom would be able to heal the schism and put an end to the scandals growing out of it. The name of Sigismund has come down to posterity with an eternal blot upon it. How such darkness came to encompass a name which, but for one fatal act, might have been fair, if not illustrious, we shall presently show. Meanwhile, let us rapidly sketch the opening proceedings of the council, which were but preparatory to the great tragedy in which it was destined to culminate. Chapter 5. Deposition of the rival popes. Table of contents. Canonization of Saint Bridget, a council superior to the pope. Wycliffe's writings condemned. Trial of Pope John. Indictment against him. He escapes from Constance. His deposition of the two anti-popes. Vindication of Huss beforehand. The first act of the council, after settling how the votes were to be taken, namely, by nations and not by persons, was to enroll the name of Saint Bridget among the saints. This good lady, whose piety had been abundantly proved by her pilgrimages and the many miracles ascribed to her, was of the blood royal of Sweden, and the foundress of the order of Saint Saviour, so called because Christ himself, she affirmed, had dictated the rules to her. She was canonized first of all by Boniface IX, 1391, but this was during the schism, and the validity of the act might be held doubtful. To place Saint Bridget's title beyond question, she was, at the request of the Swedes, canonized a second time by John XXII. But unhappily, John himself being afterwards deposed, Bridget's saintship became again dubious, and so she was canonized a third time by Martin V. 1419, to prevent her being overtaken by a similar calamity with that of her patron, and expelled from the ranks of the heavenly deities as John was from the list of the pontifical ones. While the Pope was assigning to others their place in heaven, his own place on earth had become suddenly insecure. Proceedings were commenced in the council, which were meant to pave the way for John's dethronement. In the fourth and fifth sessions, it was solemnly decreed that a general council is superior to the Pope. A synod congregate in the Holy Ghost, so ran the decree, making a general council, representing the whole Catholic Church here. Militant hath power of Christ immediately, to the which power every person, of what state or dignity soever he be, being the Pope himself, ought to be obedient in all such things as concern the general reformation of the Church, as well in the head as in the members. The council in this decree asserted its absolute and supreme authority, and affirmed the subjection of the Pope in matters of faith as well as manners to its judgment. In the 8th session, May 4th, 1415, John Wycliffe was summoned from his rest, cited before the council, and made answerable to it for his mortal writings. 45 propositions, previously culled from his publications, were condemned, and this sentence was fittingly followed by a decree consigning their author to the flames. Wycliffe himself being beyond their reach, his bones, pursuant to this sentence, were afterwards dug up and burned. The next labor of the council was to take the cup from the laity and to decree that communion should be only in one kind. This prohibition was issued under the penalty of excommunication. These matters dispatched, or rather while they were in course of being so, the council entered upon the weightier affair of Pope John XXII. Universally odious, the Pope's deposition had been resolved on beforehand by the Emperor and the great majority of the members. At a secret sitting, a terrible indictment was tabled against him. It contained, says his secretary, Thierry de Nîmes, all the mortal sins, and a multitude of others not fit to be named. More than 43 most grievous and heinous crimes, says Fox, were objected and proved against him, as that he had hired Marcellus Permensis, a physician, to poison Alexander V, his predecessor. Further, that he was a heretic, a simoniac, a liar, a hypocrite, a murderer, an enchanter, a dice player, and an adulterer. And finally, what crime was it that he was not infected with? When the pontiff heard of these accusations, he was overwhelmed with affright and talked of resigning. But recovering from his panic, he again grasped firmly the tiara which he had been on the point of letting go, and began a struggle for it with the emperor and the council. Making himself acquainted with everything by his spies, he held midnight meetings with his friends, bribed the cardinals, and labored to sow division among the nations composing the council. But all was in vain. His opponents held firmly to their purpose. The indictment against John they dared not make public, lest the pontificate should be everlastingly disgraced, an occasion given for a triumph to the party of Wycliffe and Huss. But the conscience of the miserable man seconded the efforts of his prosecutors. The seventh pope promised to abdicate, but repenting immediately of his promise, he quitted the city by stealth and fled to Schaffhausen. We have seen the pomp with which John XXII entered Constance. In striking contrast to the ostentatious display of his arrival was the mean disguise in which he sought to conceal his departure. The plan of his escape had been arranged beforehand between himself and his good friend and staunch protector, the Duke of Austria. The Duke, on a certain day, was to give a tournament. The spectacle was to come off late in the afternoon, and while the whole city should be engrossed with the fate, the lords tilting in the arena and the citizens gazing at the mimic war and oblivious of all else, the Pope would take leave of Constance and of the council. It was the 20th of March, the eve of St. Benedict, the day fixed upon for the Duke's entertainment, and now the tournament was proceeding. The city was empty, for the inhabitants had poured out to see the tilting and reward the victors with their acclamations. The dusk of evening was already beginning to veil the lake, the plain, and the mountains of the Tyrol in the distance, when John XXII, disguising himself as a groom or postilion and mounted on a sorry nag, rode through the crowd and passed on to the south. A coarse gray loose coat was flung over his shoulders, and at his saddlebow hung a crossbow. No one suspected that this homely figure, so poorly mounted, was other than some peasant of the mountains, who had been to market with his produce and was now on his way back. The Duke of Austria was at the moment fighting in the lists when a domestic approached him and whispered into his ear what had occurred. The Duke went on with the tournament as if nothing had happened, and the fugitive held on his way till he had reached Schaffhausen, where, as the town belonged to the Duke, the Pope deemed himself in safety. Thither he was soon followed by the Duke himself. When the Pope's flight became known, all was in commotion at Constance. The council was at an end, so everyone thought. The flight of the Pope would be followed by the departure of the princes and the emperor. The merchants shut their shops and packed up their wares, only too happy if they could escape pillage from the lawless mob into whose hands, as they believed, the town had now been thrown. After the first moments of consternation, however, the excitement calmed down. The emperor mounted his horse and rode round the city, declaring openly that he would protect the council and maintain order and quiet, and thus things in Constance returned to their usual channel. Still, the Pope's flight was an untoward event. It threatened to disconcert all the plans of the emperor for healing the schism and restoring peace to Christendom. Sigismund saw the labors of years on the point of being swept away. He hastily assembled the princes and deputies, and with no little indignation declared it to be his purpose to reduce the Duke of Austria by force of arms and bring back the fugitive. When the Pope learned that a storm was gathering and would follow him across the Tyrol, he wrote in conciliatory terms to the emperor, excusing his flight by saying that he had gone to Schaffhausen to enjoy its sweeter air, that of Constance not agreeing with him. Moreover, in this quiet retreat, and at liberty, he would be able to show the world how freely he acted in fulfilling his promise of renouncing the pontificate. John, however, was in no haste, even in the pure air and full freedom of Schaffhausen, to lay down the tiara. He procrastinated and maneuvered. He went farther away every few days in quest, as suggested, of still sweeter air, though his enemies hinted that the Pope's ailment was not a vitiated atmosphere, but a bad conscience. His thought was that his flight would be the signal for the council to break up, and that he would thus checkmate Sigismund and avoid the humiliation of deposition. But the emperor was not to be balked. He put his troops in motion against the Duke of Austria, and the council, seconding Sigismund with its spiritual weapons, wrested the infallibility from the Pope and took that formidable engine into its own hands. This decision of the council, said the celebrated Gallican divine, Gerson, in a sermon which he preached before the assembly, ought to be engraved in the most eminent places and in all the churches of the world, as a fundamental law to crush the monster of ambition, and to stop the months of all flatterers who, by virtue of certain glosses, say, bluntly and without any regard to the eternal law of the gospel, that the Pope is not subject to a general council, and cannot be judged by such. The way being thus prepared, the council now proceeded to the trial of the Pope. Public criers at the door of the church summoned John XXII to appear and answer to the charges to be brought against him. The criers expended their breath in vain. John was on the other side of the Tyrol, and even had he been within earshot, he was not disposed to obey their citation. 23 commissioners were then nominated for the examination of the witnesses. The indictment contained 70 accusations, but only 50 were read in public council. The rest were withheld from a regard to the honor of the pontificate, a superfluous care, one would think, after what had already been permitted to see the light. 37 witnesses were examined, and one of the points to which they bore testimony, but which the council left under a veil, was the poisoning by John of his predecessor, Alexander V. The charges were held to be proven, and in the 12th session, May 29, 1415, the council passed sentence stripping John XXII of the pontificate and releasing all Christians from their oath of obedience to him. When the blow fell, Pope John was as abject as he had before been arrogant. He acknowledged the justice of his sentence, bewailed the day he had mounted to the popedom, and wrote cringingly to the emperor, if haply his miserable life might be spared, which no one, by the way, thought of taking from him. The case of the other two popes was simpler and more easily disposed of. They had already been condemned by the Council of Pisa, which had put forth an earlier assertion than the Council of Constance of the supremacy of a council and its right to deal with heretical and simoniacal popes. Angelus Curio, Gregory XII, voluntarily sent in his resignation, and Peter de Lune, Benedict XIII, was deposed, and Ada de Colonna, being unanimously elected by the cardinals, ruled the church under the title of Martin V. Before turning to the more tragic page of the history of the council, we have to remark that it seems almost as if the fathers at Constance were intent on erecting beforehand a monument to the innocence of John Huss, and to their own guilt in the terrible fate to which they were about to consign him. The crimes for which they condemned Balthazar Casa, John XXII, were the same, only more atrocious and fouler, as those of which Huss accused the priesthood, and for which he demanded a reformation. The condemnation of Pope John was, therefore, whether the council confessed it or not, the vindication of Huss. "When all the members of the council shall be scattered in the world like storks," said Huss, in a letter which he wrote to a friend at this time, "they will know when winter cometh what they did in summer. Consider, I pray you, that they have judged their head, the Pope, worthy of death by reason of his horrible crimes. Answer to this, you teachers who preach that the Pope is a god upon earth, that he may sell and waste in what manner he pleaseth the holy things, as the lawyers say, that he is the head of the entire holy church and governeth it well, that he is the heart of the church and quickeneth it spiritually, that he is the wellspring from whence floweth all virtue and goodness, that he is the son of the church, and a very safe refuge to which every Christian ought to fly. Yet, behold now that head, as it were, severed by the sword, this terrestrial God enchained, his sins laid bare, this never-failing source dried up, this divine sun, dimmed, this heart plucked out, and branded with reprobation, that no one should seek an asylum in it." Chapter 6. Imprisonment and Examination of Huss. Table of Contents. The Emperor's safe conduct, imprisonment of Huss, flame in Bohemia, no faith to be kept with heretics, the Pope and Huss in the same prison, Huss brought before the council, his second appearance, an eclipse, Huss's theological views, a Protestant at heart. He refuses to retract his dream. When John Huss set out for the council, he carried with him, as we have already said, several important documents. But the most important of all Huss's credentials was a safe conduct from the Emperor's Sigismund. Without this, he would hardly have undertaken a journey. We quote it in full, seeing it has become one of the great documents of history. It was addressed to all ecclesiastical and secular princes, etc., and to all our subjects. We recommend to you, with a full affection, to all in general and to each in particular, the Honorable Master John Huss, Bachelor in Divinity and Master of Arts, the bearer of these presents, journeying from Bohemia to the Council of Constance, whom we have taken under our protection and safeguard, and under that of the empire, enjoining you to receive him and treat him kindly, furnishing him with all that shall be necessary to speed and assure his journey, as well by water as by land, without taking anything from him or his at coming in or going out, for any sort of duties whatsoever, and calling on you to allow him to pass, sojourn, stop, and return freely and securely, providing him even, if necessary, with good passports for the honor and respect of the imperial majesty. Given at Spears this 18th day of October of the year 1414, the 3rd of our reign in Hungary, and the 5th of that of the Romans. In the above document, the emperor pledges his honor and the power of the empire for the safety of Huss. He was to go and return, and no man dare molest him. No promise could be more sacred, no protection apparently more complete. How that pledge was redeemed, we shall see by and by. Huss's trust, however, was in one more powerful than the kings of earth. "I confide altogether," wrote he to one of his friends, "in the all-powerful God, in my Savior. He will accord me his Holy Spirit to fortify me in his truth, so that I may face with courage temptations, prison, and if necessary, a cruel death." Full liberty was accorded him during the first days of his stay at Constance. He made his arrival be intimated to the Pope the day after by 2 Bohemian noblemen who accompanied him, adding that he carried a safe conduct from the emperor. The Pope received them courteously and expressed his determination to protect Huss. The Pope's own position was too precarious, however, to make his promise of any great value. Palates and Causus, who of all the ecclesiastics of Prague were the bitterest enemies of Huss, had preceded him to Constance, and were working day and night among the members of the council to inflame them against him and secure his condemnation. Their machinations were not without result. On the 26th day after his arrival, Huss was arrested in flagrant violation of the imperial safe conduct and carried before the Pope and the cardinals. After a conversation of some hours, he was told that he must remain a prisoner and was entrusted to the clerk of the Cathedral of Constance. He remained a week at the house of this official under a strong guard. Thence he was conducted to the prison of the monastery of the Dominicans on the banks of the Rhine. The sewage of the monastery flowed close to the place where he was confined, and the damp and pestilential air of his prison brought on a raging fever, which had well nigh terminated his life. His enemies feared that after all he would escape them, and the Pope sent his own physicians to him to take care of his health. When the tidings of his imprisonment reached Huss's native country, they kindled a flame in Bohemia. Burning words bespoke the indignation that the nation felt at the treachery and cruelty with which their great countryman had been treated. The puissant barons united in a remonstrance to the Emperor Sigismund, reminding him of his safe conduct and demanding that he should vindicate his own honor and redress the injustice done to Huss by ordering his instant liberation. The first impulse of Sigismund was to open Huss's prison, but the casuists of the council found means to keep it shut. The emperor was told that he had no right to grant a safe conduct in the circumstances without the consent of the council, that the greater good of the church must overrule his promise, that the council by its supreme authority could release him from his obligation, and that no formality of this sort could be suffered to obstruct the course of justice against a heretic. The promptings of honor and humanity were stifled in the emperor's breast by these reasonings. In the voice of the assembled church he heard the voice of God, and delivered up John Huss to the will of his enemies. The council afterwards put its reasonings into a decree, to the effect that no faith is to be kept with heretics to the prejudice of the church. Being now completely in their power, the enemies of Huss pushed on the process against him. They examined his writings, they founded a series of criminatory articles upon them, and proceeding to his prison, where they found him still suffering severely from fever, they read them to him. He craved of them the favor of an advocate to assist him in framing his defense, enfeebled as he was in body and mind by the foul air of his prison and the fever with which he had been smitten. This request was refused, although the indulgence asked was one commonly accorded to even the greatest criminals. At this stage the proceedings against him were stopped for a little while by an unexpected event, which turned the thoughts of the council in another direction. It was now that Pope John escaped, as we have already related. In the interval, the keepers of his monastic prison having fled along with their master, the Pope, Huss was removed to the castle of Gottlieben, on the other side of the Rhine, where he was shut up, heavily loaded with chains. While the proceedings against Huss stood still, those against the Pope went forward. The flight of John had brought his affairs to a crisis, and the council, without more delay, deposed him from the pontificate, as narrated above. To the delegates whom the council sent to intimate to him his sentence, he delivered up the pontifical seal and the fisherman's ring. Along with these insignia, they took possession of his person, brought him back to Constance, and threw him into the prison of Gottlieben, the same stronghold in which Huss was confined. How solemn and instructive! The reformer and the man who had arrested him are now the inmates of the same prison. Yet what a gulf divides the pontiff from the martyr! The chains of the one are the monuments of his infamy. The bonds of the other are the badges of his virtue. They invest their wearer with a luster which is lacking to the diadem of Sigismund. The council was only the more intent on condemning Huss, that it had already,